Slave! I heard Drake, the alpha, call from the living room. I immediately left the dishes I was doing and practically ran to him, bowing my head as I entered the living room. I have to be respectful and nor utter a word, or else he'll hurt me. He and Brittany, his mate, were sitting on the couch watching TV with his arm on her shoulders. My mate is hungry. Go make us something to eat, and don't you dare even think about tasting anything. He yelled in his alpha tone, making me flinch a little. I bowed my head again and made my way back to the kitchen. I decided to make some macaroni and cheese, since that's what Brittany, Drake's mate, liked the most. In 15 minutes, the macaroni was ready, so I took both plates on a tray with 2 cans of soda, since Drake must have something to drink with his meals. I made my way to the living room, but it looks like I had really bad timing. Both Drake and Brittany were in a heated makeout session, but stopped when they sensed me. I saw Drake turn around as he had his back to me, and his angry expression wasn't gone unnoticed. He growled loudly, obviously mad that I ruined the moment, and before I even get the chance to process anything, Drake's had his hand around my throat, raising me off the ground, making the tray of food fall in the process. I whimpered lowly, knowing that I protested, yelled, or cried, the beatings will just be worst. With his hand still choking my throat, he made his way to the kitchen and out of Brittany's sight, since she doesn't like the view. Once we reached, my body was hardly thrown against the kitchen counter, making my hip hit the edge. Pain shoot through my hip and right leg, and I couldn't feel it as it went numb. I didn't get a chance to get up when Drake's hands and legs were making contact with every part of my body. He kept kicking my stomach and punching my face. I knew that I'd have some broken ribs and swollen face after, probably a broken arm or leg as well. You might think that it's okay as I would heal quickly like any other werewolf, but that's the thing. I'm not even a werewolf. Even though both my parents are, but I was born without the werewolf gene, and that's basically the reason why I was sold to Alpha Drake. My parents being the Alpha and Luna of the Dawn Pack, they were ashamed of me and couldn't accept me as their daughter. Well, that's all in the past now. I cried over them enough, and I don't think I have any more energy to feel anything anymore. When Drake finished, he gave me one last kick to my side before demanding that I go clean up the mess in the living room and prepare food all over again. And next time, think before you make a move. He spat and left, probably making his way to Brittany again. I heard giggling from outside and knew it was Brittany. Not long, I saw Drake carrying her bridal style, making his way upstairs. I couldn't help the tears that threatened to fall from my eyes. I wish I had someone to care for me and love me too, but I know that it will not be possible. I'm just a human, and I don't think humans have mates. I slowly tried getting up, holding the counter for support. My body was aching, and blood seeped through the cuts and scratches Drake gave me. My right leg tingled, and whenever it touched the floor, but I couldn't just cry out the pain. I had to go do what I was told so that I'm not beaten up again. I carefully made my way to the living room and started cleaning the mess. Thank God that no one from the pack was here today so that I'm not hurt by someone else. They all had a school trip for 2 days and 1 night. Even the beta and third in command left with them, leaving only the alpha, his mate, and me. I finished cleaning and went to prepare food again. When I was done, I took the tray and went upstairs, standing in front of Alpha Drake's room. I didn't know what to do. How was I supposed to know if now was a good time or not? Just leave the fucking thing and leave, I heard Drake growl before I could think of something to do. I quickly placed the tray on the floor and tried hard against my aching leg to reach my room, which was actually an attic in the ceiling. I couldn't complain though. At least it was better than sleeping outside in the cold. I was barely able to make it to my bed before collapsing, and all I saw was darkness. Alexis's POV. She is not the main lead. She was running again. From what you ask? I wish I knew the answer. Something scared her. She was in danger and needed to be saved. But how? I don't know her. The girl that's been hunting my dreams for the past 2 weeks. She is beautiful. Her long black hair flying behind her as she ran through the forest, and her ocean blue eyes held so many emotions that I couldn't tell. Just like last night, and the night before, and before, she quickly ran between the trees, looking back behind her every now and then. Something or someone was chasing her, I'm sure. But wait, who is that? There's someone in the distance. I can't really see him properly in the dark, but he sure is big. That's the first time I see him in my dreams. The girl is running towards him. He looks happy. Looking closely, I saw who it was. It was her lover. I saw them several times before during the past 2 weeks. They loved each other so much. I know who he is. Alpha Logan, Alpha of the Red Crescent Pack. The pack that took me in when I had no home, even though I'm a witch. But who is that girl, and what is she running from? I want him to save her. But just before she reaches him, bang! Everything seemed to stop, and their eyes were filled with horror, pain, and confusion. The girl's white dress was now turning red as she clutched her stomach where the bullet went. And after what felt like a year but only was a couple of seconds, I saw it. It was him. He was the one that pulled the trigger, but why? Why did he shoot her? Tears were streaming from their eyes, and I couldn't help that ones that escaped from mine. Why? I thought her loved her? Why? And that's when I woke up. As usual, my breath was ragged and I was sweating all over. I should be used to it by now. The dream this time was different. During the past 2 weeks, the dream would always start with the girl running, but then the scene would change and I would see her with Logan, having a good time and enjoying each other's company. It always made me happy seeing him in love, but this dream I didn't like. In this dream, he killed her. I sighed and got out of bed, making my way to the bathroom. I went under the warm water and tried to relax. Well, I'll have to tell Logan about the dream like I always did since the first time I saw him. My dreams actually made him happy. He thinks it's his mate, the one he lost 10 years ago, and was searching for her since then. Even though they were kids when they met, he still fell deeply in love with her and made it his goal to find her, no matter what. I don't think he's going to like last night's dream, but I'm sure he'll be demanding that I tell first thing when he sees me. I'd have no other choice. Besides, maybe it would be a good thing to tell him. Maybe it's a sign, and telling him will make him more careful with his actions. I got out of the shower and went to find something to wear. I put on a dark purple and black dress that went to mid-thigh. It had spaghetti straps. I combed my black hair and let it fall loose on my shoulders. And finally, I put on my black flats, gave my eyes a smoky look with dark black eyeliner, eyeshadow and mascara, and putting some dark lipstick on. What can I say? I'm a witch after all. I went out of my room and made my way downstairs to the kitchen. Like always, Alpha Logan, his beta Jake with his mate Cole, Taylor, the third in command, the twins Blake and Blaine, and finally the former Alpha and Luna, Sam, and Claire were all seated together having breakfast. I slowly made my way to my seat and hoped that Logan doesn't notice me or would forget about the dreams or anything so that I don't have to tell him. "Morning, Alex," I heard Claire say. "Morning, Claire," I replied back, giving her a weak smile, and then they all noticed me and threw their own good morning, even Logan. "Morning, Alex," I heard him say before he went back to his meal. What? Did my wish come true? Did he forget or what? A smile made its way to my lips, but who will I be kidding? Logan never forgets. "What? Alex?" He looked up and searched for me, and when he spotted me, "Alex!" He practically ran to the seat next to me where he sat down and looked at me with eager-filled eyes. It broke my heart. Spill. Spill what? I tried to act innocent and not know what he's talking about. You know what? So spill. Come on, I want to hear it. What were me and my mate doing? Did we go on a date again? Was she happy? Did I make her happy? Ugh! Damn it, tell me. All eyes were on me now, waiting for me to talk as Logan kept on asking, demanding that I tell him, but how was I going to? He would be heartbroken if I told him. I felt terrible. I wish I never had those dreams from the first place. First, you need to take a deep breath, okay? I started, trying to buy me some time. Maybe something would happen and I won't tell him. It's not like the other dreams. Well, the first part was, you know where she is running and you know that I can kill you, right? He interrupted casually, raising his eyebrows and asking as if we were talking about the weather. He had one of his elbows on the table and his chin resting on his hand. I sighed. Okay, I'll spill, but don't blame me if you don't like it. I saw his face drop slightly, and it made my heart ache more. I cared for Logan and everyone here, and I never wanted to see them sad. But looks like I have no choice. They were all quiet and waited for my answer. I took a deep breath and saw Logan fix his posture, dropping his arm from the table and playing nervously with his hands. I'm so sorry, Logan, but in my dream, you kill her. Gasps erupted from around us, but I didn't bother looking. My eyes were fixed on Logan's, and I couldn't look away. He just stood there looking at me like he didn't understand a thing I was saying, and when I thought that he wouldn't react, a tear made its way down his cheek. Logan's POV. I killed her. I know it was just a dream, but still. Even in our dreams, I must be the one to protect and love her. My mate, I missed her so much. She made a huge impact on me from the first time I saw. It wasn't just a normal meeting between us. I was in trouble and she saved me. Even though I never got the chance to know her name, I owed her my life. I couldn't help the tears that fell from my eyes when Alexis told me. I felt my chest tighten and my heart felt like it's being stabbed over and over. Logan, sweetie, are you okay? I heard my mom ask as she put one of her hands on my shoulder. That brought me out of my daze. Yeah, Mom, I'm fine. I lied. I wiped my wet face, stood up, and made my way upstairs to my room. I have to calm down, or I would have a mental breakdown. The thought of her getting hurt in any way made my blood boil, and to think that I was the one... No, I would never. Plus, it was only a dream. No big deal, right? I took a deep breath and decided to take a shower. Maybe it would help ease my thoughts. I ran the water, adjusting it to my liking, and then stripped out of my clothes and went under the shower. I have a long day ahead of me today. It was New Year's Eve, and my pack and I were invited to spend it with the New Moon Pack. It will be our first time celebrating outside, but since there are new alliances, we want to maintain a good and friendly relationship. And so, we agreed on going. I finished my shower and went to dry myself. Wrapping a towel around my waist, I went to my room, then into my large walk-in closet. I picked a gray V-neck shirt and grabbed a pair of black jeans. After dressing up, I opened the door and went outside my room. I planned on going to my office and finish some of the paperwork I had when I heard my mom call out my name. Logan, I turned around to see her making her way down the long hallway towards me. Honey, are you okay? She asked with concern-filled eyes. I gave her a weak smile. Yeah, Mom, I'm fine. It's just a dream, not like it was or will be real. I heard her sigh. Yeah, I know. Just don't let it get through to you, okay? I sure will. I smiled widely this time, and she returned it. Okay, I'll go see your father now. Oh, and don't forget we're going to the New Moon Pack tonight for New Year's celebration. Be ready by 7. Okay. She gave me one last smile, then turned and made her way downstairs, and I continued my way to my office. The day passed by, and I just couldn't stop thinking about that stupid dream. For some reason, as time passes, the weird feeling in my gut seems to grow, and I became worried. Maybe it's not a good idea to go. I have a feeling something will happen. I looked at the clock hanging on my office's wall and saw it was 6:30. Looks like I'll have to quickly go get ready. If I run late, my mom would bit my head off. I went to my room and looked for something to wear. It's not a formal gathering, so I can't wear a suit. And since I'm alpha and stuff, I can't just go with some shorts and a shirt. After some time, I decided to keep my black pants on, but changed into a white t-shirt and finally put on my black leather jacket. I put on my shoes and went downstairs where they all were waiting for me. Finally, I heard Blake, or was it Blaine, grumble. He and Blaine are my cousins. They came to the pack house last year for training since they turned 16, and it was about time for them to be able to fight for themselves. I heard that. I gave him an annoyed look. You were meant to. He replied back. I rolled my eyes at that, but said nothing. I know I'm alpha and everything, but I didn't want them to feel that I'm ruling them. Well, technically I am, but I'd like to keep a friendly environment in my pack, not the master-slave one. I cared for them all, and in return, they all care for me, not as their alpha, but mostly as their friend. Looking at them all, I saw that they were all dressed nicely. The girls wore beautiful dresses. My mom had a long red one with its back half open but had full sleeves, its red color complementing her green eyes. She kept her brown shoulder-length hair and wore a black diamond necklace with matching earrings. She looked stunning. Cole, Jake's mate, had a short, mid-thigh, pale pink dress. She had her blonde braided and lying on one shoulder. She finally wore white flats since she's pregnant. Jake refrained her from wearing heels so she doesn't hurt her back. And finally, Alexis. As usual, she had on a dark-colored dress. I was dark purple with long sleeves. It reached mid-thigh and had some black carvings at its flowy bottom. She topped it off with black boots that reached just below her knees and, of course, black tights under them. Overall, I was proud with our women. They never disappointed us or made us ashamed. We all went to our cars and drove off. My parents and I in a car, Jake, my beta, his mate Cole and Alexis in one, Taylor, my third in command, and the twins in one, while the rest of the pack members, each family took its own car. It was a 4-hour drive, but we finally reached our destination. It was 11 p.m. now, just when the part was about to start. We all parked our cars, and the second I stepped outside, I smelt the most amazing scent. Vanilla and lavenders. I know this scent. I would never forget it, no matter how many years have passed. My wolf was ready to take over as he kept on repeating one thing over and over. Mate! I suddenly jolted out of my sleep at the sound of my bedroom door being slammed open and an angry alpha standing on my doorway. I was still in a daze, trying to make sense of my surrounding as I was still half asleep when a large hand made contact with my face, making my head turn harshly the other way. That sure woke me up, and I'm sure my cheek would turn blue any time now. I was even able to taste blood from my split lip. You bitch! Why are you still in bed? I couldn't help but roll my eyes internally at the word bed. You call that a bed? I was sleeping on the floor with a torn-out jacket as my pillow and a single torn blanket. What? You waiting for us to bring your majesty your breakfast in bed? Don't you know that today is a very important day? Alpha Drake spat angrily at my face. I looked out my small window, and the sun was already up. I usually woke up at the very early hours of the morning when only a single ray of sunlight was visible. I didn't realize I slept for so late. But you can't blame after all. I was in so much pain from yesterday's beating. I had broken ribs, my hand was broken, and my right leg went numb with every move I make. I felt a rough hand grab my shirt and pulled me up, then pushing me to the door. Hurry the fuck up! I want everything ready and perfect for when the Red Crescent pack arrives. I want the whole house to be cleaned thoroughly and enough food prepared. And don't forget to wash your filthy hands before you start cooking. We don't want to get poisoned. Silently, I made my way downstairs, trying to bear with the pain and finish my job. But as time passed, my body became more and more tired, and the pain became more excruciating. I had zero energy by the time I finished. I became dizzy, and the pain just kept worsening from my movements. I knew my body was going to give out sooner or later. Sooner or later, all this will be over. It was time for the party, and my whole pack were outside in the large backyard where the part will be held, waiting for the other pack. Of course, I wasn't allowed to step outside or show anyone my face. I had finished the rest of the dishes when my vision went blurry, and my legs couldn't hold me any longer, causing me to fall on the ground. No, I wanted to wait till the clock struck 12, indicating the beginning of the new year and my birthday. Yes, I was born on the 1st of January. I thought it was cool to become a year old at the same time where a new year began, so I held on to it tightly and never forgot it, even though I forgot my name as times passed by. I slightly shook my head and decided to go wash my face. It was 11:30. I have to endure just another 30 minutes. I would turn 20, then I would finally leave. I splashed my face with cold water and looked at myself in the small mirror I hid under one of the broken tiles of my so-called bathroom. I looked hideous. My black hair was dead, reaching to my lower back, right above my behind. I never got a chance to cut or trim it. My sky blue eyes were dull and lifeless. They looked drained of color, and my skin was paler than a vampire, making all my bruises and scars more than clearly visible. I hated how I looked, but there was none to blame than the people who were the cause of this. I don't really remember anything of my childhood, except, of course, that dreadful day when my parents decided to sell me as a slave. But I'm sure I wasn't born looking this sickly. My vision blurred again, and the room was turning like a hurricane, and without notice, it was dark. Logan's POV, vanilla and lavenders, the scent I would never forget, the scent that I spent the past 10 years searching for, the scent that kept me going this whole time. Mate, go get mate. I heard my wolf howl and was so close to coming out, and of course, he didn't have to tell me twice. I immediately darted towards the backyard and started sniffing for her scent. I could feel my parents, Jack, Taylor, and the twins run after me while the girls stayed put in the cars. Logan, what's wrong? I heard my father ask as he scanned the surrounding for any danger. Mate, I growled loudly. I was getting anxious each second. She was here, and I don't plan on losing her again after I have finally found her. Mate? Oh my boy, finally, congratulations. I heard my mom's happy voice, but I couldn't care about congratulations now. It was still early. My eyes were scanning everyone in the backyard, but no results. She wasn't there. My wolf and I grew more impatient. I sniffed for her scent again and started walking. I was heading towards the pack house when Alpha Drake stood in my way. Alpha Logan, he said rather cheerfully, but I could sense the hint of fear, and he looked nervous. I'm really happy you made it. Let's go to our seats, shall we? He said, giving me a half smile. Something was up. Mate, I growled again with my wolf, and I'm sure my eyes were black now. What? Drake asked. Your mate is here? That's wonderful. All the girls are here outside. Let's go find her together. No, my mate isn't outside. Her scent is coming from there. I told him, pointing towards his pack house. He gave out a nervous laugh and scratched the back of his head. I think you're mistaken. All the girls are out here. Why don't we go look more closely? He said, and signaling with his hand for me to lead the way. No, my mate is inside that house, and I will get her no matter what. Now get out of my way. I snapped, and that made everyone look in our direction. I felt him tense and started to shake. This is my pack house, and I won't allow anyone in, even if it was you. He spat back angrily, obviously annoyed that he's being ordered since he's alpha and everything. Drake's POV. Shit. This is not happening. If Alpha Logan went inside the house, he will definitely find that, and I will be in heaps of trouble. Since she was a human and I took her as a slave to work for us, people won't be very appreciating of this story. Well, it's not fault her parents sold her to me. I have to think of a way. I took a deep breath and started again. Look, I don't want any war between us, so don't I go inside and get out whatever girl is inside and you find your mate? That made him calm down a bit, but his eyes were still black. Hurry up, was all he said. I quickly entered the house and locked the door behind me. I searched in the kitchen and living room, but there was noon. I then made my way to hallway, which had severe rooms of some our pack. I opened the first 4 rooms, and there was noon. I heard some movement in the 5th and knocked. It was my sister Amanda's room. Within seconds, the door opened, revealing my sister Amanda in a beautiful baby blue dress and matching heels. She had her hair up, but left a few strands down to frame her face. I couldn't help the smile that made its way to my face. If Amanda was Alpha, Logan's mate, then that would be awesome. Our pack will be very strong, and Noon will dare challenge us. Amanda gave me a confused look. Okay, spill, what do you want? My smile grew and I hugged tightly. Drake, can't breathe, I chuckled. Okay, sorry. So, what's this all about, she asked. I took her hand in mine. Come on, your mate is waiting for you downstairs. She gasped and stopped walking. My mate? She asked, shock evident on her face. I nodded happily. Who, and how do you know he's my mate? I smiled again. Well, Alpha Logan said that he caught on to his mate's scent and that it was coming from the house, and as far as I know, you are the only one here, darling. I threw her a wink at that last part. She gasped again. Alpha Logan? As in the Logan Sam Thompson? Alpha of the Red Crescent Pack? I nodded again. Her face lit up like a Christmas tree, and she bolted down the stairs. I chuckled again at her actions as I followed her outside the pack house. Logan's POV. Alpha Drake went inside the house and locked the door, much to my discomfort, but I had to keep it in. I was finally going to meet my mate. I can't believe it. After what felt like years, I heard the door unlock and a girl with a baby blue gown run with Alpha Drake following behind her and jumped into my arms, hugging me tightly. My mate? But where are the electric shocks everyone spoke about? Why don't I feel connected to her? She kissed my cheek, and I couldn't help but feel disgusted. She was so not my mate. Plus, she smelt different. I quickly dropped her to her feet. "You are not my mate," I said sternly, and I could hear gasps erupting from the crowd. "Who are you?" I spat angrily. She looked shocked, but quickly shook it away and stood up. "I'm Amanda, Alpha Drake's sister and your mate." She smiled, showing her teeth. I didn't like her smile. "No, you are not my mate," I repeated. "So what if I'm not? I'm sure I'm way better than whoever is out there." She wiggled her eyebrows and emphasized on the word whoever. "How dare she?" "Where is my mate?" I yelled. I couldn't take it anymore, and my wolf was going to take over. I felt the wind pass by, and my mate's scent hit my nostrils harder, making my eyes turn black again. I pushed this Amanda girl to the side and headed to the pack house. Alpha Drake tried to stop me again, but of no use. I was going to find her. I have to find her. I walked through the door with my parents, Jake, Taylor, and the twins, hot on my heels. They didn't utter a word. They knew better than to talk to me right now. I sensed Alpha Drake and Amanda follow us. I followed the beautiful scent, and it slowly pulled me up the stairs. We kept going, passing the second and third floors, but when I was going to complete, I was blocked by a door. There was a door locking the rest of the staircase. This increased my confusion. I tugged on the door handle, and it slowly opened. This made my mate's scent grow. But before I could proceed, I was stopped yet again by Alpha Drake. "Get out of my way." "Why are you going up? There is noon up there?" he asked. I could feel his heartbeat grow, and he was sweating like a pig. Even Amanda had a worried look on her face. "What is going on?" "What do you ken noon is up there? My mate is up there," I stated angrily. "No, she's not. She can't be," he said in a disbelief. I growled loudly at him, pushed him to the side, and continued my way up the stairs. There was yet another room, and looked like we reached an attic of some sort. My mate's scent grew stronger, and I knew she was right behind that door. I quickly opened the door and was stopped dead in my tracks. It took me moments to let the scene sink into my mind, and I heard my mom gasp. There she was, my mate, lying on the floor, wearing nothing but rags. One of her cheeks was blue, and her lip was bleeding, and I saw that one of her hands was bent at a weird angle, and I knew it was broken. Without second thought, I ran towards her and pulled her between my arms. She was bony, and her skin was cold. Her heartbeat was very slow, and she was barely breathing. I couldn't help the tears that escaped my eyes at the image of my mate. "Please stay with, please. I can't lose you again. I just can't." Logan's POV. Flashback. It was a sunny day, and I decided to go for a run with my wolf since he wouldn't shut up about it. I was only 10 years old, so my wolf wasn't that big. He was pure black, but had a small, semi-lunar patch on his right paw. I kept on running in the woods that surrounded the pack house, moving between trees and jumping from rock to rock. It was a good exercise, and I loved the sun rays that hit my body at different angles. I felt happy, but only until something made me stop. It was a scent, a weird one. I couldn't recognize it, but the scent was that of a decaying body. It was disgusting. I decided to go check, but before I could take another step forward, I felt something prick my left leg. I looked and saw a small needle-like thing with a red rubber band and its end. My leg started to go numb, and I eventually became lightheaded. I panicked and tried running, but my body couldn't hold me, and I fell face flat on the ground. I heard someone snort at my failed attempt to run away. I started seeing black dots, and I was dizzy. I tried calling for help through my mind link, but it was like my mind was blocked. I couldn't concentrate, and in no time I was dragged into darkness. I woke up with a terrible headache, and even though my eyelids were heavier than iron, I still managed to open them. Checking my surroundings, I found that I was on a chair in the middle to a dark room, and my hands were tied behind me with the back of the chair in between my hands and my own back. I was back in my human form, and thankfully, me kidnappers had the decency to dress me in some shorts. I squirmed and tried to free myself, but wasn't able to. I even tried to connect with Rex, my wolf, but he wouldn't respond. I immediately knew that I was injected with wolfsbane. I tried listening to any sound or catch on any scent, and that's when it hit me. The most amazing scent I've ever smelled made my nostrils flare. No longer after, the door was opened, allowing some light rays to escape into the room and the delicious scent to tag along in strong waves. A girl about my age, or maybe younger, came in and gasped when her eyes fell on me. She had beautiful black hair that reached her shoulders and a pair of mesmerizing ocean blue eyes I've never seen like before. She was absolutely beautiful, and her scent engulfed me fully. From listening to my parents and pack members about it, I knew right then and there that she was my mate, and I indeed was already in love with her. Logan's POV. Ding dong, ding dong. The sound of the clock echoed through the whole area, signaling the end of this year and the beginning of a new one. All around the world, people would be celebrating right now, starting the new year with family, friends, and loved ones. But not me. All that occupied me right now was the barely alive body in my hands, my mate's body. "Call your pack doctor. Hurry up," I yelled at Alpha Drake. I know I wasn't supposed to. He's an alpha after all. But what was I supposed to do? My mate was dying right in front of me. "Why are you standing there? Please go call him," I pleaded this time. He looked hesitant, like he didn't care at all. Just what exactly is going on? Why wouldn't he worry about her? Isn't she one of his pack members? "Please," I begged again, but he still wouldn't move. Now I'm angry. "Move your ass and call the pack doctor right now! Why are you just standing there?" I yelled using my alpha tone, and looking at his face, he was mad too, since he's an alpha as well. "Don't you dare order me in my territory. And why the hell should I call for my pack doctor? I don't give a shit about that pathetic creature. She can die for all I care," my mom gasped. That did it. I carefully placed my mate on my mother's lap, who was now crouched next to me, and with the little control I had against my wolf, I stood up, went towards him, and with no second thought, punched him. Hard. No longer after, I let my wolf take over. And of course, that good-for-nothing alpha shifted as well. His wolf was big, but not as big as mine. He was light brown in color, with black fur covering his ears, paws, and end of tail. He growled loudly, and in return I growled back even louder as I launched at him, but he dodged my attack and then tried reaching for my neck. I quickly turned my body so he only bit my back. I yelped from the pain, but his attack only made me more angry. Is it possible that he was the one who put my mate in this state? Was he the one who hurt her? The idea of someone hurting my mate made my blood boil. How dare they? We stood there face to face. I growled even louder this time and attacked again. This time he wasn't fast enough, and both our bodies collided. From the power of the collision, both our bodies flew across the room and crashed into the window. This made us fly out of it with the shattered glass surrounding us. We both fell on the ground with a thud. I hissed in pain as some glass pierced through my back, and I could hear Alpha Drake grunting in pain too. We didn't linger too much on the ground and rose to our feet. I was going to kill him for hurting my mate. Mine. I could see that both pack members were now surrounding us, watching the fight. And it was more likely now that a war will rise between the two packs. This time, Alpha Drake attacked first and again, aimed for my jugular. I moved my body swiftly to the side, which opened a chance for me to grab on of his back limbs between my teeth and pulling, making him fall face flat on the ground. I jumped on his back and pinned both his front paws with mine and locked his neck with my teeth. I was going to go for the kill and get it over with when I heard my mother calling out for me. "Logan, your mate needs you. You have to come up here." 8. I tightened my hold on Alpha Drake, leaned down to his ear, and whispered coldly, "This is not over." And with that, I ran towards the pack house and up to my mate's room, where she's still lying there between my mother's arms. "Put her on my back. I'll run to our territory. That way we would reach faster than by car." I told my mom through our mind link. She nodded and with the help of my father, placed her carefully on my back. "Jake, call Dr. Mitchell and ask him to be ready in his office." Thankfully, our pack doctor, Dr. Mitchell, didn't come with us to this party. His wife just gave birth, and he wanted to celebrate the new year with his wife and son. "Yes, Alpha," came the reply from my beta. I wasted no time and started running out of the pack house. I noticed my parents had shifted and were now running next to me and Jake behind me to make sure that my mate remained on my back and did not fall. It took us about an hour or so to reach the pack house, and with every move I make, I could my mate groan in pain. It broke my heart every time, but it had to be quick in order to save her. I kicked the house door open and called Dr. Mitchell through our mind link. "Over here," I heard him saying from the pack clinic. When I reached there, I saw that he was standing next to the bed, preparing some tools and setting a blood bag above it. My parents and Jake came in their human forms. My dad and Jake had each a pair of shorts on, and my mother was in a long shirt that reached her mid-thigh. Together, they carefully carried my mate from my back and placed her on the bed. "What the hell happened to her?" I heard Dr. Mitchell say as he looked at my mate's body. Her skin was so pale and scars covered her from head to toe. Her fingernails were turning purple and she felt so cold. Her lips were also discolored and were cracked open. It was hard to look at her without wanting to kill someone. Why would anyone hurt her? Where were her parents? Did they know about this? Dr. Mitchell started working on her. Her removed all her clothes, if you could call them that, and I had to suppress the growl that was about to escape my throat at the idea that someone other than me was looking at my mate's body. My father and Jake had the courtesy to leave the room, but my mom stayed behind. "You should go shift and come stay by her side. She'll need your support to get through this," I heard her say. I hesitated. I looked at my mate's body, then to Dr. Mitchell, then to her body again. I didn't want to leave her, not for a second. My mom noticed my discomfort as she sighed and said, "Don't worry, Logan. I'm right here and's your father and's Jake, and just outside this door. Plus, you shifting and putting some clothes on won't take minutes." I nodded and made my way to my room. I shifted back and then opened my walk-in closet to find something to wear. "Will she be okay?" I heard Rex, my wolf, ask as I grabbed a pair of pajama pants and a gray jumper. "Yes, Rex, she will be. She has to be," I said, reassuring myself more than reassuring him. I finished putting on my clothes and wasted no time to head back to the infirmary. "How is she, Mitchell?" I asked as I opened the door and entered. He sighed. "She's hurt pretty badly. She is underweight, lost too much blood, and is in terrible pain. See this," he said as he pointed to her hip on the right. It was almost fiery red in color and was as big as a watermelon. I felt my heart clench at the thought of what might have caused it. "This here," he continued, "is only about 2 days old, but look at the color and the size. Even at normal human would heal at least 10%, but her body is too weak to even heal itself, at least at normal rate. I had no other choice but to inject her with Lycrone." "What? But isn't that too strong for her? She might die," I asked. "Lycrone is a very strong drug that we use only in severe cases. It helps relieve our pain almost instantly, and with the help of our wolves, heal us. However, it has some side effects as far as killing someone. And that's why I need your blood." I looked at him confused, and when I didn't say anything, he explained. "As you have already noticed, Alpha, your mate is a human and has no wolf. The drug needs werewolf blood to work properly, and hence the use of yours. And since you're an alpha and hence mate, so her body will respond better to the drug." Now that I think about it, yeah, she smelled human and had no traces whatsoever that she has a wolf. It's not like I care. She's my mate, and I love her no matter what she is. I nodded my head and lifted my jumper sleeve. My mate needed my blood, and I'm more than willing to give it to her. Dr. Mitchell inserted a needle into my arm. It was connected to a tube that reached to my mate's arm. We stayed like that for, I don't know how much exactly since I was too busy admiring my mate. Then I heard Mitchell say that he will be removing the tube. "That's good, Alpha. We gave her a sufficient amount of your blood, plus the other 3 bags I already gave her. She will heal properly." I sighed in relief, but knew that and couldn't be happy just yet, no, with my mate still unconscious. I felt my mom tap me lightly on the shoulder. "Good job, son. Your mate will be fine," she said with a smile on her face. I couldn't help but smile back. "Can I take her to our room?" I asked Dr. Mitchell. "It would be better if she lied on a more comfortable bed, stayed right next to me, where I can always be with her." "Yes, let me just place the cast around her wrist, and you can take her upstairs. I'll set the IVs up too." I smiled at him and waited rather impatiently till he put on the cast. I would be the first one to sign it, I thought. "All right, all set," Mitchell said, snapping me back from my thoughts. I got up from my seat that was right next to the bed. Carefully and slowly, I placed my hands one under her neck and the other under her waist and picked her up bridal style. I was sure not to press her body tightly against mine so that she doesn't feel any pain. Mom, can you help me prepare the bed, removing the covers and all? Sure. And with that, she made her way ahead of me to my room with me following in tow. This time, I made sure to walk slower as to not hurt my mate. Eventually, I reached my room where my mom was waiting and gently placed my mate on the bed. I placed pillows all around her to make sure that she slept comfortably. The thought of her on my bed made me want to howl in happiness. I wanted to jump all around the pack house and yell with my highest voice, "I found my mate! Woo!" But again, that would wake my mate up, and my pack members won't stop teasing me about it till the day it die. Thank God they were still not here, or they would have seen the huge grin it had on my face while carrying her to my room. I couldn't be any more happier. After it made sure that my mate was comfortable, I covered her with the blanket and turned to my mom, who was smiling down at me. I returned the gesture and in turn said, "Thank you, Mom. I'll stay with her now. You can go to Dad and Jake and tell them the good news." "Oh, I sure will," she said, I in a laughing tone. Of course, my mom won't shut up about isn't. She's happy that I found my mat just as much about shishmi. She turned around but looked at me over her shoulder just before she leaves the room. "I'm proud of you, son, for caring about your mate like that." My smile widened. She left the room, leaving me alone with my beautiful mate, much to my satisfaction. I wish she would open her eyes and look me. I miss those mesmerizing blue eyes that captured my soul the eerie first time I saw them. Gently patting her head and playing with her hair, fatigue soon caught up with me, and no longer after, I was in deep sleep. Logan's POV. 1 week. 1 whole damn week since I found my mate, and she still didn't wake up. Not even once. Dr. Mitchell told me that it would take time for the medicine and my blood to kick in her body and bring her back, but I can't wait any longer. I've been staying next to her this whole time and only left for the bathroom or to take a shower. I even declined eating downstairs with the rest of my pack and just asked for my food to be brought here. I can't bear the thought of leaving her for even a second. How I wish she would wake up and look at me with her beautiful eyes. I want to hold her and feel her body against mine, protect her from anyone or anything that would try and hurt her, and make her happy every second we're together. I sighed and started patting her hair and gently twirling it around my fingers. I was pulled out of my thoughts with a light tap on my door. I stood up and went to open my door to find my Mon standing there with a small smile on her face. "How is she?" she asked, obviously concerned. I turned and looked at my mate, sleeping in my bed, that turned to my mom as I smiled back at her. "She's improving, but she still wouldn't wake up." I tried not to sound broken in front of my mom, but with no use. My eyes told her everything. She gave me a sympathetic smile and patted my shoulder lightly. "Don't worry, your mate is strong. She'll wake up when she's ready." I looked her in the eye, took a deep breath, and nodded. "Are you still not going to have dinner with us?" I shook my head. "No, Mom. What if she woke up any second and I'm not there? I can't just leave her." "But sweetie, you have to leave your room at least once in a while. You're soon going to be the alpha. You have things to take care of. Plus, your father wants to talk to you. He says it's important." "About the alpha business, I can do some work here, and my dad. Can it wait?" I asked desperately, but to my disappointment, she shook her head. "You know how he is. You can't just postpone talking to him." She was right. My dad might seem like the cool, relaxing type, but when it comes to business and pack-related issues, there is no fooling around. "Okay, but Mom, can you stay with her? And if she woke up, you immediately mind link me or something." She nodded. "Okay." I kissed her head and left the room after taking another glance at my angel. I made my way to my father's office, which will soon be mine, and knocked. "Come in." I heard his answer from behind the door. I opened the door and entered. "Good afternoon, Father," I said as I made my way to the couch in front of him. He raised his head and looked at me, a smile spreading across his face, which I could help but reply to him with one. He stood up and made his way to the couch, placing himself next to me. "Okay, I think something is up. So, Logan, How's your mate? He asked. She's improving, I said, not helping the smile that made its way to my face at the thought of her. Even my wolf, Rex, was howling in joy, but we were both cut short from our happy moment when my father started again. I've been wanting to talk to you about her ever since she came. What about her? I asked, a bit worried. What was wrong with my mate that my father wanted to talk about her with me? Nothing really. It's just that she's different. Different? What do you mean she's different, Dad? And that when I realized what he was talking about. My mate is human. She's not a werewolf. I scoffed and continued, Oh, you mean 'cause she's not a werewolf? He nodded. I'm worried about our pack. How will she lead them beside you? She's weak, Logan, and you need someone stronger. Oh no, he didn't. Now I'm mad. No, Dad. I don't care if she's human or not. Hell, if she was the devil himself, I wouldn't mind. She's my mate and I love her, Dad. I will accept no other. And how can you say that she's weak? She freaking saved my life when you couldn't. I snapped at him, and before he could reply, I stood up and made my way to the door to leave. I think I'll be challenging you for the alpha position soon. That's the only way I'll be able to protect my mate from whoever want to hurt her, including you. I said dangerously, just as I opened the door and left. I went downstairs to the kitchen to garb something to drink and cool myself down. How dare he think I would mate with someone else? I was beyond angry. Yo, Loggy. I snapped my head towards the all-too-familiar voices. Blake and Blaine, my cousins. I told you not to call me that. I grumbled as I finished my cola. They looked at each other and shrugged. I cited. How's our Luna? Blake, or was it Blaine, answered as he grabbed 2 cans from the fridge, handing one over to the other twin who was sitting on the stool opposite me. I really can't differentiate between them. They are very identical. Even their father can't know them from each other. Only their mother did, and I never knew how. And since they are always together, their scents are mixed, and Noon can know them apart. Hopefully their mates would. Improving. I shrugged. When can we see her? The one on the right said. I don't know. She's still not waking up, and I think she'll need time to get used to us and trust us. I replied sadly at the thought of her being afraid of me, or anyone of that matter. She's the one that saved you, right? I heard the other one ask. I nodded, all traces of sadness gone and replaced with pride. Cool. I heard them both say in union, something they always did. I think it has to do with them being twins and all. Just then we heard heavy footsteps coming from upstairs and my mom running towards me, panicking and scared. She's gone, Logan. Your mate, she's gone. Logan's POV. She's gone, Logan. Your mate, she's gone. My mother's words kept repeating themselves in my mind as I practically ran towards my room, taking 3 steps at a time. She's gone. How can she be gone? We didn't see anyone leave through the front door, and Noon smelled any unfamiliar scent. This is all my fault. I wasn't supposed to leave her. I opened my room's door to only stop dead in my tracks. There, the place where my mate should be, was empty. She wasn't there. I was going to break down. I felt my mom's hand on my shoulder, which made me turn around and face her. How did this happen? Weren't you with her? Didn't I tell you to look after her for me, Mom? I yelled, anger lacing my every word. I'm sorry. I just went to the bathroom, and when key came out, she wasn't there. My mom stuttered between sobs. My eyes softened and I felt bad for yelling at her. This wasn't her fault. It was all mine. I pulled her to me. I'm sorry, Mom. I shouldn't have yelled at you. I'm just worried. I gave her a quick kiss on the head, then turned to my bed. I realized that the window was opened as I felt a gust of wind hit my face. I quickly ran towards it and looked at the garden, and there she was, my mate. She was trying to run, but due to her injuries, she wasn't fast enough. Shit, I had to get her. Her POV, Logan's mate, since she still has no name. Pain. All I can feel right now was pain, and I couldn't help but wonder, am I dead? I felt myself lying on something soft and warm. I tried moving my arm, but it was so heavy. There was something wrapped around it. I could feel it. I tried opening my eyes, but my eyelids were too heavy. Still, I fought against them until they fully opened. It took some time for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. Where am I? I slowly tried getting up, even though my whole body ached with every move I made. After a few struggles, I was able to sit up straight. I looked around in the darkness and realized that I was in a room, a huge one at that. Why am I in someone's room? Oh no, please don't tell me I was sold to someone else. There's no telling what that person would do to me. It might be worse than what I had to endure in my previous pack. I started panicking. I had to get out of here. I looked around and could see a door in front me with light illuminating from space below. I heard some fumbling inside and I realized that there was a person there. I think that's the bathroom. I had to run away before that person gets out and sees me. I removed the covers from on top of me and hardly tried to get out of bed. There was a big window on the wall next to me, and whether I liked it or not, it was my only escape. I opened the window and saw that there was a huge tree right next to it. Looks like my escape will be easier than I thought. Using my good hand, I held on to the nearest branch firmly. I then placed my left leg on the branch below it and slowly placed my other right leg next to the left. I hissed from the pain I felt as I moved my right hip joint. I was now practically standing on the tree with both hands holding a branch and both legs on the one below. I slowly started making my way down and made sure that I didn't slip so that I can run away. I can't injure myself more. That would just slow me down. I finally made it to the ground safely, and as soon as my feet touched the grass, I was sprinting towards the many trees and bushes. Not long after, I heard the sexiest voice ever heard yell after me. Wait! Even though his voice was amazing and made World War III start in my stomach, I still couldn't just stop and let him torture me, so I ignored him and kept running, only to be pulled back by two strong arms, and my back was pressed against a hard chest, shocks erupting from wherever he touched. The force made both of us fall on the ground, not hitting our backs but falling on our butts, so we were in a sitting position, me in front of him. I tried wriggling and making my way out of his grip so that I can run, but he just held me tighter. Shh. Sesh H, it's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. I heard him murmur in my ear softly. I couldn't believe him, not after 10 years of torture. My heart was now beating uncontrollably in my chest, and my breathing was uneven. I tried to not cry, but I couldn't help the stray tears that fell from my eyes. And when I realized I won't be going anywhere, I had nothing else to do but beg as rain started to pour and drench everything around us. Please, please let me go. Please. I begged between sobs, hoping he would listen, only to feel his grip tighten around me. Another sob escaped my lips. Please, I'll do anything. Just please, don't hurt me. I heard him growl, and it only scared me more, making my sobs grow louder. Baby, I would never hurt you. You're my mate. I'll always love you and protect you. Don't leave me, please. He said, whispering the last words, sounding desperate. Mate? No, I had no mate. I was a worthless human. I don't have a mate. This was one of their tricks, saying that he's my mate so that I would reach for him, only to be hurt again and again and again. I felt his grip loosen, and I took this chance, scooting away and turning to look at my capturer. He was gorgeous, with black hair falling, covering his forehead at one side, and the most beautiful gray-green eyes I've ever seen with teal specks here and there. His face was perfectly sculptured, and his 8-pack was evident from his shirt. He looked pained and worried. I couldn't help but look at him in confusion. He slowly tried to come closer, but I just moved away again, tears still running down my face. He stopped moving but never broke eye contact. I heard him say slowly, the way you talk to a kid, "Baby girl, it's okay. I won't hurt you, I promise. You're my mate. How can I hurt you?" He asked in a disbelieving way. Liar. Was that the only thing I said or actually whispered? But of course, him being a werewolf, he heard me. Why would you say that? He asked, pain evident in his voice. I pulled my knees to my chest and started, I have no mate. They all told me that because I'm a worthless human, I will never have a mate. Just then I heard him growl and his eyes turned black. Oh shit, I think I'm in trouble. I'll just get beaten right here and now for babbling nonsense. I quickly hid my face and prepared myself for the blows, but nothing came. I didn't feel any pain. I raised my head and looked up to him to see him looking at me, his eyes sad and regretful. I'm so sorry, baby girl. I never meant to scare you. Is he serious? Did he actually care? I couldn't stop the questions that floated through my mind. I was about to say something when I heard footsteps and saw about 4 or 5 people making their way towards us. I panicked again, and I couldn't help the scared expression I had on my face. He must have noticed how scared I was as he quickly turned his body towards them and growled loudly, making them stop in their tracks. He moved his body in a way where my own was hid behind him, shielded from them, but that still didn't help as black dots blurred my vision and was soon pulled to darkness. I was so angry. After 1 whole week, my mate finally woke up only to lose conscious again. The people in my pack knew that she obviously had a past and that we were supposed to take it slow with her. Still, my mom, the twins, Jake and Alexis rushed towards us, making her panicking and yet again lose conscious. I told you guys to be careful and not overwhelm her, I said as I threw my hands in the air, frustrated. We're sorry, sweetie. We were just worried, my mom said. All 5 of them were seated in the living room, with me pacing back and forth. They were all shifting uncomfortably in their seats from my ranting. I know, Mom, but now she'll just be more scared and not cower back from us, from me, her mate. I all but yelled. I heard her sigh. It's okay, Logan. Just take it easy with her next time she wakes up, and it'll be fine. Alexis said. Yeah, cos, it'll be fine. I heard the twins say in union. Now it was my turn to cite. I'm just going to go stay with her. I was about to make my way to my room when a soul-shattering scream filled the place. My wolf and I were immediately on high alert, and all I thought about was my mate. I ran upstairs and into my room with my mom and the rest in tow. My mate was lying in bed, squirming in pain. Her body was being twisted in a weird way, and it seemed like her back burned and couldn't touch the bed. Panic filled my body, and I rushed to her side. Jake, call Dr. Mitchell. Tell him to leave whatever he's doing and to come here now. Jake nodded and proceeded to call our pack doctor. Another scream filled the room and tears started flowing from my mate's eyes. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to take all her pain away, but I didn't know how. I felt helpless, and her screams and grunts were literally breaking my heart. I held her hand and started murmuring soothing words in her ear. Do you think maybe she's shifting? I heard my mother ask, but I never bothered answering. My mate screamed again. Where the hell is Dr. Mitchell? As if on cue, I saw him run towards us and immediately went to my mate's side. Her temperature is high, he said as he placed his hand on her forehead. I couldn't stop myself from reaching out and touching it myself. Shit, she was boiling hot. Please, doctor, do something. I begged as another scream left my mate's mouth. He nodded and began fumbling inside his bag. I'm going to give her a sedative. I don't know what is going on, but I don't think she's shifting. I can't hear any bone breaking. Dr. Mitchell said as he prepared a syringe, filling it with whatever medicine he's going to use. He held one of my mate's hands, and I was hardly able to stop the growl that was about to escape my throat. I hated the fact that someone is touching my mate, but I'll have to hold back this time. Once he inserted the needle and injected the medicine into my mate's body, he started to relax and feel more at ease. Dr. Mitchell gathered his stuff and left her side. Logan, what is that? I heard Alexis ask from behind me. What is what? I asked back, not removing my eyes from my mate. The thing that's moving under the covers, she asked, her voice more panicked now. My eyes immediately shot to where she was pointing. There was something moving next to my mate. It was long and wide. It looked like a snake. Shit. I quickly removed the covers, but what I saw was something I never expected. Neither did anyone else. It looked like a tail, but it was blue, very light blue, almost white. It reached from under my mate's body to the ground next to the bed. WTF? I heard Alexis gasp, and all our eyes were on her now. I think I saw something like this before. She started. Come with me. I wasn't very reluctant about leaving my mate's side, but eventually I left, knowing that I had to know what that is. We were now all gathered in the living room with my dad. He came after hearing my mate's screams. Jake's mate and other pack members that lived with us came too, but we dismissed most of them. Now it was only me, my parents, Alexis, of course, with her magic book, Chloe, Jake, and the twins. Alexis kept on flipping the pages, and I started getting impatient. Here it is. She started as she looked at a page that had a picture of a person standing there with tails similar to the one that my mate had, only difference is that he had 9. This here is called a Gumiho. she said, pointing at the picture. Come again? I asked, confused. What the hell is a Gumiho? A Gumiho, or better say, a nine-tailed fox. It says here that a Gumiho is a mythical creature that appeared since the beginning of life. However, unlike most creatures, one Gumiho is born every 100 years. They are very powerful and top all creatures in the food chain. So you mean to say that my mate is a rare creature? I interrupted. Alexis just nodded. A Gumiho starts maturing at the age of 20. His or her first tail appears by the first week, then the other 8 follow soon after. In about 2 weeks, a Gumiho will be fully matured, she continued. She will be in pain for 2 whole weeks? My mother asked worriedly, and truth be told, I was too. I didn't want my mate to go through so much pain for 2 whole long weeks. Alexis nodded again to the question, this time sadly. I cited. It'll be fine if we gave her some sedatives and painkillers to help her with it, right? It was my father who asked now. Guess he figured that my mate isn't just a human anymore. I think so. Nothing her says about it not being fine. What else does it say? I asked. It says that each Gumiho has a pearl. Alexis read. A pearl? The twins asked in union, and Alexis nodded yet again. Cool, they both said. This pearl is the Gumiho's source of power. Without it, he or she will be just like any normal human. This pearl can be also given to someone. What do you mean given to someone? Chloe asked from her place beside Jake. They had their fingers intertwined. I can't wait till I can hold my mate's hand like that. I was pulled out of my thoughts by Alexis' voice. It says here that if a person is in dire need of the pearl, either for power or for healing, the Gumiho can pass the pearl to that person through the mouth. And after the purpose of that person is fulfilled, the Gumiho can take the pearl back. What if someone decided to take the pearl and not give it back? My mom asked. Then the Gumiho dies in a matter of 1 month. Alexis continued calmly. I heard my mother and Chloe gasp, while I couldn't stop the loud growl that escaped my throat. Oh, there's some things here that you should know too, Alexis said, trying to get my mind off of the dying topic. It says here that a Gumiho's tear initiates rainfall. If the weather was sunny and rain started pouring, know that a Gumiho is crying. It would rain if she cried, and then it clicked in. When we were out, rain started pouring as soon as my mate shed her tears, but after she fainted, the rain stopped. I thought it was weird, but now it all makes sense. Was that why it suddenly rained today? Because Logan's mate was crying? I heard Jake ask the same thing I was thinking about. Yeah, seems like it. We all sat in silence trying to digest the whole thing. That's why she didn't smell like a werewolf. She was never one. I thanked God so much that I found my mate before anyone would find out about who she really is. People would force her to give up her pearl so they could use it for their own advantage, which will eventually lead to her death. I couldn't cope with that, and the idea itself didn't settle down with me. We were all brought out of our trance with Alexis saying, Logan, there is something else you have to take care of. I looked at her and gave a slight nod, signaling for her to continue. Once a Gumiho gives her heart to someone, she can't be betrayed. If it happens and you kissed or had any sexual intercourse with any other women after your mate gives you her heart, she will feel too much pain as part of her soul gets ripped out. She will turn into a monster and might even kill the people closer to her. After all, she will be blinded by rage and won't be in her right mind. Waking up to these beautiful blue eyes was something I would never get bored or tired from. After our conversation about my mate's true being last night, I headed to my room and couldn't keep my hands off of her. I ended up sleeping with her pressed against my body and in between my arms. She seemed confused for a while before she rose from her place with a start and immediately cowered in the corner. God, I'm such an idiot! Of course, she would freak out if she woke up in a stranger's arms. Hey, it's okay, I won't hurt you, I said calmly without moving from my sitting position as to not scare her more. She looked into my eyes trying to figure out if I was telling the truth. I could see her beautiful tail moving behind her. Obviously, she was still unaware of its presence. However, it didn't take long before it touched her cheek, making her jump from her place with a screech. I should be grateful for that, since she jumped right into my arms involuntarily. I felt sparks in all the places that were in contact with her body, and it looks like she felt them too, because she withdrew from my hold yet again. She sat at the corner of the bed and brought her knees to her chest. What is that?" she asked confused, pointing at her moving tail. "That's your tail, sweetheart," I replied calmly. My tail? How come? I'm human," she said with disbelief. "No, baby girl, you're a Gumiho, and that here is your first tail," I replied. I had to take this slowly with her, else she freaks out more than she already is. "Are you going to kill me?" Her question made my heart clench. How can she possibly think that I would ever hurt her, let alone kill her? I shook my head. No, I would never do that. I saw her slowly raise her good hand and hesitantly tried reaching my cheek. I made no attempts of moving so she won't back down, Denifo. I was craving for her touch. As soon as her soft palm came in contact with my cheek, shocks erupted through both our bodies, and she quickly pulled her hand away, gasping. I gave her a small smile to reassure her that what I said about us being mates was true. But to my dismay, she didn't smile back. If anything, she looked more confused. Ever since we first met when I was 10, I've been dying to know her name. And ever since I found her 10 years later, I've been again dying to ask if she remembered me. Although I was sure the answer to the latter was a big no, seeing as how she is still a little afraid of me. I slowly reached for her good hand and held it. She stiffened at my touch and tried to pull away, but I gently pressed her hand and gave her a pleading look, telling her to not let go. Her eyes were glued on our hands as she was thinking whether it was a good idea to actually keep her hand in mine. I decided to avert her attention by asking, "Baby girl?" That made her raise her head slightly and look at me. I smiled at her and continued. "My name is Logan Thompson, the soon-to-be alpha of the Red Crescent Pack. What's your name?" She looked at me, debating whether it was safe to talk or not. Her face soon fell, and I could see her eyes starting to glaze with tears. She then broke her gaze and buried her head in her knees. I heard her sniffle. My question obviously upset her, but I couldn't help but ask myself, why? I only asked for her name. My thoughts were cut with her angelic voice. I don't remember." She stuttered between sobs. "She can't remember? How can someone not remember their name?" It just made my heart ache for her. But ever since I found her, I promised myself I would listen to her story and try my hardest not to cry. I know she's been through some trouble, and I'll just have to take her pain away and let her forget. But every time I see her frightened face, anger fill my body against those who dare hurt her, and sadness to her aching heart. I was brought back again from my trance when she continued, still burying her head in her knees. Ever since my parents sold me as a slave and people stopped calling my name, I eventually forgot what it was. Sold? What do you mean sold? Sold as in given away for money? What? How? How come? Confusion was prominent on my face and was heard in every word as my brain was trying to process what my ears just heard. She slowly rose her head and looked at me, and when she nodded, confirming what I just heard, my blood started boiling inside of me, and I could feel my eyes changing color as my wolf tried to take control and go rip those people apart, limb from limb. My anger seemed to have scared her because she buried her head again and her body was shaking. I felt my face relax, and I brought the hand I was holding to my mouth and kissed her knuckles. She looked up at me surprised. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just really mad about the way you, my beautiful mate, was treated before." She creased her eyebrows and tilted her head slightly. I couldn't help but think that her confused expression looked really cute. "Baby girl, I can't help but ask you." I started wanting to know if she remembered me or not, even if it was a small part of what happened in the past. She looked at me for a while before silently nodding. "Don't I look familiar to you? Don't you remember seeing me in the past?" Her confusion only grew at my question. She looked at me with creased brows and a scrunched nose, trying to see if I looked familiar. I had hopes she would, but they were soon crushed when she shook her head. I sighed. "I'm sorry," I heard her angelic voice say. I smiled at her and shook my head. "No, you don't have to apologize. You'll eventually remember, I'm sure of it. But, can I ask you, what do you actually remember from your past?" "I only remember 3 things." She started softly. I nodded my head slightly, signaling for her to continue. I only remember my birthday, my parents' faces, and the day I was sold. Her voice broke at the end and my heart broke with it. How come you remember your parents' faces but not your name? I mean, you never saw them after you were. I couldn't get myself to say the word. Sold. I heard her continue with her eyes void of any emotion. I didn't say or do anything. My parents, they were the ones who sold for some cash. They gave me up just because I'm who human. Her voice broke and she stuttered between sobs. She quickly wiped her tears away and took a deep breath before continuing. I was only 10 years old. I was a slave doing whatever any pack member asked from me. I was abused verbally, mentally, and physically. She wiped away some more tears that fell from her eyes while my wolf and I tried so hard to control ours. I can't cry in front of her. I can't. I have to be strong for her. I can't cry. So after all this, do you really think I would just forget their faces easily? I wanted to see how they were doing after they sold me. Was the money they took really that worth it? Was me being out of their lives really that beneficial to them? And with that, she broke into hard sobs, clutching her chest. I slowly put my arms around her and pulled her into a gentle hug. I felt her body tense at first, but then it relaxed. She buried her face into my chest and held onto my clothes as she continued crying. I guess she held in for too long, and now was the time to finally get everything out. After my mate's breakdown, she remained buried in my chest, with her hands still clung to my shirt until she eventually went back to sleep. I guess crying for 30 minutes straight did consume all her energy. I gently placed her properly on the bed and pulled the covers over her. Her tail was still moving around before it eventually stopped. Ever since I was a kid, I knew that my mate would be in some sort of danger, be it from rouges, hunters, or rival packs, given as I'm soon to be alpha of the most powerful pack in the state. To get to me, they would use her. But now, I think she'll be in more danger than I imagined. They would now want her for her powers, or better say, for her pearl that would give them power. I had to take the proper precautions if I want to keep her by my side. I quietly made my way out of the room and headed to my dad's office. "Come in," was his reply to my knocks. "Dad, I need to speak with you." The seriousness in my voice made him look up from his files and straight into my eyes. I sat on the chair opposite him. "Dad, I need you to increase the safety measures around our territory and the pack house," I said sternly. "And why is that? We already have patrol all around. Plus, we are the most powerful pack and our warriors are the strongest. I don't think any fool would even think about attacking," he replied calmly. "I know, Dad, but think of it. If word came out about my mate being a Gumiho, we are most likely to be attacked for her. People who would want her pearl would stop at nothing. We don't know what's waiting for us out there," I said desperately. That earned me a sight from him, then a reply. "I guess you're right, son." He grabbed a map of our territory and the surrounding areas and started going through it. "Where do you think we should intensify our guards more?" "South," was my only reply. "Why do you say that?" "Well, south is where most of the other packs are located, including her old pack, and north is where the king's castle is located. I don't think the king will attack us," I said, laughing at the last part. My father laughed too, shaking his head. "Yeah, I don't think he would." "Okay, it's settled then. I'll ask Mark, his beta, to assign more guards." "Okay, thanks, Dad. I'll go check up on my mate now," I said, smiling, and started making my way to the door when I stopped and looked at him over my shoulder. "Oh, and Dad, when she wakes up, you'll have to apologize." He looked at me dumbfounded. I continued, "After all, she's not as weak as you thought she was." For a moment, I thought I saw guilt in his eyes, but then he smiled. "Yes, looks like I'll have to." I smiled back, then went out the door, only to be stopped again by my father's voice. "Son, you forgot to mention, what's her name?" I stiffened at his question. I still don't know, Dad," I said, then quickly left to avoid any further questions. I didn't want to tell anyone that my mate herself doesn't remember her own name. It's up to her whether she wants people to know about her past or not. I would do nothing but at and by her side and support her in every way. When I opened my bedroom door, I saw my mate standing at the bedside, hugging a pillow. She looked beautiful with her black hair cascading down her back like a silk curtain, her blue eyes looking intently at me, and her tail moving behind her. She was still in my white shirt that my mother helped change her into a while back. It reached her mid-thigh. The image of her long, sexy legs turned my wolf and me on. I snapped out of my thoughts, and then confusion spread across my face. "Why are you standing there? You're still hurt," I asked as I started moving towards her. She took 2 steps back, which made me stop. I can't really, my tail, She started stuttering. I couldn't help but find it amusing to look at her expression as she tried to tell me what's wrong. Realization struck me, making my face break into a huge smile. I, again, started making my way towards her. She took another step back. I stopped again. "Don't worry, baby girl, I won't hurt you, I promise," I said and started moving again, and to my ultimate satisfaction, she didn't move back. I slowly reached her till we were only about a couple of centimeters away. "It's not comfortable to sit on your tail, is it?" I said. I saw her face and neck turn all shades of pink and red. She looked down at our legs like they were the most interesting thing, then nodded. I wrapped my arms around her, and Gantry pulled her into a hug. I felt her body tense but relax as I started stroking her hair. "Don't worry, I can ask Alexis if she can help," I murmured in her hair. She pulled slightly and looked up at me confused. "Alexis is a witch. I know it might sound weird, but she's also one of our pack members. She's the one that told us about you being a Gumiho. You don't have to worry about her. She won't hurt you. No one will." She broke eye contact and saw her looking down, obviously, debating whether to believe me and trust Alexis or not. And when she looked me in the eye, I knew that she at least believed me. "Do you want me to call her now?" I asked softly. She nodded. "Mom, can you please tell Alexis to come to my room?" I asked my mom through our mind link. "Sure. Is everything all right, sweetie?" came her reply. "Yeah." I looked at my mate again and smiled. "Done. Alexis will be here any minute now," I told her. She furrowed her eyebrows, scrunched her nose, and looked at me like I grew 3 more heads. I laughed slightly at her expression, then explained. "Mind link." Her face went back to normal, and her mouth formed a slight O. She looked so cute, I can't help it. Sure enough, after about 2 minutes, we heard someone knocking on the door. I felt my mate stiffen again in my arms, and I started stroking her hair again, reassuringly. "Come in," I called, still holding my mate's body, and then saw Alexis's head pop in. She then opened the door more and entered fully. She looked at my mate and smiled. "Hi," she said, waving her hand at us, but directed more to my mate. However, my mate didn't wave back but tightened her grip with her hands that were on my sides. Alexis didn't lose her smile, though, and started walking towards us. I felt my mate fidget in her place, and worried came out of her in waves. "Alexis, please stay where you are. Don't come any closer," I told her and gave her an apologetic look. She immediately obeyed. "Okay, I'm sorry, I'll just stay here," she said, still smiling, which I was grateful for. She then continued, "Okay, what do you need me for?" "We would like to know if there is a way for my mate's tail to disappear," I said, more like asked. "Oh, it's easy. Just close your eyes and imagine them fading away," she said, directing her words more to my mate. "You never looked away from Alexis." My mate then turned her head and looked at me. I smiled at her. "Don't worry, baby. I'll stay here with you. Just close your eyes and imagine your tail fading." I spoke softly. I was flabbergasted when my mate didn't hesitate and closed her eyes, her head still directed towards me. I knew that she trusts me, if not fully, then at least a 50%. Soon after, I saw her tail fading from tip to base and was then completely gone. I as in awe at what I just saw. My mate then opened her eyes. I looked down at her, and a huge grin was plastered across my face. "It's gone," I said. She looked at me in disbelief. Looks like she didn't think it would actually work. She turned her head, trying to see if it was really gone. But of course it wasn't that easy, seeing as it's impossible for her to actually look back. She looked over her other shoulder, then attempted to move, turn her body really fast as to catch a glimpse of its tip. She looked like a dog trying to bite its own tail. I heard Alexis's muffled laughs, and I couldn't help but laugh myself at the sight. My mate heard us as she stopped, and her face turned red. I tried to stop laughing as I took her hand and led her towards the mirror. I stood behind her and placed both my hands on her shoulders. She was now sure that her tail was gone. Her eyes met mine in the mirror, and our gaze was broken when Alexis spoke. I think my job here is done. I'll leave you guys now. She turned on her heels and left us alone. Sorry. I heard my mate whisper softly. Thank God to my werewolf hearing, otherwise I wouldn't have heard it. I turned her to face me. Why would you apologize? I asked, confusion lacing my every word. She looked down to our feet again, her face tomato red. I embarrassed you in front of her, she said quietly. I smiled and pulled her into a hug. Baby girl, you would never embarrass me, I said. Don't ever think that, and don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise, okay? I pulled away slightly to look into her eyes. Promise me that you will never feel that you bring me down or embarrass me or anything of that. Promise me that you'll always remember that I love you and only you. No one can ever change that. She looked at me, and I swear I could see her eyes glaze with tears. Promise me, sweetheart, I said. I promise, was her reply before she gave me the most beautiful smile I ever saw. As girly as it sounds, but I really think my heart skipped a couple of beats, and I loved every bit of it. I feel like I would hyperventilate on happiness. Want to go sit down? I asked her, and she nodded. I laced our fingers together, of course, the fingers of her good hand, seeing as the other didn't fully heal, and made my way to our bed. I sat down with my back resting on the headboard and gently picked my mate up and placed her on my lap. She gasped softly from my actions, and her body tensed a bit before it relaxed again. She took a couple of hesitant moments before she, very lightly, placed her head on my chest, shocks erupting from wherever she touches. I started stroking her hair, then said, You know, as much as I would love to use endearing names all the time to call you, wouldn't you want to have a name, a real one? I wouldn't really appreciate anyone else using any words of endearment to call you. She rose her head and looked at me. I get to have a name? A real one? She asked, not believing her own words. Of course, until you remember what your real name was, well, think of another. I said, Do you have anything in mind? I get to choose? She asked, to which I nodded. Actually, there is this name that I like, she said. I nodded again for her to continue. It's Evangeline, she replied. Evangeline, I repeated, liking its sound from my tongue. It's beautiful. Really? She asked in discomfort. My face broke into a huge grin as I nodded. Yes, it's absolutely beautiful, just like you. That earned me another display of red and pink on her face. From now on, if anyone asked you, your name will be Evangeline Logan Thompson, I said sheepishly. She looked at me confused, so I explained. Well, Evangeline as your first name, Logan as your surname, and Thompson as your family name, since now you are a part of our family. I said, still grinning like an idiot. Evangeline, I repeated, liking its sound from my tongue. It's beautiful. Really? She asked in discomfort. My face broke into a huge grin as I nodded. Yes, it's absolutely beautiful, just like you. That earned me another display of red and pink on her face. From now on, if anyone asked you, your name will be Evangeline Logan Thompson, I said sheepishly. She looked at me confused, so I explained. Well, Evangeline as your first name, Logan as your surname, and Thompson as your family name, since now you are a part of our family. I said, still grinning like an idiot. We were still seated on the bed, but instead of Evangeline being on my lap, she was now cuddled against my side. It made me feel so happy that my mate trusted me, even if not fully, but at least I'm not completely out of the picture. I can't wait till I mark her and make her mine. I heard her stomach grumble. I turned my head and saw that her face was bright red. I chuckled, causing it to turn even redder. It's been a while since she last ate. Of course she'd be hungry. My wolf, Rex stated as a matter of factly. I rolled my eyes and replied, I know already, no need to be the know-it-all. This made him scoff but didn't say a word after. What would you like to eat? I'll ask my mom to get it. I told Evangeline as I turned to look at her once more. Is that okay? She asked, her question creating a frown on my face. Of course it's okay. Here, you can do and eat whatever you want. No one would dare harm you or inquire you about your actions. You're their Luna, and they are deemed to respect and protect you, I said, breathing heavily from my rambling. She looked taken back, her eyes wide and her lips slightly parted. I composed myself and asked again, So, What would you like to eat? She seemed deep in thought for a couple of minutes before answering. I've always wanted to try some ice cream, she said softly. That made me laugh again. Eva, baby, you can't have ice cream for breakfast, I said, but then her words downed into me. Wait, you mean to tell me that you've never had ice cream before? I asked, shock and disbelief right all over my face. She shook her head, making my shock grow. No, no way, I stuttered. She shook her head again. They said that I didn't deserve tasting it. They said I didn't deserve tasting a lot of things, but ice cream was the most. She replied sadly, I can't believe this. How can they be so heartless? It's ice cream, for God's sake. Eva, from now on, I will make it my mission to let try all ice cream flavors, I told her with determination in my eyes. But right now, we need to get real food into your system, I continued. She nodded and I smiled widely at her. Mom, Evangeline is hungry. Can you ask someone to bring some food up? I told my mom through our mind link. Oh my God, is that her name? Evangeline? It's beautiful. I love it. She squealed inside my head. Why didn't I just use the phone? Oh God. Mom, the food. Oh yes, I'll bring it myself. But, can I meet her? I don't want to go up there and only see your face. I have it memorized in my head already. I want to see Eva, my mom pleaded. I really don't know if Evangeline was up to meeting anyone right now. Give me a second, Mom. Okay. And with that, I put the wall up in my brain. I turned my head towards my mate. Eva, my mom said that she'll bring some food up, but the thing is, she wants to meet you, I told her. Fear flashed in her eyes and she seemed uncertain whether to answer or not. I noticed her panicking, so I quickly tried to redeem what I just said. No, it's fine. It's fine. If you don't want to meet her, then that's okay. We can stay until you're ready. It's your call, whether you want to meet anyone or not, I told her. Her eyes seemed to relax a bit, but her body was still tense. Can we wait? She asked. I nodded and gave her an assuring smile. I put my mind wall down. I'm sorry, Mom, she's a bit weak. I don't want her to meet anyone right now, I told my mom. Please, Logan, just for a couple of minutes, my mom pleaded. No, Mom, I don't want her meeting anyone. When I find that the right time has come, I will introduce her to all of you. I spoke sternly this time. My mom sighed. Okay, I'll be up with the food in a couple of minutes, she said before putting her mind wall up. I looked down at Evangeline and saw that she was already looking at me. She averted her eyes and blushed when she realized that I just caught her staring, and I had a huge grin on my face. No longer after, I heard someone knocking on our door. Evangeline tensed and clutched my shirt from the side, sending shocks to erupt through my body. My arm that was draped over her shoulders tightened its grip on her, and my hands squeezed her shoulder. I wanted to show her that with me, she's always protected. And true enough, I felt her body relax. I'll just go get the food, okay? I told her. She looked hesitant for a moment before she nodded and let go of my shirt. It suddenly felt cold. I got out of bed and made my way to the door, opening it. My mom was standing in front of it, holding the food tray. There were about 4 pieces of toast, butter, tomatoes cut in circles, smoked turkey, lettuce, mayonnaise, a Thousand Island sauce, orange juice, and some fruits. Perfect to make a sandwich. I smiled at her, to which she returned with one of her own. Thank you, Mom, I told her as I took the tray from her hand. Anytime, but I'm still mad at you for not letting me meet your mate, she stated. I smiled again. I'm time, Mom, in time, I said as I turned towards my room. I heard my mom shutting the door behind me, seeing as my hands were full and closing it with my foot in my mom's face will be disrespectful. The reason I didn't tell my mom that it was Evangeline's choice to not meet anyone at the moment was because I didn't want anyone to feel that she's very weak or that she's afraid of them. I'm sure Evangeline wouldn't want to be pitied, and I don't want anyone to look down on her. By the time my thoughts were out, I was already at the bed. I climbed on top of it, careful not to drop anything. I placed the tray on the bed beside Evangeline, waiting for her to start eating, and when she didn't move, just stayed there looking at it. My frown made an appearance. Why aren't you eating? I asked her. Don't you like the food? Shall I ask my mom to get you something else? She looked up at me, her nose scrunched. No, I don't think I can eat all that, she said shyly. I chuckled, which caused a pink tint to appear on her cheeks and neck. It's fine. Eat as much as you can and leave the rest, I said, smiling. She reached her hand slowly and grabbed a toast. She brought it to her mouth and took a bit. I looked at her confused. Why are you eating plain toast? I asked. She looked up at me, then at her toast and back at me again. Here, allow me, I said as I took another piece of toast, spread some mayonnaise on it. I added some lettuce, 2 slices of tomato, and 2 slices of the smoked turkey. On another piece of toast, I spread some of the 1,000 Islands sauce, then put it on top of the turkey. Perfect sandwich, I thought smugly. All the while I was doing the sandwich, I didn't miss Eva's gaze on me. It made me feel happy. I placed the sandwich on a plate and gave it to her while taking the other piece of toast that she bit from. She looked at the sandwich hesitantly. Taste? It's awesome, I guarantee you that, I said with a wink which made her blush again. I love making her blush. She looked at me warily, then at the sandwich before she slowly brought it to her mouth and took a bite. Evangeline's POV. To say it was the best thing I've ever tasted would be an understatement. It was beyond amazing. The sandwich sent me into override and my taste buds exploded. I was wary at first about everything, but for some reason, Logan makes me safe, really safe. I remember once when I was still a slave, I was so hungry looking as I didn't eat for 3 days straight. I sneaked into the kitchen at midnight to grab something small to eat. However, being that lucky would just be kill dreaming. The alpha caught me munching on an apple. What are you doing here? He asked with sleepy eyes. I'm so sorry. I was just really hungry. I was only going to eat this apple. I stuttered with shaking hands. He was now wide awake and had a murderous glint in his eyes. My blood ran cold. Oh, why didn't you say that you were hungry? We could have got you food. You didn't have to sneak in at night, he said in a sweet tone, if you know what I mean. Linda, he yelled. His voice was shock, the earth beneath. Linda and Omega came rushing while the other pack members didn't show up. Linda, I want you to prepare a proper meal for our little slave here. We can't have her starving now, can we? He said. Linda gave me a disgusted look. You can go sit in the living room until the food is prepared, he told me, motioning his hands towards the door. I nodded and made my way to the living room and sat on the couch. Minutes later, Linda came in, holding a tray with a bowl of soup, Alpha Drake following suit. He had a smirk on his face. I know they're up to no good. Linda placed the tray on the table in front of me. I looked at it, not sure if I should eat or not. Eat! I heard the alpha yell, and I had no choice but to obey. I picked the spoon up and started eating. Not long after, my suspicions were confirmed. I felt my stomach flip upside down and I became nauseous. The room started spinning around me, and black dots started blurring my vision, and the pain in my stomach was unbearable. They poisoned me. Those bastards poisoned me. The spoon fell on the floor with me following. I was on the ground, clutching me stomach and withering in pain. What's wrong, slave? Why aren't you eating? I heard Alpha Drake, but I couldn't concentrate on anything he said. The pain was excruciating. I ran towards my room and into the bathroom. I sat in front of the toilet and started vomiting all my stomach's contents. I shoved my hand in my throat and forced myself to vomit all the poison before it causes further damage to my body. I was sick for 2 weeks straight after that. But of course, I wasn't sparred from doing my chores. I had to get my body to finish my work or I'll get a beating. My body won't be able to make it. So, I've suffered these 2 weeks more than I ever did, trying to finish my chores while enduring the pain, but I made it, and I'm proud I did. I ate the sandwich and then looked up to see Logan looking at me with a grin plastered across his face, his eyes twinkling. I think my heart skipped a beat. I smiled at him in reply. Thank you, I told him shyly. I wasn't used to thanking anyone, let alone talk or smile to anyone, but with him I did. I felt safe and happy, a feeling I never knew I would ever experience. I woke up to the rays of sunlight greeting my face. I placed my hands to slightly cover my eyes and removed them slowly to be able to adjust them to the light. I looked around me and saw that I was alone in the room. This was the first time that I was actually able to take the chance and observe the room I'm in. It had 3 doors. One I assumed was the bathroom. Another I knew was the door to the outside since I saw people enter through it. and the third was most probably a walk-in closet. I wasn't really sure about it, thought, but Alpha Jake had one in his room, so I guess this room has one too. All of them were painted off white and were divided into 5 uneven squares. Each square the same color of the door, but outlined with black. There was a window to my right with a seating area, which had a decent amount of soft-looking pillows, and a blanket folded and placed at one side. It seemed like a very comfy place to sit and look out the window. Right beside it on its left side was a small table with a chair on each side. There was a small cream tablecloth covering the table and a vase of flowers on top. The flowers, which I soon realized were a mixture of beautiful daisies and red roses, caught my attention for a good 10 minutes. It was amazing how they accepted the sun rays, which made them glow magically. I averted my eyes from the flowers to the king bed I was on. It wasn't wooden, it actually looked like it was made from a black mirror. I could see my reflection on the headboard. There were some white carvings on top of the headboard. They were swirls and circles, both big and small. Each small circle had a crystal kind of thing on it. The pillows, bedsheet, and comforter all had the same design. Gray with black and white lines running through the middle for the pillows and on the sides and middle for both the spreadsheet and comforter. I placed my good hand on the confronted feeling, its soft, cool texture making me sight in content, and a small smile to appear on my face. I never thought I would get to sleep in something so comfortable and cozy. I was already used to sleeping on hard floors and barely their mattress. This was heaven to me. I was snapped out of my thoughts when the door to the outside suddenly opened. My eyes widened and my heartbeats quickened their pace. I don't want to get hurt again. Someone's behind appeared from the doorway, and I could hear the rolling of small wheels. I tilted my head in confusion. The butt was joined with the lower part of the back, then legs, and soon enough, a person I know with the name of Logan could be clearly seen bent down and pulling a small fridge. There were about 4 plastic bags hanging on both his arms. My eyes followed him as he pulled the fridge till he reached my side of the bed, and finally placing it next to me, with a good distance between us, though. He then took the plastic bags and placed them on the floor in front of the fridge before he stood to his full length. His eyes met mine, and he grinned widely. I gave him a small smile of my own. "Do you want to know what this is?" he asked, patting the top of the fridge, his smile never fading. I tilted my head at him and quietly murmured, A fridge?" I asked, more than stated. His grin widened even more, if that was possible. "Correct!" He yelled and fist-bumped the air. I mustered up some courage before asking, why is it here?" "Well, you said that you wanted to eat ice cream and that you never tried it before. So I got you this mini fridge." He pointed to the fridge. "And these ice cream boxes." He pointed to the plastic bags. "For you. I got you almost all flavors I could find so you can get to taste whichever you want. But hey, try not to eat too much. I'd hate it if you fell sick." He pointed towards me with a serious face before it broke into another grin. I really don't know what I'm feeling right now. Noon has ever treated me like that. Not even my own parents. A mini fridge containing all the ice cream flavors I could think of. Only for me, I was beyond happy. No, don't cry. Why are you crying? Don't you like it? I can get them all back if you want. Please don't cry. I heard Logan say while using his thumps to remove the tears from my face. I didn't even realize he was coming closer, or that he was now actually sitting beside me. Instead of the fear I feel every time someone comes near me, I actually felt a bit safe. Not only safe, I was happy and felt like I owned the world. I shook my head and started drying my eyes with my sleeve. That's not it. I'm happy. Noon ever treated me the way you do. I thought I would never. I couldn't complete the sentence as my sobs grew, blocking the words from coming out. Before I knew it, I was wrapped around Logan's warm embrace. He started rubbing my back and softly brushing his fingers along the length of my hair. It's okay, baby girl. You don't have to suffer or be scared anymore. I'll always protect you and make you happy. Other than it being because I'm your mate, but also because I owe that to you. I owe you my life, Eva," he said in my ear. I slightly pulled away, but my hand were still clutching his shirt from the front. I gave him a confused look at what he said last about his life. You don't remember Eva? He asked, a bit disappointed. Remember what? I asked, confusion still evident in my voice. 10 years ago, you saved my life. You rescued me from the Rouges that kidnapped me. Don't you remember? He asked again. Now I was even more confused. I met him before and saved his life nonetheless. How come I can't remember any of it? Well, it's no surprise, seeing as I even forgot my name. I'm sorry. I can't remember. I murmured softly, averting my gaze from him. He held my chin with his thumb and index fingers and slowly raised my face so our eyes would meet. He gave me a smile that made my insides melt. It's okay. You don't have to remember right now. Eventually, you'll get these memories back, and I'm not in a hurry for them, he said softly, his words somewhat making me feel guilty. I want to remember now more than ever. Okay, so, would you like to have a bath? He asked more cheerfully now as his hands felt my face. I smiled and nodded my head. I really did need a bath. Probably smelled like dead rats. I grimaced at the thought. Logan stood up and started making his way to the door. However, he suddenly stopped with his back to me. He turned around. We really should place these ice cream boxes in the fridge before the melt, he said, his eyebrows creased. He then turned around again and opened the door that led to the bathroom before disappearing inside. I heard the sound of water running, then Logan came out of the bathroom and started making his way towards the door leading to outside. I'll go see if one of the girls had spare, things for you to wear and, yeah, he said, his cheeks, neck, and ears turning a little red. He quickly turned around and left the room. Things? Why was he so embarrassed about it? He just wanted to get me clothes, so why? Oh, I realized. He meant, oh God, this is so embarrassing. How was he going to ask a girl for some spare underwear that I could wear? I giggled a little. His face must be tomato red. Logan's POV. I closed the door behind me, my face probably brick red by now. Just the image of Evangeline in a bra and an underwear aroused both me and my wolf. She would look so sexy in some lacy... No! I can't think like that right now. She's still weak and in the middle of becoming a full Gumiho. I can't overload her body like that. A groan escaped my mouth as I descended the stairs. I'll probably go ask Mom to help me. Logan. I turned around to face Alexis, who was making her way towards me. Hey, Alex, I greeted when she came closer. Hey, she replied with a smile. Logan, did your mate bath yet? She asked. I burrowed my eyebrows in confusion. Why would she want to know that? Yeah, she will now. I ran the water to fill the tub for her. I'm getting her some, things to wear, I replied. Things? You mean clothes? Why can't she just wear some of your clothes? She asked. Not clothes per se. I didn't know how to just blurt out the word. Alexis is a girl after all. Her face turned from that of confusion to realization. Her lips lifted up, forming a smile before she broke into fits of laughter. Ha ha! Oh my God, couldn't you just have said underwear? Ha ha ha! Logan, you are so hilarious. God, it's cute, she said as she continued laughing. I gave her a flat look. Okay, I will stop, she said as she took deep breaths to calm herself. I'll go ask Chloe for you. She goes shopping a lot, so she must have some new unused ones. Okay, thanks, I said and tried to leave. Wait! I heard her yell behind me. I stopped and turned to face her again. Let your mate, she said before I cut her short. Evangeline? Her eyes widened. Oh my God, that's her name? It's beautiful, she chirped. I grinned. Yup, it is. Anyways, before I forget again, put this in her bathwater, she said as she handed me a container with a white-filled liquid. What is this? I asked, confused, looking all around the container. It's just a shower gel. You won't make her use yours, are you? She asked with a raised eyebrow. My shower gel? She would smell like me. The thought made me grin widely. I like it. I handed Alexis her gel back and shook my head. Yup, she will definitely use mine, I said, still grinning. Alexis rolled her eyes and the container was once again in my hands. Just put it in the water, Logan. Don't be stubborn. I frowned at her. I'm not stubborn. There's nothing wrong with me wanting my mate to use my shower gel, I said defensively. Alexis sighed. Okay, let her use yours, but still, put this in her water. Now I smell something fishy. I narrowed my eyes at her. Why do you want me to put it in her water so badly? It's nothing dangerous, right? I asked, crossing my arms. What? No, it's not harmful in any way to her. she said, waving her hands in front of her. I chuckled at her reaction. I'm just joking, Alex. I'll go upstairs now, I said and turned again to go up. I think I heard Alexis release a breath from behind me, but I didn't think any of it. When I entered my room, I was stopped dead in my tracks. The bed was empty. I felt my heart drop to my toes. She didn't run away from me again, right? She didn't. Her smell was still strong in the room. Eva, are you there? I asked softly, afraid of the answer. To my surprise, I saw her head poking from the side of the bed. I quickly made my way to her. What are you doing on the floor? I asked as I came closer to the edge of the bed. As soon as I was in front of her, I gaped at her in surprise and confusion. She was sitting in front of the fridge, which was wide open. Some ice cream boxes were placed neatly in the fridge, and some were still in their bags, while one of them was in her hand. I just thought that I should put them in so they won't melt, she said innocently. A blush covering half her face, I smiled and bent down next her. I took the box from her hand and placed it in the fridge. I then grabbed both her hands and stood up, taking her with me, our gazes never separating. It's okay. You go take a shower now and I'll do the rest, I said as I brought her hands to my mouth and kissed her knuckles. To my content, she blushed even more, making her look even cuter. I started making my way to the bathroom, slowly dragging her behind me. I closed the toilet cover and made her sit on it while I poured the shower gel Alexis gave me into the water. I used my hand to mix them so bubbles would fill the tub. I stood up and looked at Eva. I'll leave you to it now. Call me if you need anything, okay? I said. She blushed again, lowering her head before nodding. I turned around and left the bathroom, closing the door behind me. I flopped on my bed, Eva's scent filling it. I took a deep breath, taking in as much of it as I could. I cited in content. I finally found her, and I'm no longer alone. I'll be the best mate to her and protect her no matter what. The thought of her past still boiled my blood, and I don't want to do anything more than to go wipe out that pack of hers, then go hunt down her parents and get them on their knees in front of her. I was snapped out of my thoughts with an ear-piercing scream coming from the bathroom, and before I knew it, I was already opening the bathroom door. I flopped on my bed, Eva's scent filling it. I took a deep breath, taking in as much of it as I could. I cited in content. I finally found her, and I'm no longer alone. I'll be the best mate to her and protect her no matter what. The thought of her past still boiled my blood, and I don't want to do anything more than to go wipe out that pack of hers, then go hunt down her parents and get them on their knees in front of her. I was snapped out of my thoughts with an ear-piercing scream coming from the bathroom, and before I knew it, I was already opening the bathroom door. Thank God the soap hid Eva's body from me, otherwise I don't know what I would do if I got to see her naked. However, this was not the time right now. Eva's whole body, or what I could see of it, was red. Another scream escaped her lips, and I felt my heart chatter. I quickly made my way to her and wrapped her with a towel I picked up from one of the drawers. I gently lifted her fragile body into my arms and went to place her on the bed. Her eyes were closed, her eyebrows furrowed, and she was squirming all around, obviously in pain. I was outraged. What did Alexis made me add to her water that made her feel pain? Her body was firing red, for heaven's sake. Mom, get Alexis here right now. I mind-liked my mom angrily. Oh, okay. But Logan, is everything all right? I heard her ask. Mom, just get her already. I snapped back. I heard my mom cite before giving me an affirming reply. Shh, it's okay, I murmured in Evangeline's ear when she squirmed more in pain. A gasp escaped her lips, and soon after her breath became raged, and finally cries of pain were heard, filling the room. It hurts. Please make it stop, I heard her say as tears started trickling down face, her eyes still closed. My heart broke. I held onto her tighter, making sure the towel was still in place. When I felt her body relax a bit, I gently stood up and put her under the covers. All too sudden, her eyes opened widely and another scream escaped. I, too, went under the covers and held her tightly to my body. I could feel her body heat radiating from her. It was way too much. I felt like I was hugging an oven. I'm going to kill Alexis, I thought bitterly. Logan. I heard my mom call through our mind link. What? Why isn't Alexis here till now? I growled. Well, the thing is, She stuttered. What, Mom? Just talk already. I snapped again. Well, she cited. We can't find her. What? We can't find her, Logan. We can't find Alexis, she repeated. I felt my body shake, my wolf wanting to come out and rip Alexis's body to shreds. I never should have trusted her. Go tell Jake to assign some of our fighters and trackers and start looking for her, I told my mom. Okay, was her reply before I put my mind wall back up. I was pulled again to my mate as she groaned and squirmed in pain again, her breath short and uneven. Cold sweat covered her body. My gaze was averted to something under the covers. I slowly removed the covers, confirming my doubts. There they were, her tails, but instead of two like I thought, there were three tails moving behind her. No matter how many times I looked at them, their beauty still captivated me. Thinking again, I guess I was wrong about Alexis. I really thought for a second there that she was actually intending on hurting my mate, her soon-to-be Luna. My eyes met Eva's, and I was taken back a little by them. They weren't the same blue orbs I came to love. Her whole eye was blue. No white part, no nothing. Not only that, but they were glowing like a shiny diamond. Not seconds later, her white cornea started showing and her eyes slowly returned to normal. The frown on her face left, and she was just staring at me emotionless. I tried to give her my best smile. She slowly rose her body into a half-sitting position. The comforter slid down her body, but to my dismay, the towel was still covering her, even though it was only barely. I grabbed the comforter and covered her with it. When she realized what was happening, a blush rose on her cheeks, and she buried half her face into the comforter. Her reaction made me chuckle. Our attention was suddenly averted to sound of knocks on our bedroom door. Alpha, we found her. I heard Jake, my beta, say from behind the door. I sighed. I guess it was time to apologize to Alexis. But still, last time when Eva was growing her first tail, her body didn't turn as red as it did this time. It wasn't even hot, so why did it now? I looked at Eva silently, asking her if it was okay with her to open the door. I'm not sure if she's still uncomfortable being near people, and I won't take my chances. My doubts were confirmed when she squirmed, not away from me, but to my surprise, she hid behind my back, clutching my shirt from behind. I was just about to tell Jake to leave and that I will meet him outside when I was cut short by Eva's soft voice. It's okay. Let them in. She almost whispered into my shirt. Are you sure about that? I asked worriedly. I felt her nod her head, her face still buried into my back. I felt like the happiest man alive. I can't believe it. She finally wasn't afraid of me. Her actions showed that she felt safe being around me. Before I realized it, I was yet again grinning like an idiot. Come in, Jake, I finally said after I composed myself. The door opened, revealing the face of my best friend and beta. Alexis followed soon after. She was held by two of my warriors, each holding one of her arms. I frowned at the sight and couldn't help but feel slightly guilty. Let her go, I said, averting my gaze from Alexis to both the guards. They immediately set her free. We found her near the borders with a Rouge Alpha. I don't think it's a good idea to just let her go. My head whipped towards the voice of my beta. A Rouge? The thought made me angle my body in front of Eva more protectively. I felt her hold tighter onto my shirt. Grab her, I growled angrily. My warriors never hesitating before they each grabbed the arm they were already holding. No, wait, Logan, I swear I have nothing to do with him, Alexis said, her tone panicked. I gave her a hard look, but didn't stop her from explaining. I couldn't find Chloe to ask her for some of her things, so I went to the mall to buy Evangeline some of her own. When I came back, I saw the Rouge at the border, but before I could ask him anything, Jake and the rest came and got me. I swear, Alpha, Logan, I have nothing to do with him. I didn't know what to think or do in that moment. How do I know if she was telling the truth? But also, I didn't want to treat her unfairly. What am I supposed to do? She's telling the truth. Our heads snapped towards the source, and we were directed to my mate. I turned around to be able to fully face her. She looked at me, her eyes meeting mine and never losing contact. She's not lying, Eva said again. I gave her a confused look. Why would you say that? I asked. She averted her gaze, staring at my shirt like it was the most interesting thing in the world. I held her chin and pulled her face up so she would face me again. It's okay, baby girl. You can say what you want. No one will harm you. I told her affirmatively. She didn't hesitate, not once, and, she didn't even avert her gaze while talking. Um, Also, her body language showed that she was telling the truth. Eva said hesitantly, I was stunned. My mouth was opened, not able to form a coherent word. I was sure all of us were looking at her in awe, at least I was. After a couple of seconds, I was brought back from my trance. I smiled down at her and asked, You think so? Um, I know so, she replied. My smile widened. She will make an amazing Luna. Her ability to know if a person was lying or not will help her and I to rule the pack steadily. Let her go, boys, I ordered again. They immediately let her go. Wow, your mate really is something, I heard Jake say, amusement filling his words. I couldn't help but inwardly agree with him. Alexis was no grinning widely, her eyes twinkling in both amusement and gratitude towards Eva. I could see she was fighting the urge to run forwards and hug her. Eva, she started. You don't know how thankful I am to you right now. You literally saved my life. Thank you. Thank you so much. I smiled inwardly. Looks like my mate has a thing for saving people. I felt Eva hit herself behind me again, but I was able to see her face turning red before it was fully out of view. Looks like she's glad she helped, I replied to Alexis. A thought passed my mind and I remembered to ask Alexis what I wanted. Oh, Alexis, what was in the shower gel that you gave me? Eva's body turned red when she was immersed into the water. Oh, so you used it? She asked. I nodded. I guess you have to see for yourself, she replied, shrugging her shoulders. I gave her a confused look, so she continued. But first, these boys have to leave, she said, pointing at Jake and the other two men. That, of course, if you don't want them to see her exposed body, she continued. Her words made me growl. Whoa, you don't have to be angry, man. We were leaving anyways. Geez, Jake said, raising his hands in a surrendering way. Come on, let's go. He told the other men. Hey, Logan, what should we do with the rouge? He asked over his shoulder as the other men made their way out of the room. I frowned at that. Keep him in the basement cells for now, I replied back. He nodded his head, and soon after he, too, was out of the room. Now, it was only me, Eva, and Alexis. Alexis proceeded to make her way towards us. I felt Eva tense behind me, and without thinking, I immediately rose my upper body more and growled at Alexis dangerously. She stopped dead in her tracks. I relaxed my body a bit. Sorry, Lexi. It's still not that okay for anyone to just come close to Eva. She isn't really a fan of it, I explained apologetically. She nodded her head. I understand. I turned to face Eva. She looked at me with her beautiful blue orbs making me get lost in their mesmerizing shade. After composing myself back, I asked, Baby girl, can Alexis come closer for a bit? I swear she won't harm you, and I'll be there the whole time. Eva's gaze shifted from me to Alex, then back to me again, before I saw her nod her head approvingly. I sighed in relief. Alexis started approaching us more carefully now. When she was on Eva's side of the bed, she gestured with her hand to the comforter. May I? She asked. I looked at Eva. She hesitated for a moment before she looked at me and then nodded. I gave her a wide smile. Alexis slowly pulled the covers from Eva's body, keeping the towel as the only thigh covering my mate's body. I was aroused by the sight of he sitting there on my bed, barely covered. No, I thought. I have to control myself. I was snapped back by Alexis's voice. Look, Logan, she said, gesturing to my mate's arms and legs. Evangeline's POV. When Alexis was explaining herself in front of us, I knew immediately that she was telling the truth. Ever since I was little, I could easily tell if someone was either telling the truth or lying. I got beat up too much because of it in my old pack. It was because I was able to expose the lies they were saying. One night, when I was still 11 years old, I told the Alpha that his Beta lied to him earlier. Alpha Drake, of course, didn't believe me and forgot that I even told him anything, but the Beta, of course, didn't. That night, I was brutally beaten. I thought it was the end of me. I broke about 4 ribs and an ankle. I could swear to you that for 3 weeks after that, I was still unable to see my face properly in the mirror. My facial features were unidentifiable. Both my eyes were a mixture of blue, purple, and black. They were swollen like nothing ever did before. My lips were cut every 1 centimeter. I couldn't open them even slightly without blood oozing out of them. My cheeks were a fiery red from the continuous slapping they received, and one of my molars left my gums and jumped into my mouth. Ever since that night, I kept my mouth shut, afraid of the consequences I'd face. The thought made me shudder. However, this time, for some reason, I found myself blurting the words out, telling everyone that Alexis, indeed, was telling the truth. When Logan asked me why I thought so, I started feeling afraid again. Not from Logan, but from Jake mostly. He might say that I'm accusing him of lying, and I don't even want to think about my punishment. I tried not meet his eyes. Logan's fingers held my chin, forcing me to look at him. "It's okay, baby girl. You can say what you want. No one will harm you." His words sent a wave of warmth through my body, and for once, I wasn't afraid to speak. I mustered up whatever courage I have and spoke up again, but of course, the stuttering followed. After I was done explaining myself, I saw them all look at me with an expression I never received before. Was that amusement? Why were they looking at me like I've done something amazing? It's not like I saved the world or anything. Logan asked the men to let Alexis go, and they immediately followed his orders. Must be good to be an alpha. To my surprise, Jake didn't seem mad or angry at me. On the contrary, he looked amused. I felt relief wash over me. Looks like I won't be punished, I thought. I knew Logan said that will protect me, but still, what if he wasn't there? Anyone could do anything then, right? Adding to my confusion on the situation, I heard Alexis gush out how grateful she is and how I saved her life. Her words made me blush as I wasn't used to being thanked. I was either ordered around, beaten up, or cursed at. This was all new to me. I buried my face again into Logan's back, his warmth comforting me. I was snapped out of my thoughts by Logan's voice asking Alexis about why my body turned red. It might be because 2 of my tails were growing this time instead of 1, but still, it was a bit weird. I didn't concentrate on what they were saying, but I, however, caught the phrase that we had to see for ourselves. I also didn't catch their conversation after, as I was too caught up thinking what she wanted to show us. I snapped my head towards the door when I heard it shut. My eyes averted to Alexis, and they widened when I realized that she was making her way towards me. My body tensed. Logan most probably felt it as he again angled his body in front of me protectively while growling dangerously at Alexis, making her stop dead in her tracks. After a couple of seconds, her relaxed and proceeded to apologize to Alexis, saying that I didn't feel guilty would be a lie. It was all because of me that he was more on guard in front of his pack members. It was all because of weak, fragile me. The thought made me sad, but more angry at myself. That's why when he asked me if it was okay for Alexis to come closer, I didn't object. I want to show him that I can be stronger and that, if not fully, at least I trusted him. Alexis started waking towards us again, more cautiously this time. She reached my side of the bed and asked if she could remove the covers. Again, I didn't object. I was aware that I was only wrapped in a towel. I saw Logan's eyes roam my body, and I could see that he was trying to control himself. A small blush covered my cheeks, but thank God, no one noticed. "Look, Logan," I heard Alexis say, gesturing to my arms and legs. My eyes widened in surprise. Where were all my scars? I never thought there would come a day when I would see my body crystal clear, not a single scar or bruise. My body, the body that was treated badly for the past 10 years, cut, burned, hit, and other things you would never imagine, had no traces of anything. I felt like I was just born. I gasped at the sight in front of me. I didn't know what to feel. Happy, confused, in shock. It was unbelievable. I can't say, of course, that I hate it. On the contrary, I'm a bit relieved, because if I was really Logan's mate like he claims, I wouldn't want him to have to live with an ugly, scarred mate such as myself. Thinking again, my face is still the same. I'm still ugly. I don't know why Logan didn't reject me till now, if I really was his mate. I was cut short from my thoughts when I heard Logan talk. "How did this happen?" he asked Alexis, confusion lacing his words. Alexis smiled at him and said, "The cure was in the shower gel. I added a mixture of my magical herbs. These herbs are known for their beneficial uses to the skin. I added a few things, though," she said, furrowing her eyebrows at the last part before continuing. "Anyways, after finishing the mixture, I tested for its efficiency and safety, then gave it to you to add it to her water." She finished, her face breaking into a grin, obviously proud of herself that her potion worked. "Eva, baby, how are you feeling?" I heard Logan ask from beside me. I turned to look at him, his beautiful gray eyes holding so much love and care. Again, something I never experienced before. Part of me thought that if Logan was mate, he was supposed to love me for who I am and not for how I looked. But the other part didn't want to place such thing over his shoulder. I nodded my head his way, then averted my gaze back at my body. Another wave of embarrassment filled my body when my attention was caught again that I was practically naked in front of Logan. I reached for the comforter to try and cover myself up. Logan must have noticed my discomfort as he helped me pull the comforter and cover my whole body, keeping only my head displayed. My face was probably a dark shade of red by now. I didn't dare look at him from the embarrassment. I think I should go now. Can I go, Alpha?" I heard Alexis ask hesitantly, "Logan." Logan corrected her, giving her a small smile. She smiled back at him and nodded. Can I?" she asked again, to which Logan just nodded his head at her. "Yeah, you can go." Alexis made her way to the door, but turned around to face us again before she leaves. "Before I forget, the stuff I brought, shall I bring them to you, or—" "Oh yeah, get them," Logan said. Alexis nodded and made her way out of the room, shutting the door behind her. I felt Logan turn his body, his eyes averted to my own. I didn't get the chance to really concentrate into his eyes before. Last time it was dark, and I was frightened out of my mind. His grayish-greenish orbs looked back at me. I realized there were specks of golden in them. I didn't realize I was staring into his eyes until my body was shook and my name was being called. "Eva!" I heard Logan call again. His voice sounded worried. I quickly snapped out of my daze and averted my eyes from him, my face, yet again, turning red. "Eva, are you okay? Are you not feeling well?" Logan asked from beside me. I nodded my head. "Yeah." I heard him sigh in relief. "Thank God. I thought something happened to you. You kind of just floated away." Now it was my turn to sigh in relief. Thank God he didn't realize that I was actually staring at him. More like checking his eyes out. I smiled inwards sheepishly at myself. His eyes really were mesmerizing. How can someone just not stare? "Wait here. I'll go get you something to wear from my closet." His voice snapped me out of my thoughts, and my gaze was averted back to his, a smile displayed across his face. He got up and made his way to the third door, which I correctly assumed that it was a walk-in closet. He disappeared for a couple of minutes before he came back with what looked like a pair of sweatpants and a jumper. He came over to my side of the bed, smiling widely, and extended his free hand for me to take. I slowly placed my hand in his, which made his smile widen even more, if that was possible. He helped me to my feet. I held tighter onto my towel so it won't drop and reveal my naked body. A knock from the door made both our heads snap to it. Uncontrollably, my body tensed, causing Logan to embrace me tightly and run his fingers through my hair soothingly. I, on the other hand, relaxed my body and stuffed my face into his shirt, my hands clutching onto it. "Come in," I heard Logan say. My back was towards the door, so I didn't see who came in. "Logan, these are the things I bought. I'll just place them here." I heard a familiar voice say, "Okay, Alexis, thank you," Logan replied, confirming my doubts about who it was. I heard the door shut. Logan pulled away slightly, probably to look at me. He flashed me one of his smiles. "I'll go get them," he said and pulled away completely, making his way to the shopping bags Alexis just brought. In a matter of seconds, he was in front of me again, the bags in his hands. We made our way to the bathroom. Logan left, closing the door behind him. I quickly locked the door after him. I checked the shopping bags and found that they all contained lingerie, a lot if I may say. Plus, taking my time to choose which one I would wear, since there were a lot to choose from, I finally chose a simple one with matching underwear, tossing aside the lacy and inappropriate ones. I then put on the clothes Logan gave me and looked at myself in the mirror. Deciding that my hair was by far the worst mess of hay, I started brushing it, untangling the knots. Since I didn't have any hairbands, I kept it loose. Looking again, I realized that my hair actually seemed more alive than it did a few weeks ago. It was no more a pale shade of black. Instead, it actually had a small shine to it. My face, too, lost its paleness, not completely, but still better than before. My cheeks even had a tint of pink to them. And finally, the eyes staring right back at me weren't dead like they were used to be. Their blue was more prominent and glowy. A smile crossed my face. Maybe this was it. Maybe that was my ray of hope in life. Being her with Logan after so many years of torture might really be the rain to my drought. I was brought back to reality when Logan's voice came from behind the door, followed by a knock. "Eva, you okay in there, baby?" Another smile stretched across my face. Even though I'm not sure whether I really am his mate or not, I still could feel a strong force pulling me to him. I feel protected and happy in his presence. Just seeing him or hearing his voice made chills run down my spine, and the butterflies in my stomach would start World War III. I composed myself before answering. "Yeah, I'm fine. I'll be out in a minute," I replied. "Okay." I did one last double look at myself in the mirror, took a deep breath, and headed for the door. If I really want another chance in life and be happy, I have to get rid of my past fears and strive for what's ahead of me. Being Logan's mate meant that I'll be the future Luna of this pack, and a Luna must be strong and dependent. I'll have a whole pack to look after. I opened the bathroom door to reveal Logan standing next to it with all his glory. His arms were crossed against his chest, making his muscles even more prominent. His head snapped towards me, a smile filling his face. I couldn't help but give a small smile back. He took my hand and went to the bed, where he helped me go on before covering me with the comforter once again. "Hey, baby girl, I have to go see how things are going so far with the Rouge," he said hesitantly. "Are you going to be okay alone?" he continued. I hesitated a little before nodding my head at him. "Yeah, I guess I'll be fine. No one ever tried to harm me ever since I came here, and hopefully no one would. Plus, he has alpha duties. I won't be a good Luna and mate to if I kept him from that." I saw Logan lean in, making our faces closer every second. What is he going to do? What is he going to do? I had my doubts, but I didn't want to confirm them in my head. He was leaning in more until our faces were about 1 centimeter apart. He was going to kiss me. The thought made my heart beat faster inside my chest. I was never kissed before. Logan seemed to hesitate for a moment before he raised his head a bit, sighted. Then instead of kissing my lips, he kissed my forehead. Looks like he changed his mind, and I'm not going to wonder why. Who would want to kiss me? I felt something tug at my heart. As much as I knew I wasn't ready for any intimate contact with anyone, I still didn't like the idea of Logan not wanting to touch me in such a way. I was, yet again, snapped out of my thoughts when I felt Logan get out of bed. He made his way to the door before turning his head and flashing me one amazing smile of his that made my heart melt. "I won't take long. I'll come back as soon as I can, okay? Don't miss me too much," he said, winking at the last part. My face turned red again and I buried it into the comforter. I heard him chuckle, then the sound of the door closing filled the room, and finally, silence took over. I sighed. What was I supposed to do now? I thought of cleaning the room, but it was already clean. Well, thinking again, there really wasn't much for me to do anyways. I'm afraid if I touched any of Logan's things, he would get mad and punish me. Even thought he said that he would never hurt me, I still had my doubts. 10 years of torture were a long time. Before I could decide on what to do, a no on the door made me snap my head towards it. Did Logan forget something? No. Even if he did, why would he knock? I didn't get the chance to reply before the door creaked open and an unfamiliar head popped in. It was a woman. When our gazes met, she smiled sweetly at me, like a mother smiling at her daughter. Even thought I never experienced such a thing, I still saw how the mothers in my old pack looked down at their children, and I couldn't help but long for it. "Hey," she said softly as she opened the door wider, allowing the rest of her body to come to view. She was beautiful with a tall figure and beautifully tanned skin. I felt my heartbeats quicker their pace. I know I said that I had to be stronger and throw away my past fears, but I still can't help but feel a bit nervous in the presence of new people. I took a deep bath to calm down my nerves. No, I can do this. I can definitely do this. "Can I, come in?" I heard her ask. I looked up at her and mustered up the best smile I had before nodding. She grinned widely at me as she made her way across the room to the bed. She sat on Logan's side, next to me, all the while not losing eyes contact. "Hi, I'm Logan's mom, Claire," she said softly, her smile never fading. I looked at the green-eyed woman in front of me. So that's Logan's mother. Noticing the resemblance, I saw that both of them had the same shade of brown hair. However, they weren't so similar in the eye section. "I don't know why Logan has been locking you up in here since you came. I really wanted to see you, so knowing that he left was my only chance," she said, grinning sheepishly. I tilted my head at her in confusion. "Elle locked me up?" I asked. What did she mean? I was the one that couldn't muster up the courage to go out and meet everyone. "Yeah, he said something like he doesn't want you to meet anyone right now and stuff. I know he's very protective of you, but in my opinion, that's too much," she stated. Now I was more confused. Why would he put the blame of me not wanting to meet anyone yet on him? Now, it seemed like he was the one keeping the future Luna from meeting her pack. They might think wrongly of him. "No," I started, wanting to clear up the misunderstanding. I wasn't locked up. I know. He just doesn't want to overwhelm you since you just came. Plus, your old pack, what?" She cut me off only to be stopped mid-sentence by herself. I knew what she wanted to say, and I was grateful she didn't. "I really don't want to think about my old pack right now." She smiled at me again. Eva, Alexis and Chloe really wanted to see you too. Can they, come?" Claire asked. I furrowed my eyebrows. Was I ready? Did I want to? I never had friends before, or anyone for that matter, and I can't just assume that they are bad people before getting to know them better. Alexis's countable visits made me less nervous around her, but who the hell was Chloe? "It's okay. I can do this." I chanted the phrase in my mind as I took a deep breath and nodding. Claire remained silent for a moment, looking into space before she smiled back at me again. I scrunched up my face in confusion. "Mind link." She pointed at he head when she realized what I was about to ask. "Oh," was all I could say. I wanted to try mind linking someone too. 1 seconds later, the door opened again, and in came a pair of heads, both grinning my way. Alexis, whom I already know, sat on the other corner of Logan's side, opposite to Claire. "Hi," she said, waving her hand at me. I waved back as I gave her a small smile. I now had my knees pulled up to my chest, just to feel more at ease. "Hi," another voice called, whom I assumed to be Chloe's. She sat on the edge in the middle between Alexis and Claire. I waved back at her too. "Hi," I replied. "Okay, Eva, this is Alexis, our pack's witch," Claire said, pointing to Alexis. "And this is Chloe, the beta's mate." She pointed to Chloe, who along with the other two was smiling sweetly at me. Warmth spread through my body at their sight. "So Eva, how old are you?" I heard Alexis ask. 20. "Oh my God, just like me." Chloe's high-pitched voice startled us, especially me. She composed herself, her cheeks turning a little pink. "Sorry," she muttered. I smiled at her. She had so much energy, something I definitely needed. "It's okay," I said softly, my voice barely a whisper. She seemed to have heard that as she looked up at me and grinned. "Okay, so when exactly is your birthday?" Chloe asked. "I want to know how many months apart are we?" "1st of January, I replied. "1st of January? All three chorused. I nodded my head. "Wow, that's a really cool date," Alexis said before a gasp escaped her lips. "I should have known," All head were looking at her now. You're a Gumiho. Of course you'd be born on the 1st of Jan. They all do, she explained. You know, it's still hard to believe that a real Gumiho is actually our Pax Luna. I mean, how more awesome can this get? Chloe beamed with enthusiasm. I want to brag about it so badly. No, Chloe. You know you can't do that. It might put Eva in danger. She hasn't even fully transformed yet. Claire scolded. I know. Chloe sighed in defeat, but soon enough her eyes glowed as she asked, Eva, can you show us your tails? What powers do you have? Can you teleport? Move things with your mind? Can you control any of the elements? Maybe all of the elements? Her questions just never stopped coming, and to tell you the truth, it was intimidating and uncomfortable. Chloe, Claire warned. Chloe stopped talking and murmured an apology as her head hung low in embarrassment. Sorry, I'm just so happy to meet you, she said, her voice barely audible. I gave her a small smile, even though I knew she can't see me. I don't know if I have any powers, but, I can show you my tails. I more asked than said. I looked at Alexis and Claire, and they both had anticipated and eager looks in their eyes. Chloe raised her head, and she, too, had the same look. I directed my gaze to Alexis. You only taught me how to make them disappear. Can you teach me how to make them show up? I asked her. It's easy. Just close your eyes and imagine them appearing. Same as when you make them disappear, she explained. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and started imagining them appear. I could feel a tingly sensation spread through my back, and short gasps filled the room. I shortly opened my eyes to be met with 3 faces, all looking at me in awe. I knew that I succeed in making my 3 tail appear as I felt them move behind. I was getting more accustomed to control them. They're beautiful, I heard Claire whisper. I realized that all 3 couldn't utter a coherent word. I smiled at them. I never got the chance to impress someone before. This was new, and I loved every bit of it. They all snapped out of their daze, and their eyes met mine. They all grinned widely at me. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen, Chloe said happily. I second that, Alexis said. Me too. Now it was Claire. Eva, I've been wanting to ask you. I heard Alexis say, making our heads snap her way. Don't you remember meeting Logan before? I furrowed my eyebrows at her. So Logan didn't lie. We really did meet before. They must have realized my confusion. It's okay if you don't remember, sweetie. I'm sure you will someday, Claire said soothingly. I kind of felt guilty. I didn't like that I couldn't remember my meeting with Logan while everyone else did. Can you, tell me more about it? I directed my question to Claire, knowing that she knew better than the rest of us. I didn't get to hear her reply before sudden pain coursed in my body, making it arch painfully, and a high-pitched scream filled the room. Knowing too well that it was me, after leaving the bedroom, I quickly made my way to the basement cells. I wanted to go back to Eva as soon as possible. As my feet left the last step and my hands opened the basement door, I was met with the suffocating smell of blood, fungus, and decay. I involuntarily cringed. I opened the cell's door and was met by my beta, Jake, and third-in-command, Taylor. The Rouge was tied with silver chains to the wall, his body lying helplessly against it. Did he talk? I asked Jake, nodding towards the Rouge. He didn't shut up, Jake replied, exasperated, throwing his hands in the air. Alpha! Our heads snapped towards the Rouge. Alpha, please, I swear I mean no harm. Then what were you doing in my territory? I asked, using my alpha tone as I crossed my arms across my chest. My pack, they were going to kill me. So I ran away, and that's when I stumbled across your land, he replied. What's the name of your pack? I demanded. New Moon Pack, sir. His reply made my blood boil, and my wolf was fighting to come out and rip him to shreds. I growled loudly, anger radiating off of me. I felt my eyes turn black. Jake and Taylor took a few steps back, and the Rouge squirmed more away from me. Thank God the was here are soundproof. Otherwise, I'm sure Eva would have freaked out, and that was the last thing I'd want. After a while, I came to the realization that it's of no use to vent my anger this way. I took a deep breath to calm both me and my wolf down. My eyes turned back to their normal color. Tell me, Mutt, I spat. Why did that pack of yours want to kill you? After the slave, he started, but I cut him off with a growl and a hand around his neck. Don't you dare call her that, I growled in his face. My eyes turned black again. Sorry, I didn't mean to, he said between chokes, his face turning different shades of blue and purple. I felt Jake's hand on my shoulder. Hey, calm down, Logan. We won't be able to get any information from him if you killed him. His words shook some common sense into me, but I still didn't like how they thought of my mate. She's no one's slave. I pressed a little harder on the Rouge's neck, just for my own pleasure, before I let him go. He started coughing and gulping huge amounts of air to fill his lungs. After I took Eva from that disgusting pack, what happened next? I asked after he was able to talk. His face scrunched in confusion at my mate's name, but he didn't dare comment on anything and just went with his story. I'm an Omega who lost my parents when I was a teenager, and I lived alone this whole time. Even thought the rest of the pack members weren't really so nice to me. I was still sparred from all the work and beatings. 'Cause, that made me growl once again, but this time I was calmer. I had to get to the bottom of this story. I nodded for him to continue. After she left, it became my turn to clean up their homes, run their errands, etc. The beatings started, and I too was called a slave. I don't know how, Eva managed to keep up with that for 10 whole years, but I couldn't take it after a couple of weeks, so I decided to run away. He stopped talking for a while, probably recovering from the memorize before he started again. I ran for about 2 days until they found me. I was beaten up more. They broke almost all the bones in my body. I was able to escape with them hot on my tail. I didn't even know where I was going. I kept on running, not daring to look behind me, till I bumped into someone. She was a girl. She demanded what I was doing in Alpha Thompson's territory. I was going to reply when your men came and took both me and her. I swear Alpha. I mean no harm whatsoever. I was stunned with his story. What kind of pack is that? Not only did the Alpha buy someone as his slave, it also looked like he gave no shit to his pack members. I sighed deeply. They should be dealt with as soon as possible. I looked at Jake and Taylor. They had the same expression on their faces, obviously, thinking the same thing as me. What's your name? I asked. Wesley Mars, he replied. Okay, Wesley, let me ask you something, I stated, not really wanting an answer as I crossed my arms again against my chest. Who exactly harmed Evangeline, whether it was physically or mentally? He looked at me with worry and fright, and when he didn't answer, I growled, which made him change his mind. It was mostly the Alpha, Beta, and the higher-ups who would always beat her up and abuse her mentally. The rest of the pack would overwork her with chores, maybe trip her sometimes, throw something at her, call her names, but nothing that would cause her permanent damage. That was the Alpha's job, he said. I felt Taylor and Jake's hands on both my shoulders, trying to calm down my vibrating body. I was mad, true, but I had to think rationally. Did you ever harm Eva, in any way or form? I asked the Rouge. He shook his head almost immediately. No, Alpha, I never touched her. I always felt sorry for her and tried to help her whenever I can. Maybe that was another reason why I was targeted after she left, he replied. I took a deep breath. Okay, I'll let you go now, but if you dare cross my territory again, you're dead, I threatened dangerously. Untie him, I ordered Jake and Taylor as I made my way out of the cell. No. The Rouge Wesley's voice made me turn around to look at him. No? I asked, raising an eyebrow. No, Alpha. I have nowhere to go, and if I was just to roam around, my pack would find me and kill me for sure, he said, fright evident in his voice. He was on the verge of breaking down. I turned my body to face him fully and crossed my arms across my chest. And what do you expect me to do? I raised my right eyebrow in amusement. If you allow it, can I join your pack? He answered. I scoffed at that. Where the hell do you think we are? A club where anyone can just come and go. Even clubs allow certain people to enter. Wesley looked taken back with my reply, but he still started begging again. Please, Alpha, please, I'll do anything. Just don't let me go out there again. They'll kill me. Please, Alpha. He pleaded, his eyes starting to tear up. That guy really was frightened. I felt his heart was going to give out any minute. I sighed. Okay, how about this? I'll allow you to stay with us for 1 month under surveillance. If you prove to be worth the stay, then I'll accept you. However, if you did anything suspicious or afflicted harm on any of the pack members, then you're out. Got that? Yes, Alpha. Thank you. Thank you so much. I won't disappoint you. Thank you, he said with joy. I turned again to leave. I was ascending the stairs when I was stopped dead in my tracks with the scream of someone I know too well. My body, on its own accord, made its way to my room, taking 3 steps at a time. I was met halfway to Chloe. She looked worried and couldn't catch her breath. Logan, Eva Shishi. She tried forming a proper sentence between breaths. I didn't wait for her to continue as I started heading again towards my room. Another scream filled the house as I opened the door. Eva was squirming in pain, my mom and Alexis next to her. Their heads snapped towards me. What is going on here? I asked angrily. Logan, I think she's growing another tail. Alexis replied worriedly. Leave. I ordered. My mom stopped patting Eva's head and looked at me in shock. What? She almost whispered. I said leave. You had no right to go behind my back and meet my mate. I won't say it again. Leave. I spat more angrily. The thought of Eva in pain made me lose my mind. Both my mom and Alexis scurried away. I didn't miss the hurt that was in my mother's eyes. It made me soften and guilt spread through my body. Eva's scream made me snap to her, and I quickly made my way to her side. I held her body close to mine and started running my fingers through her hair. Shh, baby, it's okay. It's okay. Everything will be okay, I whispered into her ear. Unlike the last times, this one didn't take that much time. Minutes later, Eva's eyes glowed, and I could see her tails moving under the covers. Her body was more relaxed now between my arms. Just out of curiosity, I slowly removed the covers, exposing her tails. 1, 2, 3, 4. Holy shit, another 3 tails at once? Is that even possible? Not only is the rate super fast, but the number of tails growing at a time increased each time. I started worrying. Her body might not handle it. I recovered her tails and averted my gaze to her eyes. Looking back at me were my mate's beautiful blue orbs. Something kicked in my head, and I just now realized that her eyes were the same color as her tails. The same fiery blue. Her eyes always succeed in pulling me into a place I've never been into before. Slowly, her eyes started closing, exhaustion taking over her body, and without a single word from neither me nor her, Eva went into a deep sleep. I placed her more comfortably on the pillow and made sure she was covered fully. I placed a lingering kiss on her forehead before leaving her bed and making my way out the room. As much as I wanted to stay by her side, I had to go apologize to my mom. After knowing Eva's story, I became more grateful to my parents. At least, they never stopped loving me. I descended the stairs and headed to the kitchen where I know that they would all be gossiping in there. You sure? I heard someone ask. I knew that was my mom's voice. I hid behind the wall and continued listening in on them. Is that even possible? Someone else, who I assumed was Chloe, asked. What were they talking about? I had a hunch, but I still wanted to be sure. Looks like it. That was Alexis. But does that mean anything? Chloe asked. What do you mean by anything? My mom asked in reply. I mean, like, is she different than others? Is it a good different or a bad different? Chloe explained. My hunch was in place. They're talking about Eva, apparently. They too noticed her unnatural tail growth. We'll just have to wait and see, Alexis replied. I continued listening in on them talking about my mate and didn't realize that there were 2 troublemakers behind me. Logan? They both sang in unison, making my skin and meat leave my bones from the fright. Their laughter filled the whole house at my reaction. Oh my God, you had to see what you did, one of the twins said as he clutched his stomach in laughter. Your expression was priceless, the other one said as he joined his brother into more laughter. Win, these brats. What's going on here? I heard my mother call from the kitchen's doorway. Oh, Auntie, you? One of the twins started before he began laughing again. You had to see how he jumped about 100 jumps in 1 second. I think he went himself. This was it. I stood between the 2 and using my arms, held both of them in a partial headlock. You sure like to laugh, huh? I asked mockingly. They both stopped laughing from being chalked and started patting vigorously on my forearms. Okay, the both chorused, gasping for air. Logan let them go. My mother said, exasperated. I looked at her and was reminded of what I just did. I immediately let the twins go. Mom, I'm sorry. I never meant to snap at you, I pleaded. You too, Alexis. I continued looking at Alexis. My mom shook her head, giving me a small smile. It's okay, Logan. I know what you're going through. We shouldn't have visited Eva. Even though she liked it, Chloe murmured. My head snapped towards her. What do you mean? She liked it, I asked in confusion. She was okay with it? Chloe? My mom scolded. No, Mom. Let her continue, I said. She was reluctant in the beginning, but she soon started talking to us. She even showed us her tails. Chloe beamed in happiness at the last part. What? I was now more confused. Is Eva finally ready to meet some people? The thought made my heart dance with joy. Yeah, she was starting to open up to us before she stopped mid-sentence and we all understood what she meant. What about us? The twins asked simultaneously. We want to meet her too. Later, boys, my mom said. They both scoffed childishly before leaving to God knows where. Logan, Alexis's voice made me turn to her. How many tails did Evangeline grow? 3, I replied. Gasps erupted from all 3 ladies. At the same time, Chloe asked, to which I nodded. According to the books, that's not normal, Alexis said. I realized, I replied. Do you think it might be dangerous to her? I asked worriedly. Alexis shook her head. I don't know, Logan. I'm sorry. It's fine. I'll look more into it, don't worry, she said, and I nodded again. We'll just have to wait and see. And with that, I made my way back to my room. King Luther's POV. I was sitting in my office doing some boring paperwork. Being the king of werewolves meant that I had to keep everything in order. How alphas maintain their pack, controlling rouge activities, pack's alliances, and much more. Everything should go in order. As I was checking some pack's financial records, a knock on my door sent all my attention to it. Come in, I said, and in came my beta, Alexander. The look on his face alerted my wolf. Your Highness, bed news, she said between breaths, to which he soon brought back to normal. Being a werewolf had its perks. What's wrong, Alexander? I asked impatiently. King Maxwell is calling for war again. What? Didn't we already go through that before? I asked angrily. Look like he's still not satisfied, Your Highness, Alexander replied. It's either you give him your daughter as a wife, or he starts war and take her by force. I growled angrily. No one is touching my daughter. That good-for-nothing king had to get some sense knocked into him. Why would a 40-year-old man want a 21-year-old for a wife? He should get someone his age. I already lost one already, and I'm not ready to lose the second. Come in. My father's voice resonated from inside the office, which will be mine in a couple of weeks. I opened the door and entered. My father was sitting on his desk doing some paperwork. A small smile played on his face upon seeing that it was me. I sat on the couch across his desk. It was made of very soft leather and was brown in color to match the rest of the office. Several white and brown designed pillows scattered across it. I placed myself comfortably between them before talking to my father, my glum expression getting noticed by my father. What's wrong, son? He asked. We have to do something about the new moon pack, father, I stated flatly. Other than me wanting to avenge my mate, I don't really like the way the alpha and the higher-ups treat their pack members. My father sighed deeply. I know, son, but that's none of our business. Drake is an alpha to a pack of 200. He has his own ways. Ways? What ways? To buy a girl to be his slave? To mistreat one of his omegas and turn him into a slave as well? We don't even know if he is targeting another omega at the moment. My father looked taken back from my rant, and I didn't miss the hint of confusion in his eyes. Omega? How would you know about anything like that? He asked. Now it was my turn to cite deeply. The rouge that we caught at the borders, it turns out that he was an omega in the new moon pack. After we took Eva, the alpha targeted him next and made him their new slave. He couldn't deal with it, so he ran away. I explained briefly. You already spoke to him? Yes, today, I replied. And are you sure about your facts? I hesitated for a moment before answering. Not quite, but I can ask Eva to fill me in on some things. I just hope she's okay with it. We can't do this to her. Why would you want her to remember those horrible memories? My wolf? Rex asked, exasperated. I don't. But if we can collect as much information about that good-for-nothing alpha, we can avenge her. We can make him pay for all the years of torture he bestowed upon her, I replied. I never wanted Eva to live the times in her old pack by remembering. I want to protect her from even her nightmares. But if that will put an end to it, Then we have to do something. I object. I'm not taking part in making her remember whatsoever. We can get information from anywhere else. I thought you were smart. Rex spat. I could feel his anger radiating off of my body. I cited. Yeah, he's right. We can get information from somewhere else. I blocked the connection with Rex and turned to my father, who was looking at me in amusement. What? I asked. I never get tired from watching someone talk to his or her wolf. It looks like they belong to a mental hospital, changing expressions every second. He replied, smiling before he started laughing at the end. Ha, father! And you're the alpha of them all, I replied mockingly. Anyways, I changed my mind, Dad. I don't think it'll be a good idea to make Eva reopen tragic memories. It will be best to try and find information and proof from somewhere else. I continued. Okay, son, tell me when you reach anything, and I'll try contacting the king as soon as you get them. My father said. I nodded my head. Excuse me, Dad. I'll go check on Eva. A smile spread across his face as it lit up at her mention. How is she now? I really want to see her, you know, he said. She's been struggling with her tail growing, but other than that, she's fine. She opened up to me and is on the way to opening up to the rest of you. I replied, grinning. My father replied with a grin of his own. I really hope so. I just wish her tail matter is over soon. Her screams tear my heart to shreds every time. His expression turned to a sad one at the end. Yeah, was all my reply. I'll go now. He nodded, and with that, I made my way out the office. I opened my bedroom's door quietly, making sure that I don't wake Eva up if she was still sleeping. I popped my head inside, and to my dismay, Eva was still sleeping. Her body was curled under the covers. Her black hair was sprawled on the pillow around her head. Her mouth was slightly parted, and she was snoring softly. The image in front of me made me smile widely, and my heart to grow a pair of wings and fly to the pillow right next to her. And with that, I pulled my head back out and closed the door behind me. Thank God, at least my brain remained intact with my body. As much as I hated that Eva was sleeping and I can't get to spend the time with her, I was a bit relieved since I can go search for information about her old pack. But this is crazy. I mean, I saw how Eva was back there. I saw it with my own eyes. Even my parents and the rest did too. Dr. Mitchell, who treated her, can confirm it as well. It would have been great evidence if Eva's scars didn't disappear, but I'm glad they did. I want nothing to remind her of her past. I want her to open a new, clean page in her life here with us, with me. Suddenly a thought snapped into my mind. Wesley. He was in the pack as well and was treated no differently. He was also there and witnessed how they treated Eva. He'll be a good start. I made my way to the kitchen where I knew I'd most definitely find someone, if not everyone there. I was stopped dead in my tracks, shock filling my body, and my mouth was wide open at what's happening in front of me, or should I say, what's not happening. There was absolutely no one in the kitchen. What did these people ever stop eating? I sighted and left to look for Wesley, or at least someone who would lead me to him. I tried mind-linking someone, anyone, but they all had their mind blocks up. I know I'm alpha and can make my way to their minds easily, but they had their own privacy and thoughts that they want no one to hear, and I respect that. But then again, why did they all have their mind links up? Something was wrong, I'm sure. I heard some faint whispers and shh sound coming from the garden, so that's where my feet first directed me to. I moved cautiously, just in case there really was something up. I opened the front door and looked around, but there was no one in the front garden. Whispers reached my ears again, and they lead me to the part of the garden on the side of the pack house. We had our garden surrounding the pack house as a whole. It was large enough from all sides before it outstretched into the woods. I turned the corner and started walking slowly, trying to find the source of these hushed whispers which come and go. I started realizing that this side was where my room is, the room where Eva was sleeping. I started panicking, and that made me quicken me pace. Again, I was stopped dead in my tracks at the sight in front of me. I was beyond angry. These people won't rest until I lock them up in the basement cells as punishment. Even my mom was a partner in crime, if not the mastermind. Right on top of the tree that was right next to my room, my mom, The twins, Alexis, Chloe, Jake, and Taylor were standing on top of it and trying to look at my sleeping mate, thought the window. How childish could they be? Now it clicked in. They all put their mind links up so I won't know what they're up to. They sure have a death wish. A plan popped into my head which made me smile evilly. I slowly started approaching the tree from behind, and as soon as I was close enough to hold it firmly, I started, with all my might, shaking the tree. My sudden action caught them all off guard. None of them was able to form a reaction as they all started falling off the tree one by one, grunting in pain as their bodies reached the ground. They were falling like ripe apples, and when I was sure they were all on the ground, I stopped shaking the tree. I wanted so badly to laugh my ass out at how they looked, but I had to do that later. Now, I'm mad. I turned to face them as they slowly started getting back on their feet. As soon as they saw me, they all froze in place. I stood there tall and strong, crossing my arms across my chest. Could someone explain to me exactly what was going on up there? I asked to no one in particular. I made sure that anger was evident in my words. We were just, One of the twins started, and when he couldn't form a coherent sentence, he looked at my mom with plea, who just tensed up at my gaze. Alpha, Jake started, but I cut him off. You, Jake? Even you? I thought you were mature enough. You're the beta, for heaven's sake, I said, exasperated, throwing my hands up in the air. Jake hung his head low and murmured a low apology. However, I didn't stop there. I turned to look at my mom. And you, Mom, didn't you? I pointed at her. And you? I pointed at Alex. And you? I pointed at Chloe. Saw her already? I asked. Chloe hurriedly hid behind Jake. Alexis and my mom turned their heads, searching for someone to hide behind before they ended up behind the twins. We're sorry, I heard my mom say. Her words were muffled behind one of the twins' back. I really have to learn how to differentiate between them. This will soon drive me insane. We're sorry, Alpha, Chloe said from behind Jake, Alexis following, then soon the boys did too. I sighed deeply and uncrossed my arms. You all will be spending the rest of today and tomorrow out of the pack house. I don't care where you go, but I want no one in the pack house until tomorrow night, I said sternly. Gasps erupted from the girls and they all looked at me dumbfounded. What? But Alpha. Taylor started, but I cut him off. No buts. I want all of you out, I said again. Logan, even me? My mom asked hesitantly. You, Mom, I said, pointing at her. I'll be telling Dad on you. Her face paled. Haha, Logan, sweetie, my baby boy, you know how much I love you? She spoke sweetly as she made her way to me and held onto my left arm. Yes, Mom, I love you, but I also love Eva and care for her. I don't want her having a heart attack if she woke up to all your faces stuck to her window. I almost snapped. She hung her head low. I know, but it's that thing about her that makes you want to keep her company until your grave, she explained. I nodded inwardly. I had to admit there was something about Eva that makes you more than comfortable around her. She just draws everybody in. Logan, can't I just leave the pack house with them? She pleaded, hope filling her eyes. I shook my head. Nope, I said, popping the pea. She let out an audible sigh. Guess that bye-bye to the barbecue party on Saturday, she said sadly. Come on, chop, chop, I said. Pack whatever you need and leave. I need the house empty before Eva wakes up. I inwardly face-palmed myself as the last part slipped by mistake. Hopefully, they don't catch on that I only wanted them to leave so I can show Eva around without her worrying about meeting anyone just yet. The stunt they pulled was my greatest opportunity. However, their smirks, eyebrow wiggling, and their oohs and ahs gave out that I have been caught red-handed. I stirred in my sleep as stray rays of sunlight escaped the curtains and made their way to my face. I creased my eyebrows in annoyance and started opening my eyes slowly, adjusting them to the light. And when I successfully opened them, I was met with a pair of mesmerizing blue orbs looking back at me. My heart started pounding loudly inside my chest, and with no voluntary help from me, a huge grin filled my face. Eva realized that I caught her staring at me in my sleep as she quickly averted her gaze to my chest, her face and neck turning scarlet red. I chuckled at her reaction. She pulled away from between my arms that were holding her captive against my body and sat up straight. I frowned at that and sat up myself. I was about to ask her what's wrong when she started talking softly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stare. I was just. I cut her off before she continued on with her babble. I placed both my hands on her cheeks and gently lifted her face up so she would look at me, and when her eyes met mine, I offered her a bright smile. Why are you apologizing? I'm all yours to stare at, and you're all mine. You're my mate, Eva. You can wear my clothes whenever you want. You can use whatever toiletries in the bathroom without asking. You can enter the kitchen and swipe it clean from all the food for all I care. I said, looking deposit into her eyes, showing her how sincere I was. I had to ensure her and make it sink in that she's free now. No one will hurt her, and that she can do whatever her heart desires. This is your house now, baby girl. You're free to roam around, free to do whatever you want. And you know what the best part is? I asked as I leaned my head closer to her face, then whispered, You and I get to boss people around. I finished with a goofy grin on my face, but what she did next was something I didn't expect, though I longed for. She giggled. Her hands reached her face to cover her smiling lips as she continued giggling softly. The word happy underestimated how I felt right now. She was finally opening up to me. She's not afraid of me anymore, and this made me have a little bit of courage to ask her. Eva, would you like to take a look around the house? I asked. Her giggling stopped, and her hands left her lips. Her eyes were looking everywhere except for me. Her eyebrows creased, and her nose was scrunched up. She looked deep in thought. Her silence made me rethink my offer. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea, but remembering that the members who live here are absent made me want to try my luck. There's no one in the house. They all left yesterday and won't be back till late this evening. The only people here are us and my parents, but they are staying in their own floor and won't meet with us, I promise. We have the house to ourselves, I pleaded, hoping that she would agree. Again, she gave to immediate answer. Her eyes that met mine during my pleading left again and roamed around the room. I was about to dismiss the idea when she looked at me. I waited for her to say something when she smiled and said, I'd love to. I returned her smile with one of my own. I quickly jumped out of bed, scooping her in my arms. She gasped at the surprise and held tightly onto me. I practically ran to the bathroom and dropped her to her feet in front of the door. Take a shower. No, take a really quick shower. We don't want to waste another moment. I'll go get you something to wear. You should really go shopping. I started rambling excitedly. Again, I was awarded with a sweet giggle of hers, and her hands were back, hiding her smiling lips. I smiled back at her. I'll be quick, was her reply, as she turned and headed inside the bathroom, my eyes all the while not leaving her. She turned to look at me while closing the door. Half her body was hid behind it, while the other half visible. She was teasing me by closing it as slowly as possible, and when it was only inches away from closing completely, she started moving even slower. Her actions made me chuckle, to which she smiled widely and quickly closed the door. That was a new side of her that I still had to meet officially, and to say the least, it was adorable. I made my way to my walk-in closet, a small smile still drawn on my face. Eva still didn't have any clothes of her own, except her undergarments, which Alexis brought the other day. I shamelessly opened the drawer which contained her undergarments and fished for, and accidentally chose a lacy red bra and matching underwear. I smirked at my choice. I sure had a bad side of me. I went to my hanging clothes and chose a white jumper with a yin-yang sign middle. I picked up a pair of black sweatpants with 2 white strips on the sides. They sure matched, but would be really huge on Eva's body. I shrugged. We have no choice, and I had no problem with it. I picked up the clothes in my hands and headed to the bathroom. Eva, it's time, I said as I knocked on the bathroom door, a smile tugging at my lips. I'm still not done, came her reply from inside. Not my problem, I said, shrugging. I'm coming in. No, she said, alarmed, but I already had my hand on the handle. Eva's POV. When I woke up in the morning, I was engulfed in Logan's warmth. His arms were around my body, one under my head and the other draped on my waist. His chin was resting on top of my head. On instinct, my first move was to jump out of his arms and scurry away in fear, but I quickly stopped myself. That was Logan, my mate. I know I'm still jumpy and freaked out, but I promised myself to try. I mustered up the courage with Claire, Chloe, and Alexis, and our meeting turned out well, until, of course, the pain part. I calmed myself and was soon enjoying the warmth of his body and the feeling of being in between his arms. I took my time to study his face. He looked so peaceful. His skin was tanned to perfection. His eyebrows were a bit messy, but still looked good on him. I noticed his nose was a bit pointy, but not too much, though. His cheekbones high and his jawline was perfectly angled. He had long and even lashes. His hair fell down on his forehead, the rest of it messy on top of his head. It looked so soft. All I wanted to do was play with it, but I never dared reach out so that I won't wake him up. Overall, he was perfect and completely fit to my liking. I didn't realize I was staring for more than needed, so I ended up being caught. I quickly averted my gaze and concentrated on his bare chest instead, my face probably turning red. His 8-pack was perfectly toned and flexed with each moment he made. I heard him chuckle, his body vibrating next to me. It was so embarrassing. I quickly pulled out from his grasp and sat upright in one swift movement. Logan's laughter ceased, and he too sat up. I don't want him to take the wrong idea of me. I didn't really mean to stare and check him out. He might think I'm some freak. I started apologizing but was cut off midway. Why are you apologizing? I'm all yours to stare at, and you're all mine. You're my mate, Eva. You can wear my clothes whenever you want. You can use whatever toiletries in the bathroom without asking. You can enter the kitchen and swipe it clean from all the food for all I care, he said. His words made my heart melt. I never thought that I would actually be loved by someone like him. He was too sweet for his own good and mine. I was about to reply when he continued, "This is your house now, baby girl. You're free to roam around, free to do whatever you want. And you know what the best part is?" He leaned in, so our faces were mere inches apart. I thought he was going to try and kiss me again, but then he whispered, "You and I get to boss people around." His last words made me want to laugh as hard as I could. As alpha, he gets to boss people around, and obviously he likes it. I tried suppressing my laughter, but it turned out as giggles. Placing my hands on my mouth didn't help either. My laughter was soon halted to a stop when Logan asked me if I wanted to take a look around the house. The thought made my blood run cold, but I had to get over my fear for everyone's sake, especially mine. But I still had my doubts. What if they don't like me and start bullying me like my old pack? Logan won't be able to protect me all the time. I'll be bound to get hurt at some point. But then again, I can't just assume things. This is my second chance in life. I can't let go to waste. Plus, it won't be so bad trying. And if things turned out for the worst, I'll just kill them all and claim this as my own territory. Logan must have taken my silence as fear from meeting the members. He must have thought that it wasn't a good idea. I was about to tell him that I'm willing to go out, but he started talking again. There's no one in the house. They all left yesterday and won't be back till late this evening. The only people here are us and my parents, but they are staying in their own floor and won't meet with us, I promise. We have the house to ourselves. He rambled on really quick. His words confused me. Why were they all out? Where did they go? Again, Logan took my silence as a no, and from his facial expression, I was sure that he was going to abort the idea. He was about to talk, but now it was my time to cut him off. I'd love to, I said quickly before he changed his mind about this whole thing. I offered him a small smile of my own. His face lit up like a Christmas tree, and in a matter of seconds, I was scooped up in his arms and we were out of bed. His sudden action took me by surprise, and as a reflex reaction, I gasped and held onto him tightly. He practically ran to the bathroom, then set me down in front of it. "Take a shower. No, take a really quick shower. We don't want to waste another moment. I'll go get you something to wear. You should really go shopping." He rambled on like a kid, excitement and happiness rolling off him in waves. Again, I found myself trying to muffle my laughter at his actions, only to come out as mere giggles. I never got to laugh or even smile for as long as I could remember. However, the words my old pack members threw at me when I was still a laughing 10-year-old made me hate my laugh. "You sound like a pig," came their mocking whenever I laughed, and when, instead of just words, I was also beaten if I laughed, I got rid of the feeling happy altogether. I shook my head inwardly, trying to get rid of the memories. I'm fine now. I'm fine. I averted my attention to the excited kid in front of me. I'll be quick, I said and made my way to the bathroom. I hid half my body behind the bathroom door, while the other was still visible. Seeing Logan all giddy and excited, I decided to play him a bit. I started closing the door as slow as possible, a smile slipping onto my face. When the door was opened only a few inches, I street moving it even more slower. Logan chuckled at my actions. My face turned bright red, so I quickly shut the door. I could still hear his laughter from behind the door. I took a deep breath. Since when did I have so much courage to annoy an alpha? But Logan's words and actions towards me made me feel safe. I was never comfortable around anyone except for him. And soon enough, I was starting to feel the mate pull. He's all I need now. I stripped out of my clothes and turned on the shower. I then stepped inside the bathtub, cold water hitting my skin. I didn't wait for the water to warm up since I was used to using cold water all the time. However, the water warmed up a couple of seconds after, relaxing my muscles and calming my body. I looked at my scarless body, still not used to it like that. Will Logan still accept me if my body was still covered in those scars? The question haunted me all the time as I scrubbed my body with some shower gel I found on the shelf to my right. I washed my body, then turned my attention to the shampoo container, head and shoulders. At the beginning, I debated whether I could really use Logan's things, but he told me that it was okay, that I should use them without asking, and not to mention, I need to get cleaned up. My last shower wasn't really a success, so technically, I haven't had a real shower in weeks. I probably smelled like a dead cat. I poured some shampoo into the palm of my hand. I placed my other hand on top of it so some of the shampoo would stain it too. Then I got both my hands to my hair and started massaging my scalp. I was about to wash my hair when I heard a knock on the door and Logan's voice filling the bathroom. "Eva, it's time." "No, that was fast." "I'm still not done," I replied. "Not my problem," he said. "What? I can't go out with shampoo in my hair." I was about to protest when he said, "I'm coming in." "No," I almost yelled. "He can't just come see me like that." He wouldn't. Right? I heard the door handle turn. Without second thought, I quickly grabbed the towel and wrapped it around my body. The door opened a bit, and the first thing to enter was Logan's hand holding the clothes I was supposed to wear. I looked at it in shock. He really was going to come inside. He wiggled his arm. "Aren't you going to take it?" he asked. I could hear the smirk on his face. I slowly made my way out of the tub and headed towards the door. I reached for the clothes and took it from him. He pulled his arm back and quickly closed the door, not forgetting to lock it this time. I heard Logan laugh again from behind the door. I wasted no time. I placed the clothes on one of the towel shelves and quickly proceeded to wash my hair. After making sure that I had no soap on me, I dried myself and went to put my clothes on. The clothes were curled together in a makeshift ball, so I had to shake them all free. This resulted in some red fabric to fall on the bathroom floor. I looked at it in confusion and picked it up. It felt soft. I used both my hands to spread the first piece, my fave probably turning the same shade of red. I was holding in my hands some lacy, red underwear. I didn't have to look at the second piece to know what it was. I can't believe Logan actually went through that drawer. This was beyond embarrassing. I snapped out of my thoughts when another knock on the door echoed. "Eva, are you okay?" came Logan's worried voice. "I'm fine," was my reply as I quickly put on the clothes. I placed the hoodie on top of my head, only covering the back 3/4 of it and leaving the front quarter visible. My hair was still a bit wet, and the last thing I wanted was to fall sick. Not only that, but I didn't find anything to comb my hair with, and I was too shy to ask Logan for anything, so covering it with the hoodie was my only resort. I opened the bathroom door to be greeted by Logan's smiling face. "You really thought I was going to enter, didn't you?" he said, smirking. I blushed deep red and looked down. And no, I lied. Logan chuckled and took my hand in his, leading us to the door. Time to meet the pack house. Logan's hand in mine sent sparks to erupt through whole body. He gently led me outside the bedroom and into a very long hallway. The hallway had a red carpet extending from its beginning to its end, It had two golden lines along each of its sides, and it felt soft under my feet. I realized that there was only one room besides Logan's on this floor. The room was at a fair distance from Logan's room, not too far and not too close. There were also flower vases, one vase standing next to each of the bedroom doors. Their tops reached a few feet above the ground. "That's our baby's room," I heard Logan say from beside me. I didn't even realize that we have stopped walking. I looked at him in confusion, to which he just smiled. "That room," he said, pointing at the other room in the hallway, "will be the room our baby resides in when he or she comes." The thought of having a baby of my own made my heart flutter, and I couldn't keep from blushing at the thought about having a baby with Logan. "Come on, let's go," he said, tugging at my hand. He led me to a long staircase that was covered with a carpet similar to that of the hallway. The railing was a deep black color with swirls and circles carved into it. I slowly tried placing my hand on the railing as Logan and I descended the stairs. It was so smooth, as if covered in silk. As we stepped on the last step of the stairs, my gaze was caught by a huge lobby-like living room. The walls were painted a fade shade of rose, the furniture and carpet matching perfectly. There was a sofa, 2 armchairs, and a love seat. They were from made black leather with pillows filling them. They were either red, white, or gray. A couple of colorful beanbags were scattered on the floor and around the coffee table present in the middle. There was a big screen TV hanging from the wall opposite to the sofa. The armchairs and love seat lying on the sides. To my right was a big mahogany double door, which I assumed was the front door of the pack house. To my left was a doorless room, which Logan led me straight to. Upon entering, I realized that it was the kitchen. The kitchen was U-shaped with an island extending in the middle. The cupboards were maroon and had simple drawings of butterflies and leaves on them. They were lining the whole top part of the walls. They had an electrical stove built into the top of one of the counters. The sink had a whole wall of its own, right at the back. Logan sat me down on one of the chairs around the island. "So, what do you want to eat?" he asked with a warm smile adorning his face. "Ice cream!" I yelled excitedly, but then I realized what I just did and hid half my face in the jumper I'm wearing from the embarrassment. Logan chuckled and sat on the chair next to me. "Okay, tell you what, I get to feed you something more appropriate as a breakfast, then you get to eat as much ice cream as you want, okay?" he said as if talking to a kid. I nodded my head, still hiding half my face in the jumper. "So, what would you choose to eat?" he asked again as he left his seat and went to open the fridge. Can I have some cereal?" I asked hesitantly. I've been watching my old pack members eating it all the time, and I couldn't help but want to taste it. Logan looked at me from behind the fridge's door. "Sure," he replied with a grin. He took out the milk container and placed it on the island top next to me. He then reached for one of the cupboards and got out 3 boxes. He placed them in front of me. He then got 2 bowls and 2 spoons and placed them next to the boxes. "Okay, so these are the 3 types of cereal boxes that we have. Choose which one you want," he said as he took his seat back next to me. I looked at the 3 boxes in front of me. There was a box with Fruit Loops written on it, a box with Cocoa Pops on it, and the third with Honey Delights on it. I never tried any of them, so I didn't know which one was the best. I knew I couldn't stand honey, so the one with Honey Delights on it was out. I didn't know which to choose between the other 2, so I just placed some from each in my bowl. Logan looked at me with amusement on his face. "This is my first time seeing someone mix both these together," he said with a surprised tone. I hid my face again in the jumper. "Sorry," I mumbled. "I'm such an idiot. Why did I mix both?" Now Logan might be disgusted from me and think I'm a freak. I was brought back from my thoughts as Logan said, "Cool, I'll try it as well." He, too, mixed some from both into his bowl. Now it was my turn to look at him in amusement. He wasn't repulsive from what I did. He copied me instead. I was certain that other people would think weirdly of my actions, but not Logan. His gestures and actions towards me made me trust him and warm up to him more. He grabbed the milk container and poured some into my bowl and some into his. He looked at me and smiled warmly. I replied with one of my own. We then both started eating in silence. It wasn't the award one. On the contrary, actually, it was comfortable, and I liked how it felt until Logan broke the silence. Eva, do you still not remember seeing me before? Doesn't it ring any bell? He asked hesitantly, like he was afraid of my answer. Ever since I came, he kept on talking about us meeting before. It honestly doesn't ring a bell in my head, and guilt rushed through my gut. I didn't like the fact that I forgot meeting Logan before, and he seemed desperate for my remembrance. I shook my head as I hung it down in shame. It's okay. I'm sure you'll remember when the right time comes. He smiled sweetly at me, but I could see the disappointment in his eyes, even if he wanted to hide it. After finishing our breakfast, Logan led us to the living room and sat me on the couch, his hand never leaving mine. I'll go get you the ice cream, I promised. I'll be back in a minute, okay? I nodded as he made his way back to the kitchen. He came back with a plastic box and 2 spoons. You don't mind me sharing, do you? He asked in a mischievous tone as a smirk tugged at his lips. A small smile spread across my face as I choked my head. He took his seat next to me and placed the ice cream box, giving me one of the spoons. For the first time in my life, I'll get to taste the goodness called ice cream. I scooped a little with my spoon and slowly brought it to my mouth. The ice cream immediately melted on my tongue, and I couldn't help but moan in delight as its strawberry flavor filled my whole digestive system. Its creamy, cold texture sent tingles to erupt in my mouth and made me want more. I didn't hesitate to give my body what it wants and scooped another spoon. Soon, I was attacking the ice cream like there was no tomorrow. I was hungry for such sweet things, and I never thought that it would be possible. I heard chuckling resonate from beside me and looked to see a very amused Logan. I see that you like it, he said, a smile still playing across his face. I felt my face heat him, and it was probably scarlet red by now, to which I immediately avoided his gaze. His index finger and thumb took hold of my chin, and he raised my face so my gaze would meet his. I'm glad you did, he said softly, which made my heart melt at that. Would you like to watch a movie while we— No, you eat, he asked. Hearing him say you eat made me feel a bit guilty. I probably looked like a hungry pig as I attacked that ice cream. He sure wanted to give the ice cream and I some space. I nodded my head at his proposal of watching a movie. He left his spot and made his way to the TV place and crouched down in front of it. Ava, which genre do you prefer? He asked as he rummaged through the many discs placed on the shelf. Anything but horror. I replied softly as I placed another spoon filled with ice cream in my mouth. It's not that I've been watching movies since I was born, but I've come across parts of some of the movies my old pack members were watching. I'd enter the living room to get them their food or drinks, and my eyes would catch a glimpse of a scene or two. These few times proved to me that I can't handle horror. Yes! Got it, Logan exclaimed happily. We're watching Despicable Me. It's awesome. He informed me as he placed the disc inside the DVD player. I've heard about that movie before. It seemed nice, but of course I never got the chance to watch it. Logan sat down next to me and scooped a spoonful of ice cream before popping it into his mouth. The movie started seconds later, and the song that was stuck into my head for weeks after overhearing it started. I'm having a bad day. I started humming the song quietly, but soon after heard a male echo sing with me. I looked beside me, and here he was, Logan singing along with me. I didn't stop singing, thought. We both sang together that small part, and a huge grin was plastered onto my face, followed by one from Logan. I see you know this movie. He pressed pause and said as the song was over. It was short anyways. Not really. My pack members were watching it once, and I overheard the song from the kitchen. It was stuck in my head for weeks, I replied. Guess you just found a singing partner, Logan said and winked my way. My face flushed red and I nodded along with my embarrassment. I heard Logan chuckle. Let's continue the movie, he said and pressed on the play button. We both went back to watching the movie, laughing at most of it, awed by the little girls. I totally forgot about whatever fear and concerns I had and genuinely enjoyed the movie. I even went as far as talk to the characters and give commands like I was the director. Of course, Logan was just enjoying watching my reactions more than the movie itself. It was evident with how he chuckled or laughed at every comment I make and how his body was now tilted so he was facing me. All in all, we were both enjoying ourselves. The knights move 2 steps, the horse goes here, Logan said, explaining to me the rules of playing chess. After finishing the movie and 2 boxes of ice cream, Logan asked if I knew about chess. I didn't even know what he was talking about. So he took it upon himself that he would teach me, since it was his favorite board game. And so he took me to the game room. It was filled with all kinds of games. A TV set with both a Wii and a PlayStation 3 next to it. A cupboard filled with board games. A twister mat lying on the floor. There was also a basketball hoop and a football table. But what really perked up my interest was a huge snake and ladder mat where you actually play with your own body and not just some objects. It was folded and placed at a corner, and when Logan explained to me what it was, I felt my whole body itch to try it. However, Logan's chess game was obviously more important right now. He finished explaining all the rules and how to play, to which I all just nodded to. 15 minutes later, checkmate, I stated, trying as hard as I can to contain my excitement. Winning an alpha in something wasn't a very good move, and the consequences was something I knew all too well. I can't believe this. You won. You actually won. On your first time, no less. Logan said, exasperated. He was still staring at the game like it just came to life. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, I swear. Let's play again. I'm sure there was some kind of mistake, I said hesitantly. Logan's head snapped up to look at me. I felt his gaze soften as it met my own. What are you talking about? Eva, can't you see? You're very smart. Not anyone can win a chess game from the first time. Heck, it took me 2 weeks to win my first game. You should be proud of yourself. He replied to my rambling. He reached his hand and laced our fingers together. Oh, but that won't mean that I won't request we play until I defeat you. I'm not leaving you off the hook, baby girl. He smirked and winked at me, to which I, for the 9th time, blush and hide half my face in the jumper. He started replacing the pieces back to their original place. And of course, I helped, much to his dismay. Again, he stated as the pieces were back. I nodded and we both started another round, another 15 minutes later. Logan, I'm sorry, but checkmate, I said. Logan's eyes were as wide as saucers as he stared at his royal. Damn you to straight hell. He yelled in aggravation as he held some of his pieces and shaking them up in the air. I couldn't help but laugh at his childish act, but confusion overtook. I won again. Is that even possible? Oh, how can this happen? He whined. Again, he stated with determination as he started replacing the pieces back. There was nothing else to do but nod. We played several times after it that I already lost count. I think we remained in our same spots playing that game for what felt like a century, but Logan's reactions each time I win were what I was looking forward to the most. No pun intended. He was just hilarious in his childish ways. Ah! He groaned in defeat and frustration as he laid on his back. It only took him seconds to rise back up. You know, I was actually being nice and making you win on purpose. I'll give it my best this time, so prepare to feel the lose, he said confidently. He made me win on purpose? It sure didn't feel like it. Oh, okay, I replied. I was actually enjoying this. Maybe chess will be my favorite game. We were about to start another round when our heads suddenly snapped to the door as we heard commotion coming from outside. Our gazes locked together and I felt my eyes widen in surprise and confusion. Logan looked at his wristwatch and his eyebrows creased in confusion too. They're early, he muttered and stood to his feet. I stood up too. Who's early? I asked as he took hold of my hand and made his way to the door. The tribe, he replied. I was amused with his choice of words, but that wasn't the time. He opened the door and we both made our way outside. We had to cross the living room and kitchen so we could reach the stairs that would lead to our floor. Logan was speed walking, tugging me behind him. However, as expected, we were stopped midway with a frantic-looking man. I realized him as the beta, Jake. I hid half my body behind Logan, only a part of me visible, and one eye looking at Jake, my hand still holding on to Logan's. What's wrong, Jake? You guys are early, Logan asked. Or rogues. Rogues? They attacked the east side of our territory. As soon as the word rogue reached my ears, I immediately scooped Eva in my arms and up the stairs towards our room. I tucked her under the covers. I don't want you to worry about anything, okay? Take a nap and it'll be there when you wake up, I promise. I said, wanting to assure her that everything will be okay and I'll handle the situation. The last thing I want is for her to feel afraid and start to panic. To my surprise, she calmly nodded her head. I kissed her temple and hurried out the room. As soon as my feet stepped out of the pack house, I shifted into my wolf midair and sprinted towards where the fight was. My wolf, Rex, with his strong, huge build, took over me completely. The urge to protect Eva and the pack overcame everything else. When I reached the battlefield, I was proud to see that my pack was actually winning, but something confused me. The scents hitting my nostrils seemed so familiar that I couldn't help but daze out to pinpoint where I've smelled them before. I snapped out of my thoughts as I was caught off guard by a wolf jumping right at me. I was able to tilt my body, making him miss my throat by a couple of millimeters. He lunged for my neck again, but I swiftly moved to the right and bit one of his hind legs, making him yelp in pain. I took this as a chance to cause more damage. I jumped on his back, pinning him to the ground, and in one quick movement pierced my canines into his skin and snapped his neck to the side. His dead body limped under me. I didn't get to look around as another wolf attacked me. He was way smaller than me and looked like an easy kill. I used my paw to cut deeply into his face. He stepped back a little, but I quickly lunged at him, ripping his throat out. I looked around me to see that most of the wolves that attacked us were dead. I quickly linked Jake, my beta, to keep at least 2 of the Rouge wolves alive. I saw one of my pack members, Peter, fighting a wolf, not aware that another one was sneaking behind me. I ran as fast as I could, my wolf speed helping a lot, and tackled the wolf to the ground. His wolf was small in size, making it easy for me to pin him down completely. I got one. I mind-linked Jake. I got another, he replied back. I looked around me to find that all the other rogue wolves were taken down by my pack members. Taylor was already done with the wolf he was fighting and turned towards me. Thanks, pal. He mind-linked. Anytime, I replied back. All of my warriors shifted back and covered themselves with some shorts. 2 held down the wolf I was pinning, and another 2 held the wolf. Jake was pinning so we could shift too. I slipped on a pair of shorts and walked over to the rogues. Shift, I commanded using my alpha tone. They had no other choice but to obey. The boys dragged the rogues to the basement cells as I followed behind me with Jake and Taylor. We tied them to the walls with silver chains, and I was more than ready to interrogate them. Everything seemed so stupid, though. We are known as the most powerful and dominating pack after the royals. My father and I are on first-name basis with the king. Why would someone in their right mind try to attack us? What brings you to our pack? Why did you attack us? I asked the Rouge on the right using my alpha tone. I stood proud and intimidating, crossing my arms over my chest. Our alpha just wants his slave back, he replied with a scoff. The next thing I know, the rogue's head collided with the wall next to us as his body fell limp in the chains. My blood was boiling, and my eyes were definitely pitch black by now. How dare he? His statement reminded me of where I've come across such scents. These weren't some lone rogues attacking. It was Eva's old pack, the New Moon pack. But why would Alpha Drake want her back if to him she's only a slave? Unless... I turned to the other rogue who trembled in fear. Tell me again, what do you want from us? I asked, challenging him to say the wrong words. Alpha Drake wanted us to bring back your mate. He stuttered, not lifting his gaze up to meet mine. But we don't know why, I swear. He never told us. He said hurriedly. This is getting me confusing by the minute. Alpha Drake must have known something, but how? I didn't tell any of my pack members about the Gumiho thing. It never left the pack house. Only selected people knew. We have to do something about that good-for-nothing mutt. Without further saying, I turned on my heels and left the cells. I was starting to get suspicious about that Wesley person. It's so ironic how right after he came, the attack happened. I heard Jake's footsteps follow behind me, and I stopped to face him. I need you to keep a close eye on Wesley. Report to me everything he does, even if he farted in his sleep. I want to know about it. I ordered before turning around and continued walking. I didn't wait for a reply since Jake won't refuse me an order. Instead of making my way to my room like I wanted to, I moved my legs to my father's office's direction. My father does most of the paperwork, leaving all the fighting and outside pack managing on me. I'll be alpha in a few weeks, and he wants to make sure that I was ready. He only gets involved when needed. I knocked on the door and a tired "come in" echoed from inside. I opened the door and myself on the couch opposite his desk, my usual spot. He was discussing with his beta, Mark, some stuff, so I had to wait for a couple of minutes. "Okay, I'll get those ready by tonight," I heard Mark say. Him and my dad were finalizing everything about the pact so they would be ready for me and Jake to take over. Mark turned around, greeting me as he left the room. I replied him back, then turned to my father. "Is the situation with the rogues done?" he asked. I nodded my head. "We've managed to keep 2 of them for interrogation," I told him and sat up straight from my lying sit position. "And?" he cooed, raising his eyebrows a couple of centimeters up. "One of them is dead for insulting my mate, but the other is still alive. We found out that they were actually sent by Alpha Drake from the New Moon Pack," I explained, my blood boiling at the thought. My father looked at me surprised. "Eva's old Alpha," he stated more to himself. "Yes, and for some reason he wants her back." "Is it possible that he knows about what she really is?" he asked, worry filling his voice. I hung my head low and shook it. "I don't know, but I don't think it's possible," I replied. "I mean, we didn't tell the pack members about it, and only certain people know, certain people that I bet my life and yours that they didn't say anything." "Maybe they've planted a spy?" he asked. "Maybe, but who?" I was about to complete talking when a knock was sounded from the door. A scent hit my nose and I knew exactly who it was. "Wesley, come in," my father said. I clenched my fists, ready to attack. Wesley opened the door slowly and came in. He was shuffling in his place and he looked really uncomfortable. I think I might be able to answer some questions," he said slowly, his eyes never leaving his feet. "And what can someone like you have for us?" I snapped at him. "For all we know, he can be the spy." "Logan," my father warned, but I wasn't fazed, yet I said no more. I actually know something," he stuttered. "And what would that be?" my father asked calmly. "Alpha Drake knew from the beginning," he said, making both my father and I to look at each other in alarm. I decided to play the dumb card on him and ask, "Know what?" He gave me a flat look, but quickly lowered his gaze at my glare. "That your mate is actually a Gumiho," he replied. With no second thought, I lunged at him and pinned him to the wall, my hand holding his neck tightly. My body was tensed and my eyes were pitch black again. "How and when did he know? How do you know?" "Who else knows?" I asked dangerously. "He knew ever since she was born." He chalked out. I felt my father's hand on my shoulder. "Let him go, Logan. We need answers, not a dead body," he calmly warned. I let go of Wesley's neck and he fell to the ground, coughing and heaving for air. "Talk," I ordered. He coughed a bit more before he looked at me and said, "Alpha Drake was on good terms with a witch. He asked her for great power, and that's when she lead him to your mate. He wanted her pearl for the powers it hold, but he knew that he couldn't have it until she matured, so he took her from her parents," he explained. "Then why did he treat her so badly? And how come her parents just gave her away like that?" I asked. "He thought that if he scared her and made her weak, then she would give him the pearl without a fight. But about her parents, that's something I really don't know," he replied. I tried to calm myself as much as possible, but truth be told, I was ready to start a war with that Alpha. "And how do you know all this, boy?" my father asked when he realized that I wasn't going to without killing someone. "When I was slaved, I overheard Alpha Drake explain all this to his beta. His beta was very reluctant about his Alpha wanting a slave back. He didn't understand, so I guess Alpha Drake had no other choice but to explain," he answered. "Who else knows about this?" I asked. Wesley shook his head. "No one. Alpha Drake didn't want anyone else to know, afraid they might want her pearl too." I was getting all racked up and angry. "Can't they just leave Eva alone? They've put her through so much already." "Father, this won't be their last attack. We need to do something before they strike again," I told my dad. I told you, son, we can't just go tell the royal family anything without proof, even if we close to the king and queen. He replied the answer, which I dreaded. I can help with that too, Wesley said, making our heads to snap his way. How? I blurted out. Alpha Drake keeps records of all the transactions he's made. He keeps them in a cabinet, locked with silver chains so no one can reach them. I'm sure the transaction he made during buying your mate is also stored. His last statement made me growl loudly, causing him to flinch backwards. Again, how did you know that? My father asked. Like I said, during my slavery period, I saw him placing a file inside the cabinet after finishing off a deal he was making. Wesley replied back. After a couple of times seeing it, I confirmed that that's where he keeps records of all his transactions. You could ask for more details from you, mate. She probably knows everything about that pack house. I'm asking her nothing. I snarled at him. My father's hand took its place on my shoulder again. I turned to face him. We should get it, I said, determined. My father scrunched up his face in confusion. How? He asked. Alpha Drake is leaving the pack house next week, Wesley stated. It's a trip he's been planning on for months. I don't know any details about it, though. He continued. Dad, can we trust him? I asked my father as I pointed at Wesley. I don't know, he replied. Can we? He asked more to Wesley than me as he looked at him excitedly. Wesley must have caught on as he immediately replied. Absolutely, sir. I would never betray you. I know I've only been here for a short time, but I'm indebted to you for not killing me or treating me like Alpha Drake. This will be your only chance. You either gain our trust and become a pack member, or we send you back to your Alpha, I said in a daring tone. Wesley nodded his head rapidly. Okay, we'll be meeting again tomorrow to plan this properly. You'll come too, Wesley. My father said, to which both Wesley and I nodded. You can leave, my father told Wesley. He nodded again and left the room. I think I'll leave too, Dad, I said as I started making my way to the door. He nodded in return and went back to his desk. I left the office, making my way to my bedroom. I expected Eva to be sleeping, but when I opened the door, I was met with her curious face. Did I wake you up? I asked her, to which she shook her head. I didn't sleep, she replied softly. I sat on the bed next to her and raised my hand slowly to her hair, stroking it lightly. Why not? I asked. She stuttered a little before turning her body to look at me fully. Her action perked my attention and I was worried something happened. This is all my fault, she blurted out, catching me off guard. I straightened up beside her. What's your fault? I asked her, confused and a bit mad. The attack. I know that Alpha Drake sent them to get me. Your pack members will be hurt because if me, she replied pleadingly. Eva, I called out. Let's play a game, I said. Her face told me that she was beyond surprised at what I said. I didn't wait for her to reply and continued. It's called 20 questions. I'll ask you a question and you reply truthfully. Then you ask me a question and I'll reply truthfully, I explained. She looked at me blankly for a while before nodding. Okay, I'll start. What's your favorite color? I asked. I don't think I have a favorite. Each color is beautiful in its own way, she replied back. I offered her a genuine smile. Okay, your turn, I said. What's yours? She asked. Favorite color? I asked, raising an eyebrow. She nodded. Black, I replied. My turn. Can you trust me? She looked at me with surprise and confusion. Can you believe in me? Believe that as long as I live, I'll forever love and protect you? Believe that our pack members will always protect you with their lives? Believe that you'll be happy and that your pack members love and cherish you and are ready to die for you even if they've never once met you? Believe that you'll forever be mine and I'll forever be yours. Can you believe that? I asked her in a soft, pleading tone. She was shocked from my sudden rant, but soon enough, her gaze softened, and what she did shocked me in return. She slowly reached her arms and wrapped them around my torso, leaning her head on my chest, giving me a warm hug that sent the sparks to circulate my whole body. My body was tensed at the surprise attack, but it so relaxed and my arms wrapped around her in return, one of my hands reaching for her head and patting it lightly. I couldn't help but grin happily at that. I woke up to a cold, lonely bed. Logan wasn't next to me, but I soon realized from the noise coming from the bathroom that he was still here. I sat up and started rubbing my sleepy eyes when Logan came out of the bathroom. He was fully dressed and seemed to have taken a shower. His hair was still damp. He was wearing black jeans and a black button-down shirt with its sleeves rolled up to his elbows. Being a werewolf really comes in handy. It's winter now, and the weather is freezing, to only me, of course, and Logan still isn't wearing heavy clothes. I don't know why I still feel cold and I'm not as strong, but that's maybe because I didn't fully become a Gumiho yet. When Logan's eyes met mine, a wide smile adorned his face. "Good morning, princess," he said sweetly. I gave him a small smile and said a sleepy morning. "I'll be leaving for a meeting today. It might take long. Will you be all right?" He asked as he made his way towards the bed and sat next to me. I nodded my head as he gently tucked a stray strand of my hair behind my ear, making me blush. "I already asked Chloe to get you breakfast. It'll be here any minute," he said, but I quickly declined. "No," I almost yelled. He looked at me in shock, but then scooted closer to me. "Why? Is something wrong? Did she do something to you?" he asked worriedly. "No, I wanted to have breakfast downstairs today with everyone and with you," I explained. He looked at me stunned. "Two, are you are?" he asked warily. I nodded my head at him. When Logan told me yesterday to trust and believe him and the pack members, he didn't know that I already did. I did trust him and his family. It's just that I was still a bit jumpy out of habit. I used to always be on guard since I was 10 and had to flinch from fright that it eventually became a habit of mine. It was hard to get rid of it easily, but I'll still try. Like you said, I have to trust and believe my fellow pack members. I want to be happy, Logan, I explained. Logan beamed at me happily and engulfed me in a bone-crushing hug. "I'm so proud of you, baby girl. You'll be happy. I promise. As long as I live, I'll always make you happy." He whispered into my hair, making me flush deep. He pulled back and looked at me with a wide grin that I couldn't help but return with a smile. "I'll go take a shower first," I told him. He nodded and said, "My mom sneaked out yesterday and went shopping for you. They're in the closet." I looked at him in confusion. Why would she do that? "Go pick whichever you like to wear," Logan told me as he pulled me out of bed and towards the walk-in closet. "This is my first time entering it." "This is your side," he said, gesturing towards the right side, "and this is mine." He gestured towards the left side. "I don't really mind, if you chose from my side, you know," he said teasingly. I blushed and turned my whole body to my side. I started going through the hanged clothes. They were mostly wool dresses and winter coats with only a small collection on pants and shirts. I chose a white, plain, full-sleeved wool dress that reached only my middle thigh. I was cute and comfy. I pulled it out of the rack and made my way to the bathroom after pulling out some undergarments too. I took a quick shower, then wore my clothes and combed my hair. I braided it to side, but left a couple of strands loose. I went out of the bathroom to find Logan fixing his hair. His head snapped towards me, smiled, and reached his hand for me to take. I stepped closer and placed my hand in his. "You ready?" he asked. I nodded. "Yeah." And with that, we both made our way outside the room and into the familiar hallway. He led me down the stairs, and we both entered the kitchen. Everyone was sitting inside having breakfast as they chatted with one another. They all stopped what they were doing as soon, and Logan and I entered the kitchen. I hid behind Logan, intimidated by their gaze. Logan cleared his throat. "Eva and I decided to have breakfast with you all today," Logan announced and started to walk towards two empty seats. We were stopped midway by Chloe and Claire. The both beamed at me and grinned happily. Claire grabbed my hand that wasn't holding Logan's and started tugging me towards her. "Eva, come sit next to us," she told me enthusiastically. "Yeah, you're with Logan all the time. You should have breakfast with us today," said Chloe. I looked at Logan, then right back at them before leaving Logan's hand and going with Chloe and Claire. I looked back to see him looking at me with a shocked expression. Chloe and Claire seated me in a chair between them both as Logan sat on the chair across from me. "I can't believe you actually left me to go sit with them," he said melodramatically. "Oh, you'll get used to it, Logan." Alexis shrugged as she made her way to the seat next to Chloe. "So, Eva, what would you like to eat?" Claire asked me, gesturing to the vast amount of food on the table. I was about to point at the sausages, but was cut off by her. "Oh, forget it. I'll just give you everything," she said and started filling my plate with everything. She finally poured me a cup of orange juice, then smiled in satisfaction. I can't eat all that," I told her truthfully. "It's okay. Just eat whatever you can and leave the rest," replied Alexis with a wave of her hand. I nodded at her and started slowly eating. Midway through our meal, I noticed a pair of blonde hair staring right at me. I looked up to be met with two of the same person. I gaped in awe. They both smiled widely at me and said a very cheery good morning in unison. I was taken back by them. I heard someone chuckling beside me and looked to see that it was Logan. "These are my cousins, Blake and Blaine. They're twins, and heads up, you can never tell which is which," he informed me. I looked back at the twins. "I'm Blaine," the one on the right said and reached his hand for me to shake, but before I could react, a deep growl erupted from Logan. Blaine rolled his eyes but still didn't pull back his hand. "I'm not going to rape her or anything," he said sarcastically, making Logan growl even louder. I quickly reached my hand and shook Blaine's. Blaine looked at Logan and smirked, which earned him a narrowed eye. "I'm Blake," the one on the left said, and shook my hand too. I could see why Logan said that we can't tell them apart. They both looked identically the same, and to make things harder, they were both wearing the same exact outfit. Even their scents were mixed together, so we can't pinpoint which is which. But for some reason, I saw that they weren't that similar. They were different. "Okay, guys, we have a meeting to go to," Logan announced, causing all the boys to get up. "It was nice finally seeing you, Eva," I heard a deep voice say from behind me. I turned around to see a man that looked in his late 40s beaming right at me. I noticed him sitting and having breakfast with us, but he didn't utter a word or introduce himself. I felt Logan come stand next to me and hold my hand reassuringly. I looked at him in confusion, not knowing who he is. But then Claire stood up and held onto his arm. "This here is my mate and husband, Samuel," she explained. My eyes widened. Logan's father, the current alpha. I quickly bowed down. Good morning, Alpha," I said warily. He chuckled deeply. "You don't have to do that, dear. I'm like your father now. You should call me Sam," he said. His words made my heart warm up, and I felt like I really am safe and home. I saw Claire smiling beside him, and I smiled in return. "Come on, Logan. We gotta go," Sam said. Logan nodded and kissed my forehead. "I'll be back in a while, okay?" he said gently. I smiled and nodded at him. He left with his father, and Claire followed. I looked around to find that they all left except for Chloe, who was still eating. I went and took my seat next to her. She grinned widely at me before going back to her meal. Chloe, do you know what happened when Logan and I met 10 years ago?" He said that we met, but I can't remember anything. I asked her with a hoping tone. She gave me a sympathetic smile and shook her head. "I'm sorry, Eva. Logan never told anyone about it. All we know is that you saved him 10 years ago." I sighed sadly. "But you know," she said, gaining my attention. "Alexis can help you with that," she suggested. "She's a witch, so she must have some kind of potion." Her words interested me. Maybe Alexis would be able to help me. Do you know where I can find her?" I asked. Yeah, she's probably in her lab room," she replied. I tilted my head at her. "It's the room next to her bedroom. It's where she makes new potions and all the witch stuff. I even remember her showing me a blue-colored potion and told me that it helps you remember." Chloe explained and I nodded. "Do you know where her room is?" she asked. "Yeah, Logan showed me around the house yesterday," I said and got up from my seat. "I'll go see her," I said, and Chloe nodded. I left the kitchen and headed towards Alexis's room. The door next to hers had lab written on it. I took a deep breath and slowly knocked, but no answer. I knocked again, but still no answer. I was about to leave, but the door suddenly opened slightly. I looked at it warily. Typical witch doors. I peeked my head inside and called. "Alexis? Alexis, you in there?" Still no reply. I opened the door more and allowed myself in. As I stepped into her lab room, I realized how bad this is. I can't just enter someone's room without permission. What if she got mad and beat me up or cast a spell on me? I was about to leave the room when something caught my eye. In what looked like a cupboard sat different types of small, colored bottles, and right in the middle were two blue-colored potions. I slowly made my way to the opened cupboard and held both bottles in my hands. The first one had the letter M on it, while the other had the letter R on it. I bit my bottom lip, debating whether or not I should drink either. If I did drink, I'll remember the time Logan and I met. I might even remember what my real name was. But at the same time, I'd be using something that's not mine, and I don't even know how to take it or if it'll work. But also, if I didn't take it, I won't remember, and I'd feel guilty for God knows how long. I decided on the former and kept the one with the letter R, thinking that it meant remembrance. I opened the bottle and a very answering aroma hit my nostrils. I hope it tastes as good as it smells. I took a deep breath and in one shot gulped down the whole bottle. It really did taste good, like candy. I didn't get time to be in awe at its taste, as I suddenly felt very lightheaded and all I could see was darkness. My father, his beta, Mark, third in command, Jake, Taylor, Wesley, the twins, and I were gathered in my father's office discussing all the details we had and forming a plan. I think it'll be better to move in on the same day Drake leaves. They won't expect us to strike so early, I told them, looking at the papers in front of me. We have to make sure to go in and leave unnoticed, my father said. How would we do that? Wesley asked, confused. Lexi. Blake and Blaine replied in unison and shrugged. Wesley looked at them in amusement, but didn't comment on it. I've asked Wesley to live in OOOOA of the small cottages near the pack house, same as the rest of the pack. I didn't want Eva to see him yet, and I still had my doubts about him. Yeah, we can ask her to make us some potion to help mask our scents, Jake said, and I nodded in agreement. I took out my cell phone and dialed Alexis. Since she wasn't a werewolf like us, we couldn't mind Link. Alexis picked up after the third ring. Yes, Logan, she replied through the phone. Can you come to my father's office right now? I asked. Sure, came her reply, and with that I hung up. 5 minutes later, a knock on the door snapped all our heads towards it. Come in, yelled my father. Alexis opened the door and entered. We filled her in with whatever intel we had and asked her to prepare the correct potion. After we planned out everything, each one of us left for his own business. My business, of course, being Eva. I first entered our room, but found it empty. A smile spread across my face at the thought that Eva didn't cower away and actually was trying to blend in. I was proud of my mate. I descended the stairs and made my way to the kitchen, but she wasn't there either. I searched the living room and game room and still nada. My face turned to a frown and I started to worry. I was about to search the garden when an ear-piercing scream echoed through the whole pack house. Without thinking, I started running towards the source, my feet leading me to Alexis's room. Her lab door was opened. Eva, I heard someone yell from inside. Without bothering to knock, I entered the room to find Eva on the floor unconscious and Alexis crouched beside her trying to wake her up. 1 second I was standing by the door and the next I was holding Eva in my arms and running towards the pack clinic, mind-linking Dr. Mitchell to come as fast as possible in the process. Eva, please wake up. Please say something. I pleaded as I held her in my arms on the clinic bed. I noticed my parents and the rest standing by the door looking at us worriedly. Excuse me, let me through, I heard Dr. Mitchell say as he made his way through the tiny crowd by the door. You have to step away, Logan. I need to check her, Mitchell said as he made his way towards us. I begrudgingly left Eva's side and looked at him as he checked her. I was fidgeting with my fingers and shifted from one foot to another, each second passes agonizing me more. Dr. Mitchell took a step back and removed his stethoscope from his ears. He turned to look at me with a smile tugging on his lips. What the? Why is he smiling? Why the hell are you smiling? What is wrong with Eva? Is she okay? I asked frantically. He just shook his head in amusement and continued smiling. I was getting furious and was this close to end his life. She's totally fine, Logan, Dr. Mitchell stated. She's asleep. I gaped at him. I probably looked like a fool in front of everyone earlier. Are you sure? I asked. Dr. Mitchell nodded his head. I released the breath I was holding. Dr. Mitchell said that she was just sleeping, but I was still doubtful. A person can't just fall to the ground like that and be sleeping. She wasn't even in bed. I didn't speak my thoughts and just nodded my head at Dr. Mitchell when he asked to leave. I picked up Eva and made my way towards our bedroom. I tucked her in and made sure she was warm before making my way downstairs. I figured that she'd be hungry when she woke up. I was in the process of making her a sandwich, the ladies talking around me and the men munching on random things when we heard wailing and baby cries coming from upstairs. We looked at each other in confusion, but when my gaze turned to Alexis, she was beyond nervous and kept fidgeting with her fingers. I didn't bother asking as the wailing intensified. I quickly made my way upstairs to check on Eva, even though I was sure the baby cries weren't coming from her. I felt the rest of my mob following. I opened the door, and to my surprise, Eva was the one making the baby cries. I ran up to her and held her between my arms. "Shh, baby, it's okay, it's okay," I whispered into her ear as I gently ran my hand down her hair. "Mama," Eva cried out. I pulled back and looked questionably at her. "What?" I asked, dumbfounded. "Mommy," she cried again. I didn't know what to do. Why is a he asking for her mom, and why is she crying like a baby? Alpha. I heard Alexis call from the door where everyone was standing, giving Eva the same weird look I was. "What?" I replied. She seemed nervous and was sweating like a pig. I think, she stuttered. "You think what, Alexis? Speak," I ordered, making her shift in her place, nervousness rolling off of her in waves. "I think Eva drank the age-reducing potion," she stated flatly. My eyes widened at her. "What?" I yelled. When I found her lying on the floor, she had a potion bottle in her hand. The age-reducing potion," she explained nervously. "And what does that exactly mean?" I asked, bewildered. "Eva is a 3-year-old child now," she confessed, and my eyes weren't even in their sockets anymore. I looked back at Eva, who was still crying like a child. At Alexis's confession, I heard laughing echo through the room, making me glare directly at the twins. They were doubling over from laughter and had tears in their eyes. "Sorry, Log, but this is hilarious," one of them said between fits of laughter. "Yeah, you'll have to babysit your mate rather than ha ha," the other continued, laughing at the end. I narrowed my eyes at them and growled. They held their hands up in surrender, but still had their goofy smiles on their faces. I felt a tugging at my sleeve. I looked to find Eva's cries died down, and she was now pouting, her face stained with her earlier tears. Hungry," she said softly. "What?" I asked. I heard her say something, but what was that something? I had no clue. Hungry," she said again. I looked at my mom for help. She was trying to stop herself from laughing, most probably at how I look right now. "She's hungry, Logan, hungry," my mother said, her face breaking into a huge smile as she tried to contain her laughter. "Oh," I said lowly, still waiting for the situation to sink in. "Oh," I yelled this time in realization. "I'll be right back." I told Eva and ran to bring her food. I ran to the kitchen, finishing Eva's sandwich I was making earlier, and brought it up to her. As I was nearing my room, I heard crying again. I entered the bedroom to find the twins sitting on each of her sides with one of them dangling a lollipop in front of her. "Just give to her, guys," my mom scolded. "You want it, little Eva." One of the twins cooed as he wiggled the lollipop in front of Eva, her cries reaching a second level as she waved her arms trying to reach it. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" I snapped at them, making the twin with the lollipop drop it and Eva's cries to stop, and she quickly snatched the lollipop. I fiercely slammed the food tray on the nightstand and practically threw the twins off my bed. I sighed deeply. "Too bad," Eva said grumpily, and I couldn't help but smile at her. "Alexis, when will the effect leave her body? When will she come back to normal?" I asked Alexis. "A day, 2 at the most," she replied. I sighed in relief. Again, I felt tugging at my shirt, and I turned around to gaze right into Eva's glazed eyes. "Yes, baby," I said softly. She didn't reply and only point towards the window. My eyes followed her finger, and I frowned in confusion. "Is there something out there?" I asked worriedly. On cue, Jake and Taylor ran to the window to check. "There's nothing, Logan," Jake stated. I turned my gaze back at Eva. She was still pouting and pointing her finger to the window while making urging sounds. "I think she wants to go out." My head snapped towards Chloe, then back at Eva to find her nodding her head vigorously. I raised my eyebrows at her, asking really. She nodded again. "Okay then," I said, and got up from my place. As soon as I wasn't near her, she took off running outside the room. Eva! I yelled after her, but she ignored me. I ran after her down the stairs and out the pack house, and as soon as her feet touched the soil, she ran with speed I've never seen before. She was even faster than me, a soon-to-be alpha. I had to stop in my tracks and gap at her, but quickly snapped out of it, afraid I'd lose sight of her. Indeed, I did lose sight of her. I decided to follow her scent that soon fading away. I was getting more nervous. She might get hurt, and that was something I don't want. Her faint scent led me to the lake nearby. I saw her crouched on the grass, playing with some tweeds and flowers. She was plucking them and arranging them into patterns. Eva, I whispered quickly so I don't scare her. Her head snapped towards me and she started scooting her body away. I was making my way slowly to her while she was, in return, scooting closer to the tree behind her until her back slammed into the trunk. This felt like déjà vu. Baby, it's okay. I won't who? My words were stuck in my throat at the sight in front of me. Eva's skin started taking the color of her surrounding. Her face, arms, and upper body took the color of the trunk she was leaning on. Even her toes took the color of the stray leaves and grass below them. Veins protruded from the trunk and covered Eva, making her invisible to see. If I wasn't there to witness her change, I wouldn't have been able to find her, ever. I heard a gasp followed by an "awesome" coming from behind me. I turned around to see the crowd living with me had witnessed what just happened. I turned my head to Eva's direction, but I couldn't locate exactly where her eyes were, since all I was seeing were a tree trunk and leaves. Eva, can you please come? I promise I won't hurt you. I cooed, trying to gain her trust. Nom is not Iwa, she replied back. And that's when I realized how stupid I was. She's 3 right now, way before we met and way before she was sold. Of course she'd remember her name and where she lived. Maybe we could find her parents if they were still in the same house. What is it then, sweetheart? My mom asked softly. I won to you. Mommy swayed not to talk to strangers, Eva replied again, still hiding and invisible. We're not strangers, we're friends, Chloe said. We won't hurt you. Eva slowly started leaving her hiding spot and her skin color was coming back to normal. Will you get me ice cream? She asked innocently. I nodded my head and smiled at her. Yes, you can have all the ice cream that you want. Fau breakfast wunsch and dinner? She asked in shock. I looked at my mom. No, Eva, your stomach will hurt you if you eat so much, Alexis said softly, trying to convince her. I want ice cream, Eva said grumpily, stomping her foot on the ground and crossing her arms. Your tummy will hurt you, Eva, I repeated. Nom is not Iwa, she yelled and went back to hiding, her body taking the color of the nature and vines covering it. I sighed deeply. Okay. How about you just eat your sandwich, then you can eat whatever ice cream you want, I said, trying to get her out again and convince her. Just like I wanted, Eva came out of hiding. She looked at me with doe eyes, giving me a puppy dog look, and that's when I couldn't deny her anything. How about we forget the sandwich and skip right to the ice cream, I told her weakly. That girl had me wrapped up around her little finger. Logan, my mother scolded. What? I asked innocently. You saw how she looked at me. I defended myself. She sighed. Currently, Logan, she's a kid and doesn't know what's best for her. We can't just give the kids whatever they demand or it'll be chaos around the world. My mother scolded again with her hands on her hips. Mom, it's not like she'll really eat ice cream 24/7, I retorted back. She sighed again. Let's just go to the house and we'll see, she told me, and I nodded in agreement. I turned to look at Eva to find her sleeping. She was curled up in fetus position. Her right thumb was inside her mouth while her left hand was curled into a fist. Her hair was laid around her and her lips slightly parted. She really did look like a child. I looked at her in awe and I was sure everyone was too. I gently lifted her up and held her flush against my body. Leave it to the kids to sleep anywhere, anytime, I heard Taylor say as I made my way to the pack house, with them following in tow. When I reached my bedroom, I tucked Eva under the covers. I kissed her forehead lightly, then made my way out of the room into the kitchen, where they all were gathered. I sat on one of the kitchen stools and sighed deeply. Got it tough, huh? My father asked. He kept silent the whole time, only watching in amusement and smiling. "It's not that bad," I replied. "Ha, you've seen nothing," my mother scoffed. "When you were a kid, you did things that would make the devil himself retire. You were his legacy," she said in exasperation. I looked at her with wide eyes. "Come on, Mom, I'm sure I wasn't that bad," I defended, to which my father started laughing. "I was going to kill you once, you know," my father said as he continued laughing at the memory. My mother seemed to have remembered what he mentioned and joined him in his laughter. "What happened?" one of the twins asked. "When you were about 5, you got it stuck in your head that you want to marry your mom." My father started, and I looked at him in shock. "You wouldn't let me touch her or even be with her in the same room. I was kicked out of my bedroom every night because you didn't want anyone to sleep next to your wife. You even tried to banish me from the pack and started terrible rumors about me," he continued, trying to stop himself from laughing. My mother and the rest, though, couldn't control themselves. "Ha, ha! Very funny, Dad," I said with narrowed eyes. "He's telling the truth, you know," someone said from the doorway, and we all looked to find my dad's beta standing there with a smug look on his face. They all started laughing again. This was getting frustrating and embarrassing. No way in hell did I do that. "Ah, baby Logan want to marry his mommy," one of the twins sang annoyingly, if I might say. The laughter grew even more at his statement. "But talking seriously now, you've privacy noticed that Eva knew about her powers since young, right?" My father spoke sternly. I nodded my head. "But that's not possible," Alexis said. Our heads snapped towards her. "In the book, it said that Gumihos mature at the age of 20, their tails and everything. I've also noticed something weird," she said, and I looked at her in confusion. "Normal Gumihos have either red or brown tails, but Eva, her tails are fiery blue," she explained. "Is that good or bad?" I asked worriedly. She shook her head. "I really don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. Only time will tell," my mother said reassuringly. "On the other hand," Jake started. "You really wanted to marry your mom, huh?" he asked teasingly. They all started laughing again, agitating me. "Stop ganging up on me," I yelled and got up from my place. I angrily left the kitchen and towards the stairs when I saw Eva already on it. She was hugging the railing with both her hands and trunk as she slowly and carefully descended the stairs, step by step. "You need help?" I asked in amusement at her attempts. "No," was her only reply. She didn't even bother look at me, as all her concentration was on how she'd managed to reach bottom. She placed one of her foot on the next step when the other foot slipped and she was about to fall. I quickly ran up to her and stopped her. "Eva, let me help you," I said as I held her elbow, steadying her. Is not Iwa," she replied grumpily, obviously getting frustrated with me not calling her by her real name. "Then tell me what your name is," I said gently. She seemed to be debating for a minute before she turned her head to the side and not so gently said, "Crystal." A smile spread across my face. Crystal. Her name was beautiful. I helped her descend the stairs and took her to the living room. "Mom?" I yelled. "Yes, dear?" she replied jokingly. I heard laughter coming from inside the kitchen at her joke. I took a deep breath to calm myself down. "Can you get Eva's sandwich to the living room? She's up," I yelled again. "Okay," she replied back, and I heard clattering in the kitchen. I turned to Eva to see her looking at me intently. Would you like to watch something?" I asked. "SpongeBob," she yelled almost instantly. "SpongeBob it is then," I said, and turned to open the TV. SpongeBob's opening song played, and Eva's face lit up happily. She started bobbing her head to the song and murmur whatever she knows from the song. I just sat next to her on the couch and watched her in amusement. My mom came in minutes later with Eva's sandwich, the crew following. Adults take control of the remote while the kids just sit and watch. One of the twins said as he snatched the remote from Eva's hand, and it tinged down on one of the armchairs. She dropped her sandwich back into its plate, all the while looking at the twin with a blank expression. She was keeping an awesome poker face. She slowly and calmly stood up from her seat and made her way towards him. The next thing you know is Eva's hand colliding with his face, sending his head to the other side. She snatched the remote back and innocently went back to her seat. We looked at her wide-eyed, and I could hear them around me trying to stop themselves from laughing. I, too, was struggling to keep control. Didn't expect that, did you? Jake asked teasingly. The twin got up and made his way towards Eva, a smirk playing on his face. Two can play this game, you know, he said. I growled at him and pulled Eva closer to my body. Don't worry, Log, I'll just get what she took from me, he said, and once again snatched the remote back. Eva took a deep breath, as in to calm herself. She stood up again, but the twin was towering over her. She tried to get the remote back, but the twin held it high up where she can't reach. Give it to me, she whined, but to no avail. Fine, you can have it, she said, and crossed her arms over her chest when she realized that what she's doing is of no use. The twin smirked at her and went back to his place. Hawaii 5-0 was on, and a chasing scene was playing when suddenly the TV screen went blank. We all looked around until our eyes landed on Eva standing next to the TV, the cable unplugged and in her hands. Again, chuckling and fits of laughter echoed around the room from her actions. Hey, the same twin yelled. Eva stuck her tongue out at him and ran upstairs. I chuckled and got up from my seat to follow her. When I reached my room, I found her sitting on the floor with a paper and a pencil in front of her. What are you doing? I asked curiously. Dwowing, she replied in a duh tone. I chuckled again and headed towards the bathroom. After finishing my business, I went outside to have a paper pushed to my face. I pulled my head back a bit and took the paper from an overexcited Eva. I look at the picture. It was a drain of a small girl and 3 adults standing next to my house, 2 men and a woman. It's very beautiful, baby. But who are these? I asked with a smile. See, that's me, she pointed toward the little girl. I've already guessed that, though. That's mommy, she pointed at the woman. That's daddy, she pointed at the guy to her right. And that's Alpha Dwake, she finished, pointing at guy next to her father. I looked up at her with wide eyes and a raised eyebrow. Eva do. My words were cut short as a slight knock came from the door. Come in, I said, and both my parents made an appearance. Hey, Mom, Dad, can you come see this? I asked them. Their face turned to that of confusion as they headed towards us. I handed them Eva's drawing. They looked at it for a second, then looked at me questionably. Eva, can you tell my parents what you just told me? I asked, referring to the explanation of it. That's me. That's my mommy. That's daddy, and that's Alpha Dwake. He's my best fwiend, she repeated. I averted my eye from Eva to my parents, only to find them having the same astonished look as I am. Maybe that's what triggered her memory loss. My father said as he paced the room. Yeah, I mean, she said he was her best friend, and she probably looked up to him like the older brother she didn't have. My mother said with sadness. The shock of him treating her badly and abusing her must have affected her too much. My father continued. But why would that Drake person and her parents betray her like this? My mother asked, anger lacing her every word. I sighted and averted my gaze to Eva. She was laying on her stomach in the floor, scribbling on a piece of paper. God knows where she got it from. She looked so peaceful, so happy. She was beautiful. Why aren't you saying anything, son? My father asked, snapping me out of my thoughts. I don't know what to say, I replied solemnly. Why would anyone just sell their daughter for money? And if Eva herself and Drake knew about her true self, didn't her parents know too? If they were bad people, they would have kept her for the pearl and no-hive her to someone else. It's all just too weird. I explained, still looking at Eva. Where the hell did she get the paper from? My father cited from beside me. If Drake wants her back, that means that she's in danger. We have to get the files from Drake's office as soon as possible and let the king lock him, he stated. I nodded in agreement, still looking at Eva curiously. I got up from my place and strolled towards her. I bent down on the floor right next to her face. Eva, where did you get that paper from? I asked. She didn't look at me and just pointed at the coffee table near the window as she continued drawing the sun. I furrowed my eyebrows and something inside of me was on high alert. Eva, can I just see this? I said as I pulled the paper from her hand slowly. She protested, but I managed to pull it out. I flipped the page, and that's when my eyes bulged from their sockets. Oh, shit! She was drawing at the back of a peace treatment between us and a neighboring pack. What will they say when they find the sun, a house and grass drawn at the back? Shit, I muttered under my breath. What's wrong, Logan? My mother asked worriedly. Eva just drew on the back of a peace treaty. I replied back as I continued to stare at the paper with wide eyes. I'm ruined. I heard my father trying to stifle his laughter, but he couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. I looked at him angrily. This concerns you too, you know. You're still the alpha. I scolded, but he just couldn't stop. Even my mom was trying to stop the smile from cracking onto her face. I felt Eva tug at my sleeve and I turned to look at her. She had her hand extended in a give-me-something way. I raised an eyebrow at her. What? I asked. Give me my paper back. She demanded with a scowl. Eva, this is a really important paper. You can't draw on it, I told her calmly. No, give me my papu. She demanded again, her scowl growing. No, Eva, I couldn't get to finish my sentence as she snapped again. Give me my papu back. She demanded for the third time, stomping her foot angrily on the ground. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, calming myself and trying to think of a way to convince her. I didn't get a chance, though, as I felt the paper getting snatched from my hand. My eyes immediately opened wide. Give it back. I ordered Eva, but her reply was unexpected. Without saying anything, she quickly crumbled the paper and placed it in her mouth as she started chewing on it. I gasped like some queen bee when she breaks a nail. I even had my hand in front of my mouth as I stared at Eva in horror. I narrowed my eyes at her. Bad Eva? Naughty, naughty, naughty? I scolded, pointing at her. She was giving me a flat look and then just spit the makeshift ball on the carpet. I gasped again. All the while, my parents were cracking up laughing at the scene. I groaned at them in frustration. I was brought out of my misery when Eva gasped behind me. I instantly turned to be faced with a very panicked face. She had her eyes wide, and she seemed to be trying to control something. What's wrong, Eva? I asked, panic evident in my voice. She didn't reply and only whimpered. What's wrong? I asked again. Then suddenly one of her hands reached to the back, holding her bum while the other held her front. I raised my eyebrows at her in confusion. What? I asked, bewildered. She didn't answer and still looked alarmed. Logan, I think she wants to go to the bathroom, my mom said. My eyes widened at her words, and I hastily placed Eva over my shoulder and ran to the bathroom. I was stopped at the entrance when my mother called. Logan, are you really going to help her pee? She asked with a raised eyebrow. My father had his hand over mouth, trying so hard not to laugh. Realization dawned on me, and I immediately placed her back down. She started hopping in her place from one foot to the other, trying to hold it in. Mom, help her. I pleaded as I, too, started hopping in my place, mimicking Eva. My mom made her way towards us with a smug smile. When she reached me, she smirked and said, If I didn't know any better, I'd think that you, too, are trying to hold it in. Mom. I groaned as I pushed her towards Eva. Okay, she said in laughter as I pushed her inside the bathroom. I kept staring at the door until my father stood beside me. You're a sucker, you know that, he stated with a grin. He knows more than anyone how it's like to be with your mate after missing her for a long time. And I don't regret any if it, I replied with a grin of my own. Seconds later, my mother came out shaking her head. Where's Eva? I asked. Peeing, she replied with a duh tone. Then why did you leave her? I asked again. She kicked me out, she replied as she threw her hands in the air, and I was only able to reply with an oh. Our heads snapped towards the bathroom door as Eva's voice resonated from behind it. Twinkle, twinkle, wit-wee star, how I wonder what you are, up above the wild so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, what star, how I wonder what you are. She sang, and we all stopped talking and listened to her. That girl can never get the R even if her life depended on it, my mother said with a smile. R isn't the only thing, I replied with a sigh. Don't take me wrong, I love Eva, whether as a 20 years or a 3-year-old, but I never thought I'd be taking care of a mini Eva before I even marked the adult Eva. I always dreamt about mini Evas and mini me's running all around the house. The images themselves made a smile to spread across my face. I went up to the bathroom door and knocked when I couldn't hear Eva anymore. Eva, you okay in there? Are you done? I asked. I was answered back with a low, I looked at my mom and she nodded at me. Seconds later, my mom and Eva emerged from the bathroom, Eva looking as refreshed as ever. She sure was a handful. The rest of the day went by peacefully. I spent most of it in my office, though, trying to make another copy of the agreement Eva ate. I was so getting her for it. Eva, on the other hand, spent the rest of her day downstairs, mostly with the twins. They played together, ate loads of junk food, much to my dismay. They even fought about silly things, and I would find Eva running into my office, crying on my lap as she complained about them. She would even snitch on something they did from her frustration, making me chuckle at her. I, of course, was on her side. Every time. I looked up at the clock in the office where my father and I were working, only to find that it was already 10 p.m. I sighed and got up from my place. "I'll go tuck Eva in. It's getting late," I told my father. He just nodded, not removing his eyes off the papers in front of him. I went downstairs to find Eva and the twins eating ice cream while watching something on TV. "Come on, guys, time for bed," I said, clapping my hands. "No," they all protested in unison. "Come on, it's already 10, I said, making my way to the TV and turning it off. The twins groaned while Eva just gave me her best glare. It only made me smile at how cute she looked with the glare and crossed arms. The twins said their good nights and made their way to their room. I stood in front of Eva, her hands still folded across her chest and her eyes throwing daggers at me. "Come on, Eva, it's time to go to bed," I cooed, and in came her famous reply. Nom is not Iwa," she said and turned her head. "Okay, I'm sorry. Come on, let's go." I apologized with a smile. She turned her head and looked at me. Her gaze softened and she opened her arms. "You want me to carry you?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. She just nodded her head. My smile grew wider as I snaked my arms around her waist. She held onto my neck and wrapped her legs around my torso. She yawned as she placed her head on my shoulder. I couldn't stop grinning at how close our bodies were. I ascended the stairs and made my way to our room. I placed Eva on the bed and pulled the covers over her body. "Am I going to sweep in my clothes?" she asked, and I raised an eyebrow at her. "Mommy told me to always wear my pajamas," she explained, and I nodded my head in realization. I quickly made my way to the closet and pulled out one of my pajama pants and a shirt. I know my mom got her own PJs, but I liked it better when she wears my clothes. I gave her the clothes, but she just kept looking at me. She then narrowed her eyes. "Close you eyes," she scolded as her cheeks tinted pink. I chuckled at her embarrassment. "Okay," I said as I turned around, giving her my back. "Better?" I asked, but she didn't answer. I heard shuffling behind me and a few grunts before she spoke again. "Done," she said and went under the covers. I followed her and adjusted myself on my back. I felt movement from beside me, and when I looked, Eva was moving closer to me, curling herself on my side as she clutched my shirt. "To me a bedtime stowy," she mumbled sleepy. "Okay, there was once a beautiful young girl who lived with her parents. They loved her so much, and they all spent their days in happiness. One day, the mother got sick, and not long after, she died. The father was so sad, but he still wanted what's best for his daughter, and so he married someone else. She was a beautiful lady and had 2 daughters. I stopped mid-sentence as Eva raised her head quickly and yet again narrowed her eyes at me. "That's Cinderella," she said angrily. I gave her a guilty look. "Okay, I'll say another one," I said, and she laid her head back. "There was once an old merchant who had 7 children. I was stopped again as Eva raised her head to look at me. Okay, I'll say something else. Gee." She looked at me suspiciously before lying her head back. "There was once a king and a queen who wanted to have a child so badly. They prayed and prayed until their wish came true. The whole kingdom." This time, Eva didn't just raise her head. She went into sitting position, Indian style. She crossed her arms and glared at me. "What? Coming up with a new story is hard," I said defensively. "Can't you just thank God for what you have?" She rolled her eyes at me and laid back down. "I don't want a story anymore. Go to sleep," she said as she positioned herself comfortably. "Are you sure? 'Cause I can totally try to think of something." My words were met with silence. Her even breathing and steady heartbeat told me that she was sleeping. She was probably beat up today. I, myself, was so tired. I wrapped Eva's body around my arms and pulled her closer. I closed my eyes and started drifting to sleep as I enjoyed Eva's body against mine. "Your Highness, the warriors on patrol found this on our territory's border." Alexander said, handing me a black envelope. What is it? I asked in confusion. Well, Alpha, judging by the imprint on the back, I'm assuming it's a letter from our favorite King Maxwell. I narrowed my eyes at my beta's sarcasm. He was more of a brother to me than just a beta. I sighed in frustration as I checked the contents of the envelope. It was yet another threat for war unless I give him my daughter to be his Luna. Why can't he just leave her alone? Anger filled my body and my wolf was fighting to take over. He wanted to go rip that guy's throat out and feed him to the earthworms. How dare he think that he could just take my daughter away? She wasn't even his mate, nor did he love her. All he wanted was her power. My daughter, Sophie, has the ability to control air. She could start a hurricane or a tornado if she set her mind to it, and King Maxwell wanted to use her to gain power over all of us. Alexander, I think we'll have to ask for our Alpha's help. War is on its way. No way in hell will I let him use my daughter in any way. Logan's POV. Eva! I woke up with a start as two animals sang Eva's name as they abruptly entered our room. This idiots didn't even knock. I felt Eva jump up from her place at the surprise. I turned my body protectively in front of her and growled at the twins standing at the door. They were spreading their arms wide as they grinned at us. Like usual, they were both wearing the same outfit, making it even harder for us to tell them apart. What? We just wanted to ask Eva if she wanted some lollipops? One of them said as he waved his lollipop containing hand in front of his face. Why would I want lollipops this early? Eva asked from behind me. My head whipped around to look at her. Is she normal again? Eva, how old are you? I asked wryly. She scrunched up her face in confusion. 20. Why? She asked with confidence. She wasn't stuttering and she didn't look afraid from the twins' presence. Nothing, I replied back. Oh man, she's back! One, the twins said grumpily. I guess we'll just leave now. The other said as they both turned towards the door with slumped shoulders and sad expressions. Those idiots. Wait, Blake, Eva called. The twin holding the lollipop turned around and soon his twin followed. I didn't say that I didn't want the lollipops, she said mischievously. Her words weren't reaching us as we were all giving her appalled looks. How did you know that I was Blake and not Blaine? Blake asked the question I was dying to know the answer to. Eva shrugged. The same way I know that he's Blaine. She pointed at the other twin. And he's Logan. She pointed at me. You can really tell them apart, Eva? I asked bewildered. She just nodded simply. Wow. The twin, now I know, as Blaine said. No one was ever able to tell us apart, Blake said. Eva furrowed her eyebrows at them. So, are you going to give me the lollipops or not? She asked with a raised eyebrow. She wasn't shy or afraid to take to them anymore. I guess the 3-year her brought back some, if not all of her courage. Blake smirked at her. Come and get it. Come on. Just give it to me. Eva whined. No can do. Blake replied playfully. Eva tugged at my shirt and gave me her puppy dog eyes. Logan, she pleaded softly, and with that, I was a goner. Blake, lollipops. Now, I ordered with my alpha voice. Blake came to the bed, muttering incoherent words under his breath. He handed Eva the lollipops, narrowing his eyes at her. Cheater, he mumbled, but Eva just stuck her tongue out at him and snatched the lollipops. Blake walked back to the door, but not before scowling at me. Not cool, cuss, not cool. I narrowed my eyes at him. The twins left the room, and I turned around to look at Eva. I remember. She spoke before I get a chance to open my mouth. Remember? Remember what? The past? I asked. She looked down. I wish. I meant that I remember what happened yesterday, when I was, you know, she explained. I crossed my arms over my chest and raised an eyebrow. Uh-huh, you do, I taunted. Her face reddened and she hung her head low even more. Yeah, sorry about your paper, she apologized. Yeah, that was a pretty important paper, I cited. Her face reddened even more, if that was possible. You were a very naughty child. I guess that was one of the reasons my parents gave me away, she said sadly. I reached out and hugged her tightly. She responded and wrapped her arms around my torso. It's all right now. Don't think about them. You've got us right? I cooed softly as I ran my fingers through her hair. She nodded. Yeah, I have you. She whispered into my chest. We should probably go down to ear before the twins finish up everything, she said, pulling away. I laughed at her comment, and I couldn't help the happiness I felt because of her renewed confidence. She wasn't scared anymore, and a part of me was grateful for yesterday's incident. Something crossed my mind, and I stopped Eva from going to the bathroom. I held her wrist, making her turn around to look at me. Eva, why did you drink that potion in Alexis's room? I asked. Her face flushed deep red, and she averted her gaze. I tugged at her hand and gently pulled her on the bed again. I actually, she sighed audibly and closed her eyes. I wanted a potion to make me remember the past, to remember when I first met you, she said. I chuckled at her embarrassment. And you actually thought that just taking any potion will help? I asked in amusement. She blushed even more. What? No one was there, and because Chloe told me it was blue in color, I took one of the blue potions, she defended. I chuckled again at her innocence. She scowled at me and went to the bathroom. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop laughing, I said, standing in front of the bathroom door, but as soon as the words were out, a chuckle followed. There, go away, I heard her say from behind the door. I'll go get dressed. I'll be waiting, I yelled, making my way to our walk-in closet. I slipped on some denim jeans and a red button-down shirt. I ran my finger through my hair just to tame it down. Eva came into the closet and narrowed her eyes at me when our gazes locked. I grinned at her widely as she just ignored me and went to her side of the closet. I saw her searching through the dresses until she settled on a plain, gray, full-sleeved dress that reached her middle thigh. She grabbed some leggings and an off-white scarf. She carried the clothes in her hands and turned around only to come face to face with me. Are you really going to ignore me? I asked with a smirk. I'm not ignoring you, she stammered and looked away. Oh, really? I took a step towards her, making her take a step back. She wasn't that far from the closet, so her back instantly hit the wooden shelves. She was trapped. Yes, really. I'm talking to you now, right? She reasoned out. So you're not mad at me? It came out more as a statement than a question. She shrugged her shoulders. I took another step forward, our faces inches apart. Eva sucked in her breath as sparks erupted from where our bodies touched. Her eyes were closed, and I could feel her uncertainty. Just as I thought, she still wasn't ready for me to even kiss her, and I'm not planning on rushing her into anything. I leaned in and placed a kiss on her forehead instead. Come on, go get ready, I told her as I pulled back. She nodded her head and practically ran to the bathroom. I sighed and ran my hand through my hair again. I so wanted to kiss her, Eva's POV. Even though I woke up this morning in a very unlikable way, I didn't feel scared seeing the twins. It took me a while to remember what happened yesterday, and for some reason, I feel more lively, more confident, and less scared. Maybe the potion had something to do with it. I sighed in disappointment. I wanted a potion to make me remember when I first met Logan, but instead I became a 3-year-old. Even Logan seemed a bit disappointed that I didn't remember, even though he said nothing about it. I turned off the water faucet and stepped out of the shower. I dried myself, then started putting on the clothes that I picked. I blushed deeply as I remembered how close I was to Logan a couple of minutes ago. Our bodies were stuck together and our faces only inches apart. I closed my eyes, inhaling his intoxicating scent, when I felt him kissing my forehead, then pulling back. I speed-walked to the bathroom, afraid that he would see my flaming face. When I was full dressed, I ran a brush through my hair and stepped out of the bathroom. Logan was sitting on the bed, looking through his phone. His lips lifted into a smile when he saw me. He stood up and reached his hand for me to take. You look really beautiful, Eva, he whispered sweetly in my ear. I felt my face heating up, but I still couldn't help the smile that was making its way to my face. We descended the stairs and entered the kitchen. As always, everyone was there. They all beamed at us, and for the second time, I was pulled away from Logan and next to the girls. Mom, she my mate, you know. I'd like to sit next to her in breakfast too. Logan whined. Claire rolled her eyes at him. Girls, sit together. You go hang out with your father. Logan groaned. I, on the other hand, was enjoying this with a huge smile. I wish my mother and I were that close. So Eva, how are you feeling now? Alexis asked, snapping me out of my thoughts. I smiled at her. Well, I'm back, I shrugged. She chuckled but along with Chloe and Claire. Yes, you're back, Chloe repeated. I heard the twins murmur something grumpily under their breaths. Okay, everyone, the boys and I will be heading out now. There will be more guards around the pack house in case anything happened, and please refrain from going out while we're not there. Alpha Samuel announced, sending the last part to his mate, Claire, in particular. She nodded at him. Logan came up to me and kissed my forehead again. I'll be back soon, okay? If you need anything, ask any of the girls. And please be safe, he said, locking me with his gaze. He pulled away, but I was quick to grab his wrist with both my hands. Where are you going? I asked with disappointment. I didn't want him to leave. He kneed down to my level and held my hands in his. I'll explain everything when I come back. I don't want you to worry, okay? He told me gently. When are you coming back? I asked. Tomorrow afternoon, he replied wearily. Sorry I didn't tell you before, but I didn't have the chance to. I shook my head. It's okay, I told him reassuringly. He kissed my knuckles and stood to his feet. Mom, please look after her. Logan turned to his mom. I will, Logan. She's my daughter now. Claire smiled at him as she came to stand by my side, her hands on my shoulders. Logan smiled widely at us, then turned around and left with the rest. Now it was only me, Claire, Chloe, and Alexis in the house. They all turned around to look at me. So, Eva, how is everything with Logan? Chloe asked, wiggling her eyebrows. Alexis smacked her on the back of her head while I just gave her a confused look. What do you mean? I asked. Oh, you know, the usual with mates, she replied, taking a couple of steps back away from Alexis. Isn't it obvious, Chloe? He still didn't mark her, Alexis said in a matter-of-fact tone. I know that, but you guys definitely kissed already, right? Chloe asked. Kissed? Well, if you count the forehead and knuckle kisses, then, yeah. I nodded at her. She raised her eyebrow and asked, on the lips? This time I shook my head vigorously as my face turned beet red. Oh my God, he didn't kiss you? Not even once? She asked in disbelief, to which I shook my head again. But he's an alpha. How was he able to control his wolf? He didn't even mark you, Chloe said with wide eyes. Is it really that bad? Was the problem in me? Chloe, I don't think that's something we should meddle in, Claire scolded. Is it my fault? I asked. They all gave me confused looks. What do you mean? Claire asked me. You said that Logan didn't even mark me yet. Is it me? Doesn't he want me as his mate? I know I said that I trusted Logan, but if he really did love me like he claims, why didn't he mark me, let alone kiss me yet? No, Claire replied in a hurry. That's no it at all. Can't you see, Eva? Logan is head over heels in love with you, Alexis said. Then why didn't he kiss me yet? Maybe he doesn't want to scare you. Taking in consideration your past, maybe he's afraid that you'll push him away if he did, Chloe reasoned. Yeah, maybe he thinks that you're not ready for any of this, Alexis completed. But I don't mind, I told them truthfully. If it was a couple of weeks ago, yeah, I would be terrified because I didn't trust anyone, but now I'm way better. I wasn't afraid like I used to be. The people here love and care for me. I, myself, feel protected and loved by Logan. As you can say, I do feel the mate pull, and I wouldn't mind at all if he marked me. Then tell him, Claire said, snapping me back. Show him that you are ready. But how? I asked. They all seemed to be thinking when Chloe snapped her fingers and beamed at us. Go on a date, she said. Yes, go on a date. You guys never got to go out together before. This is your chance. Alexis piped in. A date. Yeah, maybe it'll work. A date it is then. I smiled widely at them as they did the same. All of you, quickly spray this over your bodies, I ordered as I passed out the bottle of spare that Alexis gave me. This spray will help mask our scents so that Drake's people won't know that we entered their territory or entered the pack house. Today was the time to execute our plan and bring evidence about his treatment to Eva and bring it to the king. Depending on the information that Wesley gave us, Drake was leaving to New Jersey on some business. His flight was at 10 in the morning, so he would be leaving the pack house at 9, since the airport was far from our territories. At 8:50, my father, his beta third, my beta, my third, Wesley and the twins were ready and waiting just outside Drake's territory. We found a good hiding spot above the trees. I didn't tell Eva about what we are planning to do since I didn't want her to worry unnecessarily. The only people that knew were, thinking about it, all the girls know except for Eva. I hope she doesn't get mad at me for not telling her. He's leaving, one of the twins said. breaking me out of my thoughts. He had the binoculars, looking through them at the pack house's entrance. "Who's he leaving with?" I asked in a hushed voice. It looks like he's taking his beta with him. There are also 2 other men by his side. I guess they're his warriors," the twin pointed out. We waited for about an hour or so, making sure that it was safe to enter, and when the time was right, we made our move. I went first, with Wesley by my side, since he was the eye lying in here who knew where Drake's office was. The rest of the men followed behind, making sure that our backs were covered. I climbed onto the tree that was near the office's window. We obviously couldn't enter through the front door, so the window was our only logical choice. Thankfully, the window wasn't locked, and I was able to open it easily. "You stay here and watch out for anything suspicious around," I ordered Wesley as I left him on the branch and went inside. My father and the rest were watching out the front, only the pack house, and keeping the situation safe for me till I come out. I slowly made my way to the cupboard standing against the wall, assuming that it was the one that Wesley told us about. True to Wesley's words, as soon as I opened the wooden cupboard, I was met with a set of metal drawers. I stood there looking at them worriedly. Which one is the one that I need? I didn't have time to check them all, neither was I able to ask Wesley. I couldn't mind link him, since he was still not an official member of my pack, and he was somewhere on the tree, and there was no time for me to search for him. Calling him wasn't an option either, since any noise might be heard by one of Drake's pack members. I went with my gut and opened the 2 drawer. My father keeps all his important file in his top drawer, so I assumed that Drake would do the same. I pulled onto the drawer only to find that it's locked somehow. Shit, what am I going to do? I tried searching for a lock or keyhole but came out empty. How the hell did he lock it? I sure as hell Q is that he didn't use magic or anything, since that will make it impossible to hack. I tried tucking on it again and again, but still no use. I went on to the next drawer and the next, but they were all locked as well. I ran my hand through my hair in irritation. I needed that file, and I will get it no matter what it takes. I looked around the room, searching for something that would help me. I looked through his desk drawers, under the sofa, behind the picture frames, but again, came out empty. I ran my hand through my messed up hair again as I slumped onto Drake's desk chair after coming out empty from searching under it. "Damn it," I whispered in frustration, slamming my fist into the arms of his chair when all of a sudden, I caught blue light coming from behind me. I turned around instantly and was met with a safe that had a touchscreen on its front. I gazed at the screen in front of intently, trying to think of a way to break the password it was holding. "Logan, Drake just entered the territory borders. You have to leave immediately." My father's panicked voice boomed through my mind, breaking my train of thoughts. "What? How come?" "I thought he was leaving to New Jersey," I replied back. I could feel my heartbeat increasing and my palms starting sweat. "I have to get the file and fast. I don't know, but you have to leave now," my father replied. "I still need some time." "Logan, no. If he saw you, he'll kill you," my father warned. "I'll handle myself," I replied stubbornly and decided to ignore whatever ramble my father threw my way. I wasn't getting that file, and no one would stop me. As much as I loved shredding Drake to pieces and torture him for what he did to Eva, I still had to think rationally. I don't want to cause a war between our packs and put Eva in danger. I won't be able to live with myself if she got hurt in any way. I concentrated on the scree I front if me, trying once again to think of a way to break the passcode. It was a 4-number password, so we have at least 10,000 possibilities to get the one. And Drake is obviously not that stupid to put something like 0000 or 11111. Removing all the easy combination, 10 in total, I'm left with 9,990 combinations to try. "Logan, hurry up." I tried thinking if the combinations that would have something to do with Drake's life, like his birthday, his mate's birthday, or something of importance. And at that time, I thanked my father for the full detail report that he asked on Drake. Unfortunately, whatever I could think of was of no use, and for the millionth time, I was met with a red screen and a message informing me that the combination that I entered was once again wrong. "Logan, come on. Well, think of something else. My hand again met the strand of my hair again as it ran through it, messing it up more than it already was. I placed both my hands in each side of the safe and hung my head down in defeat. However, I felt something rough below the index finger of my right hand. It was like playing with the edge of a paper. I lifted my head up in confusion and inspected the area as I removed my hand. Indeed, there was a part of the wall coming out as a thin sheet. I tucked at the edge before I pulled it all the way. Logan, he just entered the pack house. Leave. Now. I, once again, ignored my freaked-out father as I looked at the red button in front of me. Could that be it? Cautiously, I lifted my finger and pressed on the button. Logan! As soon as my finger left it, the blue screen turned green, and a message popped telling me that I was granted access. I pulled the safe's door open and was met with one file laying inside. Logan, we're leaving. Now. I took the file in my hands and read the title written at the top. Gumiho. A small smile tugged at my lip as I was sure that it was the file that I needed. My head snapped to the direction of the door as I heard people taking outside. I quickly closed the safe and hid the red button like it was. A thin wall cascaded from the top, hiding the safe behind it. I tired to make a run to the window and out, but I was too late. The door has opened. Drake rushed to his office as soon as he reached his house, oblivious that a certain alpha was inside. Logan was clutching the files in his hands, placing them over her nervous heart. All he was able to see from his spot were the legs of Drake's desk chair and the wall behind it. However, soon enough, Drake's black dress shoes and the bottom of his black pants. Logan's eyes widened at the proximity, and his wolf was dying to make himself noticed and rip out Drake's throat for what he did to Eva. Drake, on the other hand, was fumbling with the papers on his desk, looking for a folder he forgot to take with him. The business trip he was going to will be of no use without those papers. Logan shut his eyes shut and clenched his fists, trying to control his wolf from confronting Drake and killing him right on the spot. He couldn't do that, though. His actions might lead to problems that he didn't want to put his pack through, and definitely not Eva. Drake found the yellow paper folder he was looking for. A smile of relief grazed his lips. He held it between his fingers and started making his way towards the door. Logan sighed in relief that Drake didn't seem to notice his presence. His posture relaxed and slowly came forward to come out from under the desk. He, however, stopped dead in his tracks, probed on all four limbs and his face poking from under the wooden object. His eyes never left the back of a very tense Drake. Drake was standing in the middle of his office room, his body tense for some reason and his wolf alert. Something wasn't right. He looked to his side at the drawer cabinet and marched towards it. He opened the cupboard doors, revealing the set if drawers. He checked them for anything different, but found nothing, much to Logan's relief. However, Drake's eyes snapped to the wall that hid the Gumiho file. Logan tensed, and his eyes widened as Drake started making his way towards it. Logan has to get the files to the king before Drake would notice their disappearance. The plan has to work properly. Drake stood in front of the wall and behind the chair. He turned around, and his hand started reaching for the armchair that would reveal the safe. Logan pressed his body further into the wooden desk, hoping that Drake wouldn't see him. He slowed down his breathing to a minimum and barely produced any sound. Suddenly, and before Drake's hand reached the armchair, the office door opened and a man came in. "We have to go, Alpha. The plane is leaving soon. We won't make it," the man said frantically. Drake nodded. "I'm coming," he replied with a sigh and followed him out the door. Logan, for the second time, sighed in relief, but didn't attempt to come out until he was sure that Drake wasn't inside anymore. He quickly crawled from under the desk and practically ran to the window. His feet touched the tree branch and then he jumped, gracefully landing on the ground. He saw his father waving frantically at him, motioning for him to follow them as they ran out of Drake's territory. He was finally out. Logan's POV. "What the hell were you thinking?" My father yelled at me as we reached our territory. "I couldn't just leave without proof, Dad. I just want to put that guy away once and for all so Eva would be at ease." I fought back. "He could have found you. What were you going to do then? Didn't you think, what would we do without you?" What would Eva do without you? He yelled as his hands up in the air. His words silenced me as I thought of it. I can't put Eva through that. It'll be unfair for both me and her, especially that she started to open up more to us. Her confidence was making an appearance, and I liked that. I sighed deeply. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Let's just go. Your mother must be worried. We made our way to the pack house, and I was more than eager to go see Eva again. My wolf was jumping up and down, and a goofy grin was making its way to my face. Just the thought of her made us happy. We opened the door to be met with a series of laughter and giggles coming from the living room. A certain laugh made my heart skip about a dozen beats. My mom, Eva, Alexis, and Chloe were sprawled on the couch watching Friends. The couch isn't big enough for all four of them, but they managed to squeeze themselves on it. I went to Eva's side and swiftly picked her up princess style. She gasped lightly at the sudden action, but her face broke into a smile when she locked gazes with me. I'm back, I told her with a grin. She giggled softly. I can see that. Her melodic voice was driving me crazy, and I couldn't help but fall for her more and more. Aren't you going to tell me where you were? She asked with hope in her eyes. I gave her a small, uncertain smile. Do I really have to? I asked her warily. She nodded her head, making me sight. She does have the right to know. I just hope she doesn't get mad at me. Let's talk upstairs. With Eva still in my arms, I started making my way to our room. The fact that Eva didn't attempt to ask me to put her down made me very content with myself. We reached our room, and I gently placed Eva on the bed. I tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, making her blush. So tell me, she said eagerly. I sighed. I went to bring evidence against Drake. Eva gasped as her eyes widened. Why would you do that? You could have gotten hurt, she scolded, worry lacing her every word. I smiled lightly that she was actually worried about me. I pulled her towards me as I wrapped my arms around her. It's okay. I'm fine, and I'm back now, right? I cooed as I ran my fingers through her hair. You don't know what he's capable of. You could have. She didn't complete her sentence as I felt my shirt dampen from her tears. I'm okay, baby girl, I swear. He didn't even know I was there, I said, trying to ensure her that I was perfectly fine. She pulled away from my embrace, her face turning into a scowl. You're an idiot, I chuckled at her words. I know I'm sorry. I pulled her again to a hug, and she didn't hesitate in wrapping her arms around my torso. We stayed there for a couple of minutes before Eva pulled away again, making me cold. Logan? She called uncertainly. Yeah? I'll ask you something, and if you don't want, then that's fine. I won't mind, I swear. You don't even have to. I cut in her rant with a small chuckle. She looked very nervous. Eva, you can ask me whatever you want, I assured her. She took Ask's sure deep breath and closed her eyes. Eva's POV. I was trying to ask him if we could go on a date. I've never been on one before, and I don't know if Logan will even like the idea. He might think it's too much of a hassle, or that he'd be embarrassed seen in public with me. I'm not really a sight to be seen with. I weighted my chances and just decided to go for it. I know it'll hurt me if he didn't agree, but I have to still try and give him a chance. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes so that I don't see his reaction. Can we go on a date tomorrow? I asked in one go. I kept my eyes shut until I heard him chuckle. I slowly opened my eyes as his chuckles turned to deep laughter. I knew it. He thinks it's a stupid idea. I shouldn't have asked him. Now it'll just be awkward. You want to go on a date? He asked between laughs. No. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. Forget I even said anything, I replied, shaking my head and waving my hand in front of my face. His laughing died down and was replaced with a wide grin showing his pearly teeth. I'd love to go on a date with you, Eva. Are you kidding me? That would be awesome, he exclaimed excitedly. I was taken back by his reply. I didn't think that he would love the idea so much. Looks like I still have a lot of things to learn about mates. Okay, so first things first, we have to decide on the place and time. No, don't. I'll think about that. It'll be a surprise. You have to decide on what you'll wear, even though you'll look beautiful in anything. I could supers the giggles that escaped my lips at his excitement. His face was lit up like a child who just received some candy. I'd really love to go ice skating, you know, I said, cutting him off. Ice skating? He asked with a raised eyebrow. I nodded. Ever since I was a kid, I've always wanted to go ice skating, I stated. Logan furrowed his eyebrows and rubbed his index finger over his chin, an indication that he's thinking. His face lit up and a grin was plastered on his face. It's have the best surprise for our date. You'll be amazed, he yelled as he ran outside the room. And that's, ladies and gentlemen, how you know what to wear for your date. We were definitely going ice skating. I was having my own little happy dance when the door opened, and in stepped Logan with his hands on his hips and a scowl on his face. You did that on purpose, didn't you? He asked. Did what? I faked innocence. He just shook his head and left the room as he muttered, unbelievable, under his breath. Eva's POV. Come on, Eva, we have to get you ready. Chloe's voice boomed from behind the bathroom door. I'm coming. I turned off the shower and stepped out. I wore a bathrobe that Claire got me and used a towel to dry my hair a bit. Today, I was going on a date with Logan. I was so excited about it, and so was he. I didn't see him all day today, but he promised to come pick me up at 5. I opened the bathroom door to be met with the 3 ladies I call me friends now. I was no longer the broken, weak girl that was afraid of everyone and everything. I was trying my best to be normal and live a happy life. The people here love me, and I have no doubt that they would never hurt me. Chloe, Claire, and Alexis were standing in front of the bathroom door, each holding something in her hand. Chloe held the makeup set, Claire held the hairdryer and curler, while Alexis held a red, folded piece of fabric in her hand, which I assume would be the outfit I'm wearing. They were all as excited as I was when they heard Logan gush about it. When I asked him if we can go on a date, he ran downstairs to make preparations, but not before announcing it to everyone that we were going on a date. Chloe sat me on a chair in front of the vanity Logan placed in the room for me and started work on my makeup. Don't put too much, Chloe, please. I begged for the umpteenth time. Shh! I'll make you look perfect, don't worry. She scolded. Claire was drying my hair and was now curling the ends to perfection as Alexis helped her. You'll look so pretty. Logan's feet will buckle from underneath him. Alexis gushed excitedly, causing us all to giggle, me the most. After about an hour and a half later, they were all done. Now, with your outfit, Claire said as she reached for red fabric on the bed. The dress fit me perfectly. It was all red except for the black sleeves that had a golden lace endings. It reached mid-thigh and had a black tie in the middle matching the sleeves. I wore black stockings under it and put on knee-length black boots to match. I stood in front of the mirror and couldn't believe my eyes. After all these years and after my confidence and hope in life had vanished, I found happiness. I was beautiful and I loved the new me, but what I loved more were the people around me. The people that made me like this, the people that saved me and brought my life back to me. The makeup Chloe put on me marched perfectly with my dress. There was light, smoky eyeshadow above my eyelids, kohl outlining my eyes perfectly and slightly longer eyelashes. My cheeks were tinted a light pink and my lips were colored red. And now to complete the look, Chloe said as she came from behind me. She brought her arms in front of me, a shiny silver accessory falling in front of me. She brought her hands back as each held on end of the necklace and locked it from behind. I touched the beatific necklace with my hands, afraid that I might break it. My heart fluttered at the gesture, and I was happy beyond belief. Claire was the mother that I never had, the mother that lived and cared for me unconditionally. She stood in front of me with a smile spread across her face. Still not done, she murmured as she reached for my ears. She hooked feather earrings to both sides. They were a mixture of white, red, and black feathers. They matched perfectly with the dress. However, I had to tuck my hair behind my ears for them to show. I smiled widely as I looked at myself in the mirror once more. Thank you. Thank you so much, I told the girls as I hugged each one of them tightly. No need to thank us, Evie. That's what friends are for. Chloe winked at me with a smile. I grinned at the nickname she gave me. Yeah, come on, go and have fun, Alexis said as they all ushered me to the door. I looked at the wall clock, and my eyes widened when I saw that it was 5:40. I was 40 minutes late. Logan would be so mad. I descended the stairs as fast as possible, not realizing that someone was standing at the very end until I was caught by someone's arms. "Whoa there," the familiar voice said. The tingles and warmth that erupted from where that person's hands and the shiver that ran down my spine from his voice confirmed that it was Logan. "I'm so sorry I'm late. I didn't notice the time. I'm sorry." I apologized as I raised my eyes to look at him. He smiled widely at me, showing me his pearly teeth. "No need to apologize, baby girl. You can take all the time that you need." His smile was contagious, as I soon found myself smiling along with him. I looked at the well-dressed man in front of me with pride. He was wearing black dress pants and a white button-down shirt. 3 top buttons were undone, and his sleeves were folded to his elbows. He was wearing a black vest on top of it, making him look even more of the gentleman he is. A very expensive-looking watch decorated his left hand, and black dress shoes covered his feet. "Come on, let's go," he said, ushering me to the front door. I nodded and followed his lead. "Have fun, guys," Chloe yelled after us. "Try not to make babies in public." "On of the twins," Blake said, earning him a smack on the head by Jack. I blushed furiously at his comment. Logan and I haven't even kissed, and that guy's thinking babies? Logan led me to a black, sleek car that was waiting outside. I didn't know the model or anything about it, but I know that it looked expensive and very beautiful. There was someone wearing a driver's uniform waiting by the car. He opened the door for us when we reached him. Logan signaled for me to enter first. He then proceeded to sit next to me. The driver closed the door and jogged to his driver's seat. Logan's hand never left mine ever since we left the house. He was rubbing his thumb absent-mindedly against my hand as we sat in comfortable silence during the car ride. "Are we going to an ice rink?" I asked knowingly. Logan glared playfully at me. "I am not going to tell you." I chuckled slightly at his childish reaction, which made him grin at me. After about 30 minutes, we reached our destination. And guess what? An ice rink. I fake gasped as I stepped out of the car. "Oh my God, Logan! How did you know that I've always wanted to go ice skating?" I asked teasingly. "Ha! Very funny, Eva," he said with sarcasm as he held my hand and led us inside. The rink was huge, to say the least. It was the biggest I've ever seen and was brightly lit. But what confused me was that it was empty, not a single soul present. "Where's everyone?" I asked in confusion. "I've rented this place for the whole day." Logan answered me with a shrug. My eyes widened in astonishment. "Why would you do that?" I asked. "I wanted to have some alone time with my mate with no one to pump into us and no one to annoy us." "Is that too much to ask for?" he replied with a pout. I narrowed my eyes at him. "Grown men done pout." A smile spread across his face. "For you, baby, I'd do anything," he replied with a wink. I turned my gaze as a blush made itself visible on my cheek, and that's when I noticed the red curtain that was covering part of the ice rink. It extended from the ceiling to the floor. "Logan, what's that?" I asked him. A small smile tugged on his lips. "You'll see. Come on, let's go skating." He grabbed my hand and led us to a small bench next to the rink. There were 2 pairs of skates waiting for us under it. Logan bent down on both knees and proceeded to unzip my boots. I placed my hands on his shoulders. "I can do it, Logan," I told him shyly. Never did a guy help me take my shoe off. Never. Logan flashed me his breathtaking smile as his eyes locked with mine. "I know, but I want to do it." My face turned beet red, and I didn't know how to reply to him. He unzipped my books fully and took them off, showing my stocking-covered feet. He then got the smaller-looking pair of skates and put each one on gently. He then fastened them to my size. After he was done, he raised his gaze to mine again and smiled widely at me before holding both my hands and placing sweet, soft kisses on my knuckles. My face became even redder if that was possible, and I couldn't contain the eels that were playing tag in my whole body, their electricity zapping each cell. Logan sat next to me and started putting his own skates on. "Ready?" he asked as he stood up and reached for my hand. I placed mine in his and nodded. He led us inside the rink, keeping a tight hold on me. I've never been to an ice rink before, so me knowing how to skate was a no-no. However, I've heard people talking about it, and I was dying to go try it one day. As soon as I placed my feet on the ice, I felt like the ground has vanished from underneath me. I was about to fall face flat when a pair of strong arms steadied me. "Careful there, baby." I looked up at Logan and grinned sheepishly at him. "Come on." He whispered in my ear as he grabbed both my hands in his and slowly started skating backwards with me facing him. "Wow, you're really good at this," I told him, amused. "Well, I've been practicing," he shrugged. "Practicing?" I asked, confused. Logan rubbed the back of his head, and I swear I could see the blush tinting his cheeks as he looked down. "Well, one of us had to balance and help the other right." It was more of a statement than a question. How the hell am I supposed to reply to that? Hever done so much for me already that I don't know if I'll have enough time to repay him. "You're amazing, Logan," I told him truthfully. He raised his head to look at me, a smile adorning his face. "And you're the most beautiful, most amazing thing that's ever happened to me." We were still skating hand in hand, Logan backwards and me facing him, when Logan asked, "Want to complete that 20 questions game?" I nodded my head. "How many questions are left anyway?" I asked him. "I don't know." He shrugged his shoulders. "But as far as I'm concerned, you can ask me as many questions as you want." "Okay, you start," I said. "Okay, what's your favorite animal?" he asked wryly. I raised an eyebrow at that. "Foxes, of course." "What?" he asked, bewildered. "You thought I'd say wolves?" I asked slyly. He narrowed his eyes at me. "What's yours?" I asked. Logan grinned at me. "Foxes, of course. Gumihos, if we're being specific," he replied confidently. "Okay, that's it. You win. How can I ever compete or reply to that?" Logan chuckled at my reaction and pulled me closer. "You don't have to compete or reply to anything, Eva. Just let me pamper you and love you like you should be." He murmured in my ear, causing my to turn tomato. My eyes glanced in the curtain's direction, and I pulled slightly away from Logan's shoulder. "Aren't you going to tell me what's behind that curtain?" I asked. I heard Logan sigh. "You really want to know, huh?" he asked, to which I just nodded. "Very well, then," he said as he picked me up so my skates weren't touching the ice anymore. I gasped slightly at his sudden action. He started skating to the back of the ice rink. He put me down and made me lean on the fence around it. He took a couple of steps back and snapped his fingers in the air. The bright white light was replaced by several colorful spotlights. Dancers started appearing from behind the curtain and music started playing around us. The dancers were dancing all and round the rink, and one of them handed Logan a microphone. My eyes never left him as his lips moved and started singing in the most captivating way possible. The dancers all around moved with the beat, and Logan never missed a note. I didn't know what the song is, and I've never heard it before, but it was a love song. I can assure you that. I couldn't catch on to all the words he said as I was captivated in a trance that Logan himself put me in. "You're everything that I've wanted, all the things that I need. Your eyes entrance me in a way that no one ever was able to do. I've lived my life as an empty shell, but then came bearing the cure. I thought I was tough and that no one can compete. But when you came, baby, you brought me to my knees. You just held my hand so tight, I promise I'd never let go. Take me with you to where I can show you how much I love you. Yes, baby, take me with you to where I can show you just how much I love you." The music stopped. Logan's singing stopped. The dancers stopped. The lights were brought back to normal, but my beating heart didn't seem to be slowing down anytime soon. Logan gave away the mic to one of the dancers as they left the rink. He then started making his way slowly towards me, a huge grin plastered on his face. His hands reached for my cheeks, and I felt his thumbs wiping away the tears that I didn't know were flowing from my eyes. These tears, however, were still not able to explain the feelings I had inside. The feelings I had for Logan. "Baby, why are you crying?" Logan asked softly. I wanted to yell and scream and tell the whole world just how happy I am. I wanted to tell everyone just how deeply I've fallen in love with Logan. But instead, I apologized. I apologized for not letting him know, for not loving him like he deserves. "I'm so sorry I'm late." Wah. I didn't give Logan a chance to decipher or ask about what I just said as I connected my lips to his. Logan was shocked from my sudden action, but he soon recovered and started moving his lips in sync with mine. The kiss was sweet and gentle, and I could feel the sparks erupting through my whole body. Logan's hands tightened around my weights, brining me closer and my own hands found their way to his soft hair that I came to love so much. I could feel Logan holding himself back, thinking that he might freak me out, but he didn't understand that I'm not afraid anymore. That I know, and I'm certain that in his arms I'd be safe, I'd be loved, and that in his arms is where I belong. So I decided to let him know as I initiated him to deepen the kiss further by tugging at his bottom lip. He grazed his tongue gently on my lip, asking for entrance, to which I granted. Our tongues fought for dominance, but eventually I let him win and lead the way. And after what felt like beautiful, sweet hours, but was actually only a couple of minutes, we pulled away for air. Logan rested his forehead on mine, his beautiful orbs holding mine in a sweet fantasy that I don't want to leave. We were both breathing heavily and my heart was beating so fast, I felt like it would escape my ribcage any minute. I love you, Eva. I've never loved anyone the same way I love you, Logan said when he controlled his ragged breathing. His eyes were filled with happiness I've never seen before. They also held promises that it would all be worth it. Promises that he will make everything worth it. My already flushed face turned even redder. I love you too, Logan. I love you more than, well, I've never loved anyone before, so you're the first person I love. Logan chuckled, filling my ears with his sweet melody he calls a voice. He pecked my lips softly. I was never happy like I am right now. Let's go eat. I'm starving, Logan said, picking me up princess style. I gasped at the sudden action, and my arms on instinct held onto his neck tightly. Logan skated towards the red curtain and placed me in front of it. He opened it to reveal a table with 2 chairs set on the ice. The table had a white cloth covering it, and a flower vase was sitting right in the middle. Logan took hold of my hand and led us to one of the chairs. He pulled back a little and ushered for me to sit. I smiled shyly at him and proceeded to sit on the chair. He pushed the chair towards the table and then went to sit on the other chair across the table. As soon as he sat down, a frown made his way to his face. I frowned too, but in confusion. "You're too far away," he murmured more to himself. Both my eyebrows raised at him in surprise. He stood up from his place and pulled his chair next to mine. He then looked at me as he sat down, a wide grin on his face. "Better," I chuckled at him. "Good evening, Alpha Luna," a man wearing a waiter's uniform said as he stood by our table. I didn't notice him coming our way. "What would you like to eat?" Logan asked me softly. I looked at the table for menus, but there were none. "Menus?" I asked. Logan shook his head. "You can ask for whatever you want, baby girl." My mouth formed a small O, and I started thinking of what I want to eat. Macaroni and cheese? It came out more as a question. Logan's eyes widened at me. "Mac and cheese? That's it?" he asked. "Well, I don't really know that much food," I confessed shyly. "Would you like me to recommend something?" he asked. I nodded my head and let him order. "For appetizers, we'll have mozzarella sticks and macaroni salad. Then we'll have 2 steaks fully cooked with mashed potatoes with gravy. We'd also like some mushroom cream soup and Greek salad." He then turned to me. "Would you like some wine, Eva?" he asked me softly. I've never tasted wine before," I told him truthfully in a low voice. Logan smiled assuringly at me, then turned his gaze to the man taking our orders. "Get us a bottle of red wine." The man nodded and finished writing everything down on the notepad he had. He then skated away from us. "You want to know something?" I whispered to Logan. He nodded vigorously. "I had no idea what the hell did you just order," I confessed, making him chuckle. His chuckles soon turned into laughter. "Don't worry, baby. You'll know them soon enough, and you'll love them." True to his words, when the food came, the smell and view alone made me drool. Soon, Logan and I were digging in, and I couldn't help the moans that escaped my lips at the taste of everything. I've been eating scraps and leftovers for a very long time, that I felt like my taste buds have died out on me. But today, they were reborn. Logan was looking at me in amusement, a small smile tugging on his lips. I did glance his way, though. The food was way too captivating for me to look away. Halfway through our meal, the same waiter skated towards us with a bottle in his hand. He opened the cap and started pouring the contents into Logan's glass. The red liquid flew out of the bottle in waves and filled the once empty glass. The man then proceeded to do the same with my glass. "Enjoy your meal," The man bowed, then left again, not that I wanted him to stay. Is that the red wine? I asked Logan, gesturing to my glass. He nodded his head. Try it. I looked at the glass in front of me and slowly brought the tip to my mouth and took a sip. It was a mixture of sweet tastes that made me salivate more. I took my time savoring the taste, then proceeded to take another. Slow down there, Eva. We don't want you getting drunk, Logan said playfully. I blushed and placed the glass back on the table. Eva, there's something that I want to tell you, Logan said hesitantly. I looked up at him in confusion and nodded my head for him to continue. In your old pack, I tensed at his words but didn't say anything. Did you know someone called Wesley? That made me relax a bit. Of course I know Wesley. Even thought I wasn't allowed to talk to anyone, he still did greeted me and asked how I was. He was the only one close to me. I nodded my head to answer Logan. He's, you can consider him a distant friend. We never really talked or hung out, but he still cared to greet me if he saw me. I answered truthfully. I saw Logan visibly relax his nervous posture. Will. He's scary, he'd the back of his head. He's been living in our pack for quite some time now. My eyes widened at what Logan has told me. Wesley has been living with us, and I had no idea about it. Why didn't you tell me before? I asked, bewildered. I wanted to make sure that he's of no threat to you, and I wanted to know if it was okay for him to stay, since he was one of Drake's pack members. I nodded in understanding. Logan was thinking about how I feel, and I appreciate that. I reached for Logan's hand. I wouldn't mind one bit if Wesley stayed with us. He and I can really be friends now, I said with a small smile. Logan smiled widely at me and nodded. We finished eating our food, and then Logan gestured for the man to come remove the empty plates. Logan stood up and reached his hands, which I instantly took. Want to have some ice cream? He asked. I looked at him with wide eyes. We just finished eating? You still have space for ice cream? I asked in amusement. That boy can eat 24/7 non-stop. Logan shrugged. Very well, I said, and followed him out the rink. I still couldn't skate for the life of me, so Logan had to hold me till we went out. We sat on the bench, we used to change, and Logan bent down again to help me take off my skates and put on my boots. Happiness bubbled inside of me from his sweet gestures that don't seem to be finishing anytime soon. He then sat beside me and changed into his shoes. We left the ice rink and made our way to the nearby park where an ice cream parlor stood across it. Welcome to Sally and Sam. What would you like to have? The girl standing behind the counter said as she eyed Logan up and down. She sent him a flirtatious glance, and I couldn't help but growl at her. The sound coming from inside me shocked me. I never knew I could get that possessive. Logan looked at me in amusement and draped his arm around me waist, pulling me closer. He nuzzled his face in my hair from the side, and I could feel him smile against it. I didn't glance his way, though. My glare never left the fake blonde. The girl cleared her throat and fixed her posture. We'll have 2 chocolate ice cream if you don't mind. I spat the woods at her. Logan kept his face nuzzled in my hair. The girl started fixing our ice cream balls on the cones, wrapped the bottom in tissue, then handing them to us, or me to be exact, since I snatched them from her. Logan got his wallet from his pocket and handed it to me. I took the wallet and paid for the ice cream, then practically dragged a chuckling Logan behind me to the park. Eva, slow down. He called behind me, but I ignored him. Eva. He pulled me, and in one swift movement, I was being carried princess style. I didn't look at Logan and kept on glaring at the squished ice cream in my hands. Eva, you're jealous? Logan asked playfully. I scowled at him. I'm not jealous. I feel murderous. Logan looked taken aback by my reply, but he soon recovered. A smile spread across his face, and he leaned in to peck my lips. His touch calmed me down a notch. I've always been and will always be yours. No need to kill anyone, Logan said with a grin that I couldn't help but give one of my own. Logan placed me down on a bench and took the ruined ice cream and threw it in the trash bin. I'm go get other ones. As soon as the words left his mouth, I glared at him. He chuckled at me. Don't worry, there's another parlor. I'll go to that one. I glared at the grass beneath me instead. Let's just go home. We have enough ice cream there, I told him, still a bit mad. How dare she try to eye my mate? My Logan. Mine. After we left and I calmed down a bit, my senses have actually came back to me. When was I so possessive? I never thought I would be that mad that a girl just glanced at Logan. But I have to tell you, I hated it for the life of me. It was a really long and tiring day for me, so I leaned on Logan's shoulder halfway through our way home. Our hands weak intertwined together ever since we were at the park, and 30 minutes later, we reached the pack house. Logan attempted to pick me up, but I rejected the offer. It would be really embarrassing to enter the pack house like that. Plus, Logan was tired too. As soon as we opened the door, we were met by everyone, even Alpha Samuel, Logan's father. "So, how was your date?" Chloe asked. I remembered the kiss I shared with Logan and my face flushed red. I buried my face into his shirt to hide it. A series of oohs and ahs echoed from around us. "We would be expecting babies anytime soon," Blaine said in a single-song voice. "Shut up." Logan scolded but didn't finish as he didn't know which twin it was. "Blaine," I completed. "Yes, shut up, Blaine." Logan scolded right this time. I looked at the twins to see them giving me amused looks. "How you do it is beyond us," said Blake, referring to the fact that I can tell them apart. I just shrugged. "Come on, Eva, you're tired," Logan said when I yawned. I nodded, too tired to say anything. We made our way upstairs towards our bedroom. Logan opened the door, and what we saw made all the sleepiness to go away as a gasp escaped my lips. A disaster was the least we could say about our room. I was as if a tornado hit it, and only it. The bed sheets were torn along with the mattress, carpets, pillows. Even our clothes were brought out from the closet, shred to pieces and thrown on the floor. The table near the window was upside down with two of its legs broken. The vanity that Logan Gomi was broken, and the mirror smashed to pieces. Even the window was broken, and the curtains torn. The walls had claw marks across them. There was, however, one thing that caught our gazes the most and made me shiver in fear. On the wall in front of us were two words written in blood. They were big and couldn't be missed. My gaze never left them, and I could feel my heart beating like crazy, half in fear and half in anger. Those two words held so much promises, warning us of what will come. Be ready. Were the words that made my body shiver and made Logan shake with rage. How can something like that happen? My father yelled in distress as he pulled his hair. We were home the whole time. How didn't any of us sense anything? Jake said in the same depressed tone, and they were right. If someone was able to enter the pack house, go to my room, turn it upside down, and even leave a note on the wall, all that, and no one felt anything, then there was no doubt that we and our families were all in danger. The thought made my blood boil, but then, worry and anger filled my body at the thought of someone hurting Eva. As soon as my eyes landed on the bloody threat, I quickly picked her up and ran downstairs to keep her with the rest. It was best if she wasn't alone, either with me or with my family. I made sure that all the girls were safe in my parents' room, with 4 of my warriors guarding the room and the twins with them inside, until I went to discuss what happened with my father, our betas, thirds, and the guards that were on patrol. We swear, sir, we didn't sense anyone crossing our territory. No suspicious scents and no unnatural movements, one of the guards said, worry and panic lacing his words. My father sighed. They even went unnoticed right under our noses, too, he said solemnly. I felt his gaze turn towards me. What do you think, Logan? You didn't utter a single word since the beginning of the meeting. His voice snapped my gaze from the red carpet on the floor to his eyes. Inside job, I replied in monotone. What? It was an inside job. Obviously, we have a spy, I explained. My father let out a deep, audible sigh. This is worse than I thought, he muttered. There was no use sitting here cursing at whoever did this. We have to go find that spy in order to protect our mates and pack members. Just the thought of something happening to Eva made my wolf want to take over or rip everyone to shreds. A knock on the door snapped all our attention towards it. Come in, came my father's stern reply. One of the guards currently on duty came in. He bowed his head in acknowledgement and respect. Sir, the king is asking for permission to enter our lands. This perked up our attention even more, and I saw my father's eyebrows rise to his hairline. Of course, let him through immediately, my father said. The guard nodded and left the room. What would the king want for him to come all the way over here? Taylor asked, making my head snap in his direction. I don't know, but we're sure about to find out. I replied as I followed my father outside the office and down the stairs. As soon as we reached the entrance, we were met by King Luther, his beta, Jason, his third, Bill, and a lot of his royal guards. So you think that going to war would be the best option? I asked King Luther as I held the threatening letters he received from that King Maxwell. I don't want my people to go into war. I only want to protect my daughter. He replied with a sigh and a head shake. She's the only one I have left after her older sister left. He said that last part with a restrained voice and distant look in his eyes. Anyways, I just want you to help me protect my daughter. My warriors aren't as strong as yours, and I think that with our men joining forces, we'll be able to win over Maxwell easily. He told my father and I. I sighed. If he asked me to do this about 2 months ago, I would have agreed along with my dad without a doubt. But now, there was Eva, and I don't think that she's ready for something so big yet. The call on this should be hers. King Luther. With all due respect, I of course would love to help you and protect the princess, but I just found my mate, and I don't know if she's ready for a war between another whole kingdom of werewolves. I said, my voice unconsciously raising up a bit at the end. You found your mate? King Luther asked in astonishment. I nodded. Congratulations, my son. That's amazing, he said with a wide smile, making me smile in return as I remembered my date with Eva. I don't mind, a soft, angelic voice said, pulling all our attention to the source, which happened to be my one and only mate. She was standing at the top of the stairs, looking directly at us. Eva, I said in a low tone as I rose from my seat and walking towards her. Why did you leave the room? I asked in concern. I heard your conversation. Your rooms aren't really that soundproof. She replied, making me chuckle a bit at her sarcasm. Her words made the thought that's been swirling in my mind resurface. I've been thinking about buying Eva a house to call our own. It'd be near the pack house, and we'll have it whichever and however way she wanted it. But then what she really said settled in. You don't mind what, baby? I asked in confusion. For us to help King Luther and his daughter. She replied, making my eyebrows furrow at her. Eva, do you understand what this means? This is war, baby girl. I don't want to getting hurt, king or not. I told her sincerely. Her lips stretched across her face, her smile gentle and heartwarming. I know, Logan, but we'll be fine. If it was us that were in trouble, we would be hoping even for the smallest ray of hope, she explained. Plus, this would be my chance to prove to myself and everyone that I'm not just a weak human. You're talking as if you'd be fighting with us, I mumbled with a roll of my eyes. Yes, I will. Her words made my eyes widen. No, Eva, I said sternly. No way in hell am I letting you fight. She frowned at me, for the first time, and I didn't like it. I didn't want to fight with her, but if it involves her safety, I wasn't stepping down. Key Crystal. King Luther's voice cut through, making me turn my head towards him and for Eva to look him straight in the eye. Crystal? That was Eva's birth name, the one her parents gave her. How the hell does King Luther know it? I beg your pardon? I asked. Crystal, it really is you, he said, his eyes never leaving Eva's face. My wolf and I didn't like it. King Luther started walking towards her slowly, like he was afraid that with any sudden movement, Eva would disappear. I stood in front of Eva protectively as King Luther approached. How do you know my mate? I asked, looking deep into his eyes. I know it's disrespectful, but you can't blame me, though. The guy is acting like some lunatic. Your mate? He asked in shock. Yes, I replied in confidence. How do you know her? I asked again as I crossed my arms across my chest, trying my best to intimidate him. How do you expect me to not know my own granddaughter? Crystal. King Luther called softly, but Eva didn't answer him. I could sense her worry that maybe he's just like her parents. Do you really not remember me? We used to play together. He cooed, trying to gain a reaction from her, but Eva just clutched my arm tighter. Father, take him away. I dined my father so as to not seem rude. I want it to appear like it came from him and not me. Alpha Luther, how about we go talk in my office? I'll explain everything. My father said as he came to stand next to us. King Luther's gaze turned towards my father, and he nodded hesitantly with a sigh. And Eva and I will go rest. We had a very eventful day. I announced as I snaked my arm around Eva's lower back, bringing her closer to me. Yeah, you guys seem tired. We'll discuss everything in the morning, my father said as he led King Luther up the stairs towards his office. Let's go, I told Eva and ushered her to go up as well. My mom prepared one of the guest rooms for us until our room is safe again. The guest room wasn't as big as ours, but it was still tolerable. Do you want to take a shower first? I asked Eva as we entered the room. She nodded her head. Yeah, I'd like that. I reached out for the pajamas my mom prepared for the both of us and handed Eva hers. She smiled at me brightly, making my heart flip inside my chest. I grinned widely at her. I'll be waiting until you come out. I whispered in her ear as I leaned in to kiss her cheek. Her face reddened, and she averted her gaze to the floor. As soon as I pulled back, she practically ran out the room to the bathroom down the hall. I chuckled at her reaction. I can never get enough of her. I waited under the covers until the door opened gently, snapping me out of my daze. Eva entered the room with careful steps and slowly made her way to the other side of the bed. She removed the covers slightly and dug her body beneath it. The whole time my gaze never left her. Logan, she called softly. What will happen if King Luther really is my grandfather? She asked as she turned her head to the side, her eyes capturing mine. They were filled with worry and fear. I just wanted to take all her pain away. I scooted closer and cupped her face in my hands. Let's not think about it right now. We had an amazing day, except for the last part. But today, you made me the happiest man alive. So let's just go to sleep right now and talk about all this fiasco when we wake up. I pleaded. I really didn't want anything to ruin this day, but since something really did happen, I was hoping for it to at least end with smiles on our faces, or at least on Eva's face. What I wanted happened, and a beautiful smile spread across her face, making me smile back in return. However, I didn't expect what she did next. She scooted closer and engulfed my body between her soft, tiny arms. My wolf was jumping like some loon unicorn. I didn't take that much time to respond to her hug by wrapping my own arms around her waist. Eva, I called softly into her hair. Yeah? She responded. What do you think about officially taking on the Luna position with Mai by your side as alpha? I asked hopefully. My dad have been bugging me about it ever since I found Eva, but I didn't want to overwhelm her so soon. I wanted her to trust me and my family and feel safe and at home before we proceeded with anything else. Eva pulled back a little to look into my eyes questionably. My father wants us to take over the Alpha and Luna positions, but I wanted your approval first. If you want to wait for some more time, I understand. I can tell my father off, I explained. I didn't want it to seem forced. I wanted her to take the decision on her own. Do you think I'll be capable of being a good Luna to your pack? She asked with furrowed eyebrows. I don't think so. I know so. Plus, I'd be there to support you the whole time. You don't have to worry about it or overwhelm yourself with anything, I replied, knowingly. Eva looked to be deep in thought as she started intently at her hands that now rested on her lap. She then looked up at me with a small smile. I'd love to be the Luna by your side, she replied, her smile growing on her face. I found myself grinning foolishly and pulling her back flush against my body. That would be awesome. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, because really, waking up to Eva's sleeping face have got to be the best thing to start my day. She looks so pure and innocent, and if I didn't already know her past, I would have thought that her eyes never saw hardship. I reached my hand to push a stray band of silk from her face and bring it behind her ear. My hand lingered on her cheek, but when my gaze averted slightly to the time and saw it was already 10 in the morning, I knew that I had to leave Eva's side and go meet with my dad and King Luther. I groaned inwardly so as not to wake Eva, and with a soft kiss on her cheek, I scooted out of bed. I was about to open the bedroom door and head towards the bathroom when I heard a sleepy groan. I turned behind me to find Eva rubbing her right eye as she attempted to sit up. Logan, she called groggily. I turned on my heel and made my way towards her. Morning, baby girl, I said as I leaned and kissed her forehead. Where are you going? She asked, her voice coming out raspy. I have to go get ready so I can meet with my father and King Luther, I replied. I noticed that on my mention of King Luther, Eva became more awake and alert. I want to come, she stated with determination. I furrowed my eyebrows. Why do you want to come to some boring meeting? Go hand out with the girls and find sew at Hinge fun to do, I said, trying to tug her out of it. She shook her head. Please, Logan, I want to go. I agreed yesterday to become the Luna of this pack, the Luna by your side, so I have to be there at meetings and fight alongside with you, she retorted back confidently. I sighed deeply. Eva, I know that you've agreed on becoming the Luna, but it's still not official. Plus, I don't want you to get hurt no matter what, so fighting alongside of me is a never. Eva's face turned into a scowl, and my wolf was clawing at me for being the cause of her upset mood. I sighed once again and ran my fingers through my hair. Eva, please don't do this to me. Can't I at least just attend the meeting? She asked with pleading eyes. I found myself sighing for the third time this morning, but then I gave up and nodded. Her face brightened up in an instant, and she jumped out of bed and towards the door, not before yelling a thank you my way. When the both of looked presentable to the outside, I held her soft, delicate hands in mine and laid her towards the office. My father and King Luther were already there waiting for us. You finally showed up. My father murmured mostly to himself, but of course we all heard with our werewolf hearing. King Luther was sitting on one of the chairs adjacent to my father's desk, his eyes never leaving Eva since we entered. My wolf, Rex, was growling aside of me, wanting that old man to divert his eyes, but with him being the king, I couldn't really do that. Plus, I still wasn't officially the alpha, so I wasn't as powerful as I should be. I lead Eva to the couch opposite the desk, me proximal to King Luther's side, and Eva right next to me. I tried as much as possible to hide her body from his stare. Logan, Eva, I want you guys to know that I have informed King Luther about your situation, Eva, my father said as he directed his words to Eva as if asking for her approval. Eva nodded her head, and my father took it as a sign to continue. I've told him about your parents, about Drake, and about how you can't remember anyone from your past. I remember him, Eva bluntly said. All our eyes snapped towards her in shock. You remember me? King Luther asked, hope and a ray of happiness crossing his face. You never told me that you remember him, Eva. I told her in disbelief. Remember when I took the potion that turned me to a 3-year-old? She started, and my dad and I nodded. King Luther looked lost but said nothing as Eva continued. When I woke up, I've remembered my real name, how Drake was like an older brother to me, and how my relationship with my parents was, and one of the things that I remembered was me playing occasionally with a grandpa that I wasn't allowed to tell anyone about. He would come and visit me in secret and would tell me to not tell my parents or Drake about it. I couldn't really remember his face, but when I saw you last night, bells rung in my head, and when I woke up this morning, I was sure that it was you. She explained her story thoroughly as we all sat there listening to her every word with ultimate concentration. When she finished, I heard King Luther sigh deeply. Yes, I never wanted your parents to know that I came to see you, especially your father. You see, your father is actually a rogue, and unfortunately for me, he was my daughter's mate. I tried to warn your mother that he wasn't good and that we can't trust him, but she would never listen, and I had nothing in my hands to do. I saw them act all lovey-dovey inside the castle, since your father came to live with us, and 3 months after they met each other, your mother was pregnant with you. The idea of having a grandchild made me so happy and overlooked the fact that your father was actually a rogue. I was blinded with happiness that I didn't notice the small group that your father have started turning against me. Their aim was for me to leave my position as king, and in my place, your father would become king. Your parents and I argued a lot, but I would have never left my position for a rogue. The arguments turned into intense fights, and sooner than I've expected, your father have started a war, and your mother followed. A soft gasp escaped Eva's lips, and her eyes widened. I felt her body tense up, so I held her body closer to me in reassurance and started rubbing soothing circles on her back. Their small group of rebels couldn't defeat my warriors, but the constant fighting sure did weaken them. And after some time, your parents gave up and ran away. I didn't bother go after them and just let them be, but grief filled my entire soul as you left with them. I hired someone to search for you, but came out nada each time. But after away about 2 years, I found you and started visiting you secretly until one day you vanished. I've searched everywhere for you, but I was never able to find you. And what made me go crazy was the fact that I could see your parents living their life normally with you nowhere in sight. I've thought about confronting them, but found it useless. However, I never gave up. Ever since then and until yesterday, I've been sending out search parties for you. King Luther's eyes were clouded with tears as he spoke, and soon a sob had escaped his lips. But you know what? I'm happy. I'm really happy that all this searching didn't go to waste. I found you. I finally found you, my dear Crystal, he said between sobs as tears ran down his face. My heart broke at the sight of him. I felt Eva leave my side and walk towards King Luther, sitting on her knees as she reached him. She then extended her arms and wrapped them around his neck, engulfing her grandfather in a most wanted hug. They both needed it right now. The things they've been through wasn't little, and to finally reunite with family must have been a very happy thing for Eva. King Luther's arms wrapped around Eva's tiny waist as he sobbed more. I'm so sorry. I never thought they'd do that to you, Crystal. I should have protected you. I should have took you back to the castle with me. King Luther kept apologizing over and over again as Eva kept reassuring him that it's all going to be okay and that she's safe now. I just sat there in my place as I looked at them crying in each other's arms. I was happy that there was someone from Eva's family out there for her, and to think that it was the king. My baby girl is a princess from the inside and now from the outside too. King Luther, or my grandfather, remained in each other's arms until we both calmed down. He was holding me so tightly, like he doesn't believe that I was really there. And to tell you the truth, it too took me time to grasp the idea that I actually have a family member out there that cared about me and loved me like how family members should. After quite some time, I pulled back a bit to look into my grandfather's red, puffy eyes. You should go rest for a while. You look so tired, Grandpa. I struggled to call him Grandpa since I wasn't really used to it. It felt weird. A smile spread across his face. Call me Pa like you used to when you were still a kid, he told me softly with pleading eyes. Pa. I stuttered again as I tried calling him something that I never once thought I would ever do. His smile turned into a wide grin and he pulled me back in a warm, tight, fatherly hug. I'll make it up to you, I promise. All that you've been through, I'll make you forget it all. I make you the happiest granddaughter to ever be born. He said with sheer determination. My heart leaped inside my chest with happiness. I know that Logan had already said similar promises, but coming from a family member had a different effect on my heart. Then I guess you should start by taking some serious action towards Drake. Sam, Logan's father, said, pulling our attention towards him. I've always had problems with that brat. It would be my ultimate pleasure to finally show him who's the boss. My grandfather, or Pa, said, his words laced with anger. I felt two strong arms pull me up from my position and place me back right next to Logan on the couch. Logan kept his arms around my waist even when I was already fully seated. We have evidence about Eva's, buying and selling transaction. Logan intertwined as his own anger dripping from his lips. He was struggling as he said those words, and I know that he didn't want me to hear. I was in a room filled with very pissed-off alphas. But I wasn't scared. On the contrary, actually, I was happy that I finally found my place amongst them. The what? Pa asked in shock. His eyes then were clouded with rage once more. Can I take a look, please? Sam nodded as he reached for his top desk drawer, opened it, and pulled out a file, handing it to Pa. Pa opened the file and started reading the contents carefully. I could see his hands clenching the papers in his hands, but then took a deep breath to calm himself down. Great, now I'll have all evidence so the werewolf committee won't take offense when I wipe his pack out. Ha, said as he stood from his place. Give me 2 days and I'll be back, hopefully. Try not to miss the ceremony, Logan said. The ceremony? Sam asked in confusion. Logan grinned at his father and nodded. Eva has agreed to take on the Luna position, he said, puffing his chest with pride. I felt my face break into a small smile. Sam shot out of his seat suddenly as a huge grin, mirroring that of his son, filled his face. "That's the best thing that I've ever heard in a while now," he yelled excitedly. "Claire! Claire!" he called as loud as he could. In a matter of seconds, Claire rushed through the door with worry-filled eyes. "What's wrong?" she asked as she looked all of us up and down, checking for any injuries. "Start preparing for the ceremony and pack your bag. We'll be going to Hawaii soon," Sam told her, excitement rolling off of him in waves. Claire's eyes widened and snapped towards us. "Is it sure? You guys are ready to take over?" she asked, half in shock and half in joy. Logan and I looked at each other before averting our gazes towards her and nodding our heads with goofy smiles on our faces. Claire let out a loud squeal and jumped towards the door. "We have to start preparing and make it the best. I have a lot of things to do. Oh my God, I've got to hurry. Chloe, Alexis, code red!" We could hear her yelling all through the house and was soon followed by two even louder squeals. Logan chuckled at his mother's excitement while I giggled and Sam grinned. "Congratulations, son. I bet you'd make an amazing alpha." Pa smiled at Logan as he patted his back. Logan grinned back. "Thank you, Alpha Luther." "You should start calling me Pa too, son," Pa said suggestively. Logan looked taken aback for a second before grinning again and nodding. Pa averted his gaze towards me and then opened his arms widely, signaling for me to come receive a warm, congratulatory hug from him. A smile adorned his face, and I found myself smiling too as I jumped into his arms once again. I was the happiest person alive to finally have someone I could call family, and I wouldn't change it for the world. "Congratulations, Cupcake. I'm so proud of you," he told me softly. "Thank you," I replied shyly. We pulled back and I looked at Logan with foolish grin on my face. I just couldn't control how happy I am. Logan, too, seemed to be happy for me as his own toothy grin was displayed on his face. "I'll be taking my leave now and be back on the day of the ceremony, which will be—" Pa dragged the sentence as he waited for an answer. "Friday, 2 days from now," Sam replied excitedly. "Okay, I'll hopefully be back by then." Pa nodded and started making his way to the door, clutching the file in his hand. Pa left the office with Sam following, leaving Logan and I in the office. A pair of strong, toned arms wrapped around my A's from behind. Logan pressed my back tightly to his chest as he buried his face in my neck. "Are you happy, Eva?" he murmured into my neck. I nodded eagerly. "Everything with Drake will finally be over. I found my grandfather, and I have an amazing mate. What more could I ask for?" I felt Logan's smile against my skin, and then he placed a lingering kiss in the crook of my neck that made shivers run down my spine and sparks to erupt in my neck and up to my brain. "Let's go get some breakfast," he said as his lips left my neck. I nodded again, not trusting my voice. Logan took my hand in his and led us out the office. I let the water run down my body, washing the flavorless white powder down the drain. When Logan and I stepped into the kitchen, the twins thought it would be fun to throw flour directly into our faces as a congratulatory surprise. Logan and I were as white as snow, and due to the gasp that I let out, some of the flour entered my mouth and throat, and let me tell you, it wasn't a pleasant feeling at all. Logan has allowed me to go wash myself off first, and to that, I was grateful. I made sure that all the flour escaped my hair and body before stepping out of the shower and start drying my body with a towel. I put on my clothes and ran a comb through my hair, untangling it. As I stood in front of the mirror and couldn't help but stare at my reflection, my eyes that finally came back to life once again, my rosy cheeks that weren't sucked in, my now shiny hair, my semi-tanned skin that's no longer sickly pale, and my now fuller body. I took in a deep, satisfied breath and smiled at my reflection. Logan's question rang in my head. "Are you happy, Eva?" "Yes, I'm happy. I'm the happiest that I've ever been since I was little." After finishing everything I need to do in the room, I started making my way downstairs. I was about to enter the kitchen when I heard Jake's voice. "The pack members are on edge, Logan," he said with a sigh. There was no answer for a couple of seconds before Logan replied. "Why are they on edge?" he asked, confusion lacing his voice. "They're not familiar Eva's scent. They don't know who it belongs to, and that is keeping them on their toes. Even Wesley's. They think we have rogues." Jake's sentence was cut short by Logan's growl at the word rouge. The ceremony will be held on Friday and everything will be cleared up. Tell them not to worry, Logan said sternly. I heard Jake sigh. I know that it will, Logan, but if you just mark Eva at least, your scent will be mixed with hers, and... Jake's sentence was cut short once again by Logan. No, I won't do that. Why won't you? She's your mate, and by doing so, the pack members will be more at ease. Jake cried back, but it seemed to have fueled Logan's anger more. What is wrong with Logan? Why is he so against marking me? The self-confidence that I have built was starting to crumple down, but Logan's next words sent me running back the way I came from. I don't want to mark her, he growled out. I didn't wait for him to finish the sentence. I didn't want to hear it, so I turned on my heel and started running away from the kitchen when I bumped into Blake. Eva, you okay? He asked with concern. I didn't look up, nor did I answer him. I moved past him and went on my way as fast as I could, afraid that Logan would see me crying. I didn't want to face him. Blake called my name, but I ignored it and climbed the stairs like it was on fire. I don't want to mark her. I don't want to mark her. Logan's sentence kept echoing inside my head as I ran upstairs. I know that I'm overreacting, but for some reason, I felt unwanted when I heard Logan say that. I know that werewolves die to mark their mates once they meet them, and the urge is even stronger for alphas. So why doesn't Logan want to mark me? Eva. A familiar voice called my name, but I continued running. I couldn't let him see me like that. I probably look pathetic. I just need time to calm down and I'll be fine. Eva? This time it was closer, and the next thing I know, I'm being lifted off my feet and carried princess style. I quickly placed my hands over my eyes, trying to cover them. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. My words were cut short by Logan's shushing. Shh. Hey, calm down, he cooed gently. I felt him walking, then sit down and place me on his lap. I had my eyes closed, so I didn't know where were we. Tears were falling freely from my eyes, and I tried my hardest to stop them. 2 hands held mine and pulled them away gently. I kept my eyes shut, no daring look Logan in the eye. Why did you run so fast? Logan asked, confusing me. Huh? Why didn't you wait until I finished the sentence? I slowly removed my hands and looked at him with furrowed eyebrows. I was saying that I don't want to mark you now. I want it to be special and not just a bite on your neck. I wanted you to remember it and smile at the memory. I want it to be perfect. Logan explained with a smile adorning his face. I was taken back and shocked by what he said. God, I'm stupid. My eyes were wide and my mouth forming an O-shaped. I looked like a fish out of water. It didn't take me that long to snap out of it and cover my face with my hands once again, but this time from embarrassment. I heard Logan's chuckles beside me and felt his hold tighten around me. Stupid. Logan mumbled in my ear, and I felt my face redden to an even darker shade as I buried it into his chest. After the ceremony, Logan's words made me look up at him questionably. On the night of the ceremony, that's when I'll finally mark you as mine, he said, his face inches from mine. Okay? He asked. I nodded in confirmation, and that made Logan grin widely at me and pull me into his chest once again, his warmth seeping through our clothes. I smiled into his chest shyly, and I was starting to get all giddy and excited for that ceremony. There were no words to describe the house's atmosphere right now. There were a lot of people, mostly women, running around everywhere. There were a lot of people, women, that I never saw before, each one of them holding either flowers, food trays, or pieces of cloths of different colors in their hands. It was so hectic, both inside and outside the pack house, as people are getting ready for the ceremony. Claire and Alexis were barking orders to the helpers as they themselves rushed on with what they were doing. I was walking towards Claire to ask her if I could help with something when I was suddenly pulled by my arm and dragged upstairs. Quick, Eva, we have to get you ready. The ceremony will start in only 3 hours, and I didn't even start working on you. Chloe said in a rush as she ran up to my room. Did you take a shower when you woke up? She asked hastily. What? Yes, I did, I replied hastily. Good, now sit down and don't move. She ordered sternly, and I had no other choice but to comply. After about an hour and a half of pulling and ironing and curling and what I should probably refer to as face painting, Chloe took a few steps back and assessed her work. She grinned in satisfaction before rushing to the closet and coming back with a piece of blue fabric in her hand. "Now wear this," she told me with a smile. "What's this?" I asked in confusion. "Your dress, of course. Silly." She giggled and handed me the dress. I was about to take off my shirt when I noticed Chloe still standing there looking at me. I raised my eyebrows at her, and she in return raised one. I motioned with my index finger for her to turn around, and with an unwomanly groan, she complied. I quickly took my clothes off and pulled the dress over my head. I zipped the zipper that was on the side before telling Chloe that it was fine for her to look. A loud gasp left her lips when her eyes caught me. I turned to look at the floor-length mirror and gasped myself. It was a V-neck, royal blue satin dress that only reached my mid-thigh. There were shiny embellishments covering the whole top part until the waist. The bottom flared a bit, and its back was opened in a diamond shape. My black hair was curled to perfection, and a blue rose was fixed on the side of my head. There was line of eyeliner on my upper lid, and then blue and silver eyeshadow on top, making my eyes pop. My lashes were elongated and looked more curly from the mascara. My cheeks were tinted a light shade of pink, and my lips were covered with a nude-colored lipstick and lip gloss. I had diamond earring adorning my ears and a matching necklace around my neck. I didn't look familiar. I wasn't used to looking so beautiful and filled with energy. However, looking at the dress again, I worried about what Logan would say. He won't approve of it, never ever. My sigh seemed to have gotten Chloe worried. "What's wrong, Eva? Don't you like how you look?" she asked with concern. I shook my head at her. "No, I love it, but do you think Logan would agree on this dress?" "He'll kill us both," I stated in a matter-of-fact, lying tone. Chloe rolled her eyes at me and dismissed my thoughts with her hand. "Don't worry about it. We'll deal with it when the time comes." With another sigh, I nodded. Chloe picked up a box from beside the door and handed it to me. I opened it to reveal the most beautiful heels I've ever saw. I looked up at Chloe in awe, who was grinning at me like a fool. I went to sit on the bed hurriedly to put it on. It had straps that crisscrossed over my foot and wrapped around my ankle. It matched the dress and the makeup with its blue color. All in all, I loved how I looked today. I stood up and swayed a little, but Chloe caught me. I smiled widely at her and flushed her body to mine in a hug. "Thank you, Chloe. Thank you so much," I told her truly. I was so grateful for what they all did for me. Chloe giggled into my hair. "No problem. That's what best friends are for, right?" Her words came out more of a question if whether I did see her as a best friend or not. I grinned widely as we pulled back. "Definitely," I replied happily. Chloe proceeded into preparing herself. She wore a beautiful red tank lace dress that reached only mere inches above her knees. It had a ribbon in the middle with the straps flowing on her side. Red heels covered her feet, and a diamond necklace adorned her neck with matching earrings. She kept her makeup minimum, but onky red lipstick covered her lips. Her hair was brought up in a neat bun with 2 stands framing her face. After we made sure that we looked perfect, Chloe and I started heading downstairs. "Oh, come on, Logan," we heard someone say in a sing-song voice. It was female's voice, one that I do not recognize. I looked at Chloe with a confused look, only to be met with one myself. We descended the stairs, and what I saw made my blood boil to no end. Logan was standing in the living room, and blonde Bimbo was clinging onto his arm. She was wearing a very tight and very short sleeveless black dress. Her face was caked, and her blonde hair was left to flow past her shoulders. Logan looked frustrated and annoyed, and I noticed that he would always pull his arm away whenever the blonde got a hold of it. "You can't deny me, Logan. I know how much you want me," she said in a failed attempt to sound seductive. Her voice was squeaky that I felt my ears about to bleed. "Leg go, Wendy. I told you that." Logan's stench was cut short when his eyes met mine. He seemed to have fell in some kind of daze as he stared at me, and as seconds passed by, I started fidgeting in place. Logan seemed to have snapped out of it as he smiled warmly at me and started walking closer. I saw his eyes darken to what I assumed to be lust, and I couldn't help the butterflies that erupted inside of me. Logan held my hands and pulled me closer, so our noses and foreheads touched. "You look very beautiful, Eva," he whispered, his minty breath fanning my face. I felt my face turn crimson red. "Thank you," I replied shyly in a low tone that matched his. We were snapped out of our little moment when the blonde behind us scoffed. "And who exactly is that?" she asked with disgust. Logan turned to look into my eyes once again. "That's my mate, the only one I truly love and the only one I'll ever want." She was running again. The girl that used to haunt my dreams is back. The fear was evident in her eyes as she ran through the dark woods all alone and frightened. Her feet stopped and her eyes widened when her ears and eyes picked up something in front of her. It seemed to be a tree. She narrowed her eyes and tried to get a better, clearer view of what's in front of her. It was dark, and even with her heightened senses, she couldn't make out the figure. The trees rustled above her and swayed with the wind to what seemed to be a sad melody. Her ears picked up different sounds around her. The crunching of leaves, the hoots of the owls, the singing of the crickets. It was all too much. She couldn't handle it. She wanted light. Suddenly, her chest became ached like it was on fire, and the burning pain surged through her whole body as it started glowing in the dark. Her own fire seemed to have illuminated light all around her, for now she could see the figure. His gray eyes bore into hers. Her brain begged for her to run, to escape, but her feet wouldn't comply to her orders. They felt as if they were locked in their place by some invisible force. The figure raised his hand so it extended in front of him. Something shined his hand as it pointed her way, and before she could produce a sound for help, the sound of the trigger being pushed and the bullet leaving the gun where it resided echoed in the woods, and all too soon the girl lost her light. I woke up with a loud gasp and suffered to bring air into my lungs. With staggered, uneven breaths, I placed a hand over my rapidly beating heart in an attempt to keep it inside my chest. I haven't had a dream about Eva ever since Logan found her, so why now? I was starting to get a bad feeling about this ceremony. Eva's POV. The ceremony was scheduled to start at 4 p.m. sharp, and as the clock struck 3:30, people started flooding the pack house. Since I was locked up in my room, I was only able to hear their talking, laughing, and the wailing of some kids. Logan and the rest thought it would be best if I didn't show myself to the pack members until it was time to officially introduce me as their Luna, so that no one would give me any trouble or any unwanted looks or words. Thus, I had nothing to do but look at the garden from the window. Lights were hung on the trees surrounding the pack house's rather huge garden, waiting to be lit once the sun sets. There were long tables on both sides with barbecue grills next to them. The tables were filled with all sorts of food, varying chips to tuna sandwiches to muffins to Pepsi and juice. It was a feast. I caught Wendy with my peripheral vision, walking behind Logan. She had a desperate look on her face, while Logan didn't seem to give even the smallest amount of attention. This made whatever insecurities I have fly out the window. The sounds in the pack house toned down, and after a while, Claire came inside the room with a warm smile in her face. "It's time," she said softly from her place by the door. I offered her a small smile and a nod before getting up from my place and walking towards her. She held my hand on hers as we descended the stairs and made our way out the pack house. As soon as Claire and I emerged from inside, all voices instantly shut down and all heads were turned to our direction. Everyone's eyes bore my body, and I couldn't help but feel self-conscious. I looked to my right to find Sam and Logan standing on what appeared to be a makeshift stage. Logan smiled widely at me and reached his hand for me to take. I did lie he wanted, and I was soon standing next to him while Claire went to stand by Sam's side. "Today, my beloved pack, I gathered you all to witness me stepping down from my position and handing it over to my son, Logan," Samuel said in the microphone, gaining everyone's attention from me. He took a step back and ushered for Logan to get hold of the mic. "Good evening, everyone. Today, I'll officially become alpha of this pack instead of my father. I promise that I'll do my best to keep this pack safe and in at its best. I want you all to work hard with me to take this pack to a whole new level, to be feared and respected by everyone. We're all a family here, and we should all look after one another," Logan said. Everyone cheered after him, and a series of whistles ran through the crowd. Logan raised his hand to silence them all after a while. Being the alpha isn't the only thing that I want to tell you today. Logan pulled closer to his side. You all must have been wondering about the new scents that entered our territory. The first and most important is this. My mates scent Eva. Gasps erupted from everywhere, and I could see the shock in their eyes. It took them a while to decipher what Logan just said before they all started clapping and cheering even louder than before. Starting today, Eva will be our Luna and rule this pack by my side, Logan announced proudly. Another series of claps and cheering and whistling erupted. They all had wide smiles on their faces, and it made me really happy and determined to do my best for this pack. Logan raised his hand again to silence them. The second scent belongs to a new pack member, Wesley. He used to be in Eva's past pack, but due to certain complications, moved in here with us. As Logan finished his sentence, Wesley walked on the stage until her reached Logan's other side. I peeked from beside Logan to look at him, and what I saw tugged at my heart. Wesley was never this healthy. He was just like me, always bullied by the pack members, never allowed to train with them, never having enough food. But now, he's got meat on his bones, and he seemed to have been working out lately. I grinned widely at Wesley and waved at him when our eyes caught. He seemed surprised from my gesture, but his eyes soon softened and he waved back happily. I want you all to treat him good. He's one of the family now, Logan said through the mic. His words weren't stern, but they still had that slight feint of warning in them. Welcome to the pack, Wesley? Someone from the crowd yelled. Welcome to the pack, Luna. Welcome, Wesley. Another yelled. Soon, almost everyone were welcoming Wesley and I as we sent out our gratitude to them. I looked over at Logan to find him grinning widely from ear to ear, and that made me grin widely myself. Logan and I were getting people as they came to congratulate us and welcome me once again for joining this pack. They were all so kind, and I was glad to be a part of this warm and loving community. Are you okay, Alexis? I asked when I noticed her looking frantically around us every once in a while. She's been stuck to me ever since I got off the stage, and the worried look on her face didn't serve to ease my mind. Logan seemed to have noticed too, as he thither her confused glances every now and then. What? Yes, I'm fine. She offered me a small smile, but I could feel the nervousness roll off of her in waves. Crystal. My attention was diverted to the side when I heard my grandpa call my name. He looked much younger in his black tux. He smiled widely at me as he came closer, and I smiled back just as widely. I was then crushed into a tight bear hug as soon as he reached me. How have you been, Bunny? He asked when he placed me down. Good. How are you? I replied. He smiled hesitantly. Very good. What happened with Drake? I asked all too suddenly. I wanted to get it over with. The look in Pa's eyes didn't sit well with me, but he soon masked whatever he was feeling and smiled. Let's talk about this later. Now I want you to meet someone. He angled his body to the side a bit and ushered for someone to come closer. The woman started heading towards us with a smile on her face. Crystal, I want you to meet Sophie, my daughter and your aunt. I looked at her in awe. She was, by all means, beautiful. She had black hair, just like mine, but hers only reached her shoulders. She had hazel-colored eyes with golden specks in them. She had a tall, proud frame and perfect olive skin. She reached me slowly, and as we became only mere inches apart, she squealed loudly and crushed me into her body. I felt my neck and shoulder becoming wet, and I realized that Sophie was tearing up. I can't believe we finally found you. I can't believe it. She mumbled into my shoulder. I patted her head reassuringly. She pulled back to look at me. Her face was tear-stained, but she still had a wide smile on her face, nonetheless. You look so beautiful, Crystal, she told me gently as she cupped my face between her hands. I felt my eyes tear up as well, and my heart flutter. Thank you, I replied with a wide smile of my own. Come on, Sophie, give her some space, Pa said as he pulled Sophie back a few steps. Her gaze averted to Logan that was standing next to me, watching the whole ordeal. You must be Logan, she said as she extended her hand. Logan shook her hand and smiled warmly. Yes, ma'am, he replied with pride. Oh, you don't have to call me that. I'm only about 2 years older than the both of you, Sophie said with a chuckle and a wave of her hand. You're 22 years old? I asked in surprise. I didn't expect my aunt to be this young. 23, actually, she corrected with a smile. Oh, let's go meet Sam and Claire, Pa told Sophie, to which she nodded. We'll see you guys soon and congratulations again, Pa said as he strode away with Sophie. Logan and I smiled their way and waved back at them. Eva, I have to go talk to some men from the pack. I'll be back very soon, okay? Logan's voice made me avert my eyes to his. I smiled at him and nodded. You'll be fine, right? He asked hesitantly. Don't worry, Logan. I'll be fine, I swear, I told him with a giggle. That guy's always worry about nothing. He took in a deep breath and nodded before leaning in and placing a lingering kiss on my forehead. He then pulled back and strode away. Hey, Alexis, want to go grab something to eat? My question seemed to have snapped Alexis out of her trance. She was looking intently at the woods like she was expecting something to happen or someone to come. Sure, she replied hastily. Are you sure you're okay, Alexis? I asked as we made our way to the food table. Yeah, I'm fine. Her voice came out weak and it seemed like she was afraid of something. I didn't dwell on the matter much and let her be. I picked a plate up and started looking at all the options I had to choose from. I was placing a chocolate muffin in my plate when a squeaky voice resonated from behind me. Look what the dog brought from the trash. Her voice screeched, giving me headache. Get lost, Wendy, Alexis retorted back. No one spoke to you, witch, Wendy replied with disgust. Wendy, just go away, I said with a sigh. I was really happy today, and I didn't want her to come ruin it. Why? Are you afraid that if I stayed, Logan would finally come to his senses and come to me? As soon as she mentioned Logan, my blood started boiling. Even if you lingered around her for the rest of your life, Logan won't spare you a glance. I retorted back. I have placed the plate back on the table so that I don't accidentally break it. Ha! It didn't seem to be that way when he was kissing me. I clenched my fists hardly and glared at her. Or when we were on bed. Did you know that he liked it when I kissed behind his ear? That made me lose all sense as anger and a faint speck of jealousy consumed me. The only thing that ran through my mind was that Logan slept with that girl. Logan slept with her. I felt my chest starting to burn like it was on fire, and soon the burning heat spread through my entire body. I felt my lower back tingle as my tails emerged from behind me, and due to the shocking pain that struck my body, I knew that my 8 tails have grown. A low, deep growl erupted from my throat, and all I could see was the fire inside of me. Ever since I had that dream, I've been keeping an eye on everything around us and sticking to Eva like glue in order to be able to protect her on time if needed. All the while, I thought that the chaos was coming from outside, and I never expected it to come from right next to me. When Wendy didn't shut her mouth and started blabbering unnecessary things, I diverted my gaze to Eva only to see her clenching and unclenching her fists in anger. Did you know that he liked it when I kissed behind his ear? Wendy's words made Eva snap and lose all control over herself and the beast inside of her. Gumihos are extremely possessive creatures. They even exceed that of any alpha. So imagine what it would be like for Eva, hearing that her mate slept with someone else. Eva's chest started glowing blue light, and soon the blue flames spread through her whole body. Gasps erupted from everyone who was watching as the flames formed a layer around Eva. Her tails started protruding, and I noticed the 8 tail that grew. Her tails were moving widely behind her as angry flames surrounded them too. You're a beast, Wendy all but yelled. At her words, Eva's head snapped upwards and her eyes opened straight at Wendy. Gasps erupted again at the view of Eva's eyes. They were completely blue. No black, no white, only blue. The same fiery blue surrounding her and her tails. Eva was literally on fire. Wendy took a few steps back in fear as Eva strode ever so slowly towards her. Wendy couldn't go far, though, as she stumbled on her own wobbly feet and fell on her bum. Her eyes were wide and fear radiated off her in waves, and she looked up at Eva in terror. What are you doing? Wendy stuttered as she crawled backwards. Eva didn't answer, though, and kept walking closer to Wendy's shaking form. Wendy must have found some of her sense, as she quickly turned around and attempted to run away, only to be stopped midway when Eva zapped fire in front of her. The blue fire formed a semicircle in front of Wendy, making her unable to walk through. Wendy gasped at the surprise attack and turned to look at Eva once again. You can never run away from me. Eva's voice was low, rough, and dangerous. She didn't sound like our normal Eva. Her voice was more of a demon's. Wendy attempted to escape from the side, but once again Eva swayed her hand, zapping fire in front of Wendy and stopping her mid-step. She tried the other side only to be stopped the same way. Wendy, eventually, was surrounded with Eva's blue flames. Dump bitch! Going after my mate and then trying to escape. Eva's voice made me shudder in place, and I wasn't on the receiving end. Eva swayed her hand once again, only this time, fire was zapped towards Wendy herself. Wendy screamed in pain as she clutched onto her right arm that now had a very bad-looking crescent-shaped burn mark on it. You stay away from him, Eva growled. Because he's... She zapped Wendy again, but on the other arm this time. Mine! Eva zapped Wendy once more, but the third time burnt her stomach. Wendy was now on the ground crying and screaming in pain as she tried holding on to her injured body. Eva didn't seem to have any intention of stopping as she took another few steps towards Wendy. People like you should disappear. With another zap, Wendy was rolled from her fetus position to lying on her back. Another zap had her screams intensifying. If Eva went on, she'll definitely kill her. I tried to come closer to Eva, but the flames around her body grew as she snapped her eyes towards me with one of the most horrifying glares I've ever seen. I took slow and cautious steps back so as not to trigger any more anger inside of her. Where the hell is Logan? On cue, I heard Logan calling Eva's name as he ran towards us. What the hell is going on? He asked to no one in particular as he stood there looking at Eva. I don't know. She? Wendy said some things and Eva thought that you guys slept together. Eva is mad, and she's on fire! I stuttered as I tried explaining. The glare we received from Eva was enough to make me weak in the knees. I had no air in my lungs, and I felt like I'm going to faint from the terror coursing through my whole body. Eva, baby, please listen to me, Logan said as he tried approaching Eva slowly. Eva didn't seem to have heard him as her eyes never left Wendy's. Logan, help me. Wendy pleaded in pain. Wendy's call to Logan must have made Eva even more angrier. Her flames intensified and grew higher. Her tails wagged dangerously fast and angry behind her, and her eyes seemed to have glow more. With another wave, more fire was zapped towards Wendy, whose dress was now torn to shreds. Her hair shortened unevenly as the ends were burnt, and her body had angry burn marks all over. Wendy screamed again as Eva once more waved with her hand. Eva, please stop. You're going to kill her. Logan pleaded, but again, Eva didn't listen. Baby, please. You'll regret it at the end. Just stop. Logan, she's not going to listen. You have to do something before she completely loses herself to her powers and anger, I said in a pleading tone myself. If a Gumiho loses itself to its dark side, it'll eventually lose its soul, meaning that Eva will die and there will be nothing left but her burning body, roaming the world soulless. Not only that, but for her to survive, she must kill for the souls of others. Eva, Logan yelled in hopes for Eva to hear, but to no avail. We have to do something, yelled Claire in panic as she, too, watched the scene in front of us. I was about to yell at Logan again to do something, but gasped loudly as I saw him run towards Eva, right into her blazing, angry flames. Her ran directly towards Eva's body and engulfed it between his arms in a tight hug. Logan, no, Claire cried desperately and attempted to follow him, but Sam held her back. I averted my gaze to Logan to find his eyes shut tight and his face scrunched up in pain. His clothes were burning away from where they were in direct contact with Eva's body. His skin was turning red, and the burn marks were soon making their presence on his body, but he never let go. Baby girl, please come back to me, he pleaded to Eva, his voice cracking probably from the pain. Eva, please. This time he whispered. I noticed the couple of stray tears that left his eyes, and as soon as they fell onto Eva's shoulders, her fire calmed down. Baby girl, don't do this. I don't want to lose you. Please, just please come back to me. Logan pleaded once again. His words and his embrace seemed to have started to calm Eva down and bring her soul back. He kept on murmuring things into her ear until Eva's fire was completely put out. Her tails toned down their movements and laid calm behind Eva on the ground like a veil. Eva closed her eyes for a couple of seconds before opening them. They were back to normal, but looked sad and scared. Logan? Her normal soft voice called out in a whisper. Logan pulled back a bit to look at Eva. "I'm here, baby," he told her in a soft tone with a small smile. Eva's tails disappeared, and she fell unconscious into Logan's arms. I opened my eyes slowly and whimpered slightly as a terrible headache shot through my brain. Someone rushed to my side and held my hand in a firm grip. "Eva, baby, can you hear me?" Logan's voice rang into my ears. This made me shot up from my place. I directed my gaze towards him and started checking his body for burn marks. I was so worried, and the guilt that settled inside of me was unbearable. "Eva?" Logan called and held my hands that were checking his arms. Only one look at him made my tears escape. "I'm so sorry, Logan. I never meant to hurt, I swear. I'm so sorry." I cried as I hung my head low. I was then engulfed into one of Logan's warm hugs. "Shh, baby. It's okay. I'm fine, I swear. Please don't cry." He cooed into my hair. I pulled back a bit. "But the fire, your clothes and body, my fire burnt you," I cried. Logan shook his head. "I'm fine, Eva, I swear. Look." Logan took off the shirt he was wearing, revealing his perfectly toned abs and his uninjured skin. I slowly reached with my fingers to touch where I remember was burnt from before. I sob escaped my lips once again. "Thank God you're okay?" "Thank God." Lugar pulled my back to his chest and ran his fingers through my hair in a soothing manner. "Please don't cry, baby girl," Logan whispered, and I nodded my head as I tried controlling my crying. "What happened to Wendy?" I asked as I pulled back slightly. Not that I cared, but I was still curious. "Let's not think about this right now. How are you feeling? Want me to bring you something?" Logan asked with worry-filled eyes. "No, I'm fine. I feel better than before," I replied, feeling my headache already gone. "The ceremony was ruined, wasn't it?" I asked the question that I was dreading the answer to. Logan's smile widened and shook his head. "Nope. They're all still gathered downstairs, talking, laughing, and eating. My parents were able to control everything," he said with a grin. I let out a breath in relief. "So the night wasn't ruined?" I asked in slight confusion. I remember making a rather large scene. "Nope." Logan shook his again, popping the pea. "And the night is still young, you know," he told me suggestively. I looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" I asked. "I mean that we still have time for my surprise," he answered with a grin. I opened my eyes in surprise. Logan put his shirt back on and got up from his place, holding my hand and leading me outside. When I was out from under the covers, I realized that I was no longer in the dress I was in. I was now wearing pajama pants and long-sleeved V-neck shirt. I stopped abruptly, making Logan stop as well and look back at me in confusion. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" he asked as he closed the distance between us. "I'm not wearing my dress," I blurted out. "What? Yeah, Mom helped you change so that you'd sleep comfortably," he replied and scratched the back of his neck. "You didn't happen to be there, did you?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. I saw nothing, I swear. I had my body turned the other way," he answered in a rush. "I thought you might mind, and I didn't want you to be angry or embarrassed," he said in a low tone. I wouldn't have minded. My tongue spoke on its own, but thinking again, I really wouldn't have. I was more than ready for anything. Logan's eyes darkened, but he didn't take time to close his eyes and open them, revealing his normal eye color was back. "Don't say things like that all of a sudden, Eva, or I'd take you right then and there." Logan's voice was husky, and it seemed like he was trying to control himself. I blushed furiously and lowered my gaze. "Sorry," I mumbled and bit my lower lip. "What was I thinking, talking so bluntly?" Logan groaned. "Don't apologize either." He groaned again, quickly turned around. "Let's just go before I do something irrational." We were heading towards the front door, but once again, I stopped in my tracks and pulled Logan by our intertwined hands. "Logan, I can't go out like this," I told him and signaled at my outfit. I was wearing pajamas, and that wasn't really how the pack members should see me with on the first day they know of me. Logan seemed to be thinking about something then, all too suddenly, his face lit up. "Let's go through the back door," he suggested, and pulled me towards the kitchen, where the back door was. We stepped out of the pack house's threshold and into the night air. I was able to hear the chattering of the pack as Logan and I made our way through the woods. After what seemed to be 15 minutes of walking, Logan finally stood. eye front of a house I've never seen before. But then again, I didn't really see much ever since I came. It was a two-story house with a front patio. There was a comfy-looking swing right next to the front door, and flower vases adorned the sides. There was a spotlight on top of the door, illuminating enough light for me to see. There was a balcony on the right side of the second floor, and I assumed it to belong to a bedroom. There was also a window on the other side and another window on the first floor next to the front door. "What's this, Logan?" I asked, my eyes never leaving the maroon and white painted house. The door and window frames, though, were black. "This is my gift to you, Eva. This is our house," Logan replied with a grin. I looked at him in shock. Both my eyes and my mouth opened wide. "Our house?" Logan pulled me by my hand and led us inside. He opened the door and switched on the light to reveal a very beautifully decorated entrance. On my right side was a big opened living room. There was a big couch resting against the wall, a love seat sitting right angle to it, and two armchairs on the opposite side. They were all red in color with white, gray, and black cushions. There was a large LCD TV hanging on the wall opposite to the couch and a rectangular glass table in the middle. There was a shell-looking dish with dried flower petals on top of the table and a fluffy carpet below it. The carpet was a mixture of red, black, and white to match. There was also a window seat with a lot of colorful pillows on it. I was looking at it in awe that I didn't realize Logan tugging on my hand. "You like it that much?" he asked from beside me. "Like it? I love it," I replied in excitement. I can't believe that this was my house, one-eyed she with Logan. "That's only on part," Logan said, and I let him take me away from the mesmerizing living room. Turning around from the living room, I realized the other side only had spotlights illuminating light on an empty wall and small flower vases lining the whole wall. I looked at Logan in confusion, not really understanding the whole point of it. "This is where we'll hang our pictures. Whatever pictures we take together, I want to hang it here on this wall," he explained, his words making my heart flip several times inside my chest. Logan, once again, pulled me away. The bottom floor consisted of the living room, a small bathroom, a dining room, and a kitchen. The second floor contained the bedrooms. There were about 3 identical bedrooms and a master bedroom, each having its own bathroom. 2 of the identical bedrooms were empty, and only one was furnished. Logan said that it would serve as the guest's bedroom, while the others remain empty, as we won't be needing them right now. Logan opened the door to the master bedroom, revealing what I assume would be my own personal haven. It was beautiful, to say the least. Even more beautiful than the living room, bathrooms, and kitchen altogether. There was a king-sized bed against the right wall and 2 nightstands on each side. I realized the mini fridge that Logan bought me was standing next to one of the nightstands in the far corner. There was a large vanity against the wall opposite to the door and a door to what I assumed to be the balcony next to it. The bathroom door was opposite to the bed, and I couldn't help but notice the similarity it had with our room back at the pack house. A second door was next to the bathrooms, and I guessed it was the closet. The bedroom had a purple, gray and white theme. The carpet, however, lacked the purple. The wall behind the bed had a large painting of the sky during sunrise. The beautiful mixture of purple, blue, pink, and light orange matched the bedroom perfectly. I felt Logan stand behind me, and then he snaked his arms around my torso, pulling me against his chest. "You like it?" he asked, his breath fanning my ear, causing chills to run down my spine. I nodded my head, not able to trust my voice. Logan kissed my neck gently, and I felt my heart go into overdrive. A small moan escaped my lips, and I pressed myself more against Logan. "Is this when you'll mark me?" I asked in a low tone. "Do you want me to stop?" Logan asked as he started peppering wet kisses on my neck. The slight moan that escaped my lips surely didn't make him stop. "Tell me, Eva. I'll do as you say," he mumbled between kisses. "Don't stop." I tried to breathe out. As soon as the words left my lips, Logan turned me around and crashed my lips to his. Our lips moved in perfect sync, and soon, Logan was ushering me with his tongue to open my mouth. I immediately complied, allowing his tongue to roam my mouth and dance with mine. I didn't bother fighting for dominance, since I knew that it's a lost cause, and simply let him take control. I never thought that a person could wake up with a fixed grin on his face, at least not until I did. Opening my eyes and regaining control, I felt a heavy arm draped on my torso and someone's breath fanning my neck. I knew exactly who the person sleeping behind me was. My back was stuck against his chest, and I could feel the rise and fall with every breath he took. I felt my cheeks redden in embarrassment when I remembered last night, but then I turned around to face a peacefully sleeping Logan. With a wide smile, I cupped his cheeks and kissed him softly on the lips, hoping he'd wake up. However, Logan didn't even stir. I never knew that he was such a heavy sleeper. I poked his nose. "Logan," I called in a low, sing-songy voice, but also nothing. I kept on trying to wake him with several other methods, but he only mumbled a single "just 5 more minutes" before dozing off again. He didn't even open his eyes once. I did everything from poking him to tickling to yelling and shaking, but still nada. With a sigh, I left the bed, had a warm, soothing shower, got dressed, then made my way to the pack house, Logan's POV. I opened my eyes groggily as the sun rays hit me straight in the face. I turned around and reached for Eva, only to feel an empty bedsheet under my arm. I immediately jolted out of bed with wide-awake eyes. "Eva," I called out but heard no reply. I quickly left the bed and went to check for her. I searched everywhere, the bathroom, the kitchen, the living room downstairs, even the front patio, but nothing. I began to panic, so I decided I should check the pack house before jumping into conclusions. I quickly put something on and practically ran to the pack house. Upon opening the door, I heard a loud squeal, and then the sound of running footsteps coming from the second floor and making their way towards his stairs. "Logan!" Eva yelled as she ran down the stairs. She had a panicked look on her face as she ran towards me and clutched onto my body tightly. Without a second thought, I wrapped my arms around her. "What's wrong, baby? Are you okay?" I didn't get the chance to hear her reply before I heard someone yell from upstairs. "Eva, come back here." One of the twins yelled, and soon both of them made an appearance at the top of the stairs. They glared at Eva when their eyes met her frame. They started running down the stairs and towards her. I quickly pushed Eva behind me and stood protectively in front of her as I growled loudly at the approaching twins. They stooped right in front of me and sighed deeply. "Logan, please let us talk to Eva. We'll only talk," one of the twins said. Eva tightened her grip on my shirt, which made me more mad at the twins. "What do you want to talk with her about?" I asked. "We just want our cookies back." The other twin replied as he glared at Eva's head that popped from behind me. She quickly pulled her head back and buried it in my back. "Wait a minute. What? What?" I asked in confusion. Maybe I didn't hear right. "We want our cookies back," the twin repeated. "No way. Finders keepers, losers weppers," Eva yelled from behind me, giving me no chance to answer. "It was in our room," both the twins gasped in unison. "Under the bed," Eva retorted. "It was the ants' share, so I decided to eat it instead," she told them firmly. "It's still ours and we want it back." One of the twins retorted, standing his ground. I inwardly face-palmed myself. I was worried and thought the twins were really trying to hurt Eva, only to find out that she took their cookies? I'm out of here. "Eva, baby," I called as I stepped to the side and pulled her next to me. It was then that I realized the plastic bag that had the chocolate chip cookies in her hand. She looked at me with hopeful eyes. I sighed. "You can just take people's cookies like that. It's wrong," I said, looking in her eyes. Eva gave me a weird look that screamed, "What the F?" in my face. "If you give them their cookies back, I'll tell you a secret that would make you really happy." I continued, ignoring the look on her face. "You want to know what the secret is?" I asked as I leaned forward to whisper in her ear. She nodded, and that made me move closer. "Run," I whispered with a smirk. The next thing I know, Eva was running straight outside the pack house. The twins gasped at her sudden escape but wasted no time in running after her. I heard Eva's squeal from outside, and I couldn't help but chuckle. "So you finally marked her?" My head snapped towards Jake and Taylor, who were standing there with smug looks on their faces. I grinned at them and nodded. "Man, you're whipped," Taylor teased, and I slightly pushed his shoulder. "Shut up," I replied with a small chuckle, making them laugh as we entered the kitchen. Jake, Taylor, and I were eating toast and drinking coffee in the kitchen as we talked when the twins entered the kitchen with scowls on their faces that turned to glares once they saw me. "So I'm assuming that you guys never got your cookies back?" I teased them with a smirk. "Your mate took advantage of her camouflaging ability to buy her some time to luck every single one of them," one of the twins said with annoyance. I raised my eyebrows at that before looking at an amused-looking Jake and Taylor before we soon broke out into a series of laughter. Yeah, very funny," the other twin muttered. "What's funny?" Eva's soft asked from the kitchen doorway. She had the bag of cooked clutched in one hand and the other held a cookie on which she was munching on. I extended my arm for her to reach and come closer. I wrapped my arm around her waist and in one swift movement placed her on my lap. The twins averted their glaring from the toast to Eva, who just shrugged them off. "Eva," I called out, making her look at me. "I want to take you out on a date tomorrow. What do you want to say?" I asked. Her face lit up brightly and her grin extended from ear to ear as she nodded happily. "You know, Logan, I've always wanted it to G." I clamped my hand over her mouth, stopping her before she completed her sentence. "Oh no, you're not doing this to me again. This time, I'll decide where our date will be, and it'll surprise you," I told her quickly. Last time, I wasn't asked B to surprise her because of the stunt that she pulled, but not his time. Eva pouted when she realized that her plan to know where we were going failed. I pecked her pout, making it disappear. I'm definitely going to surprise her. King Maxwell's POV. I was sitting in my office going through attack strategies and different types of maps that will help me in getting Sophie. With her power, I'll be stronger and be able to rule the werewolf world. Our children will be invincible as they'll inherit their mother's powers. A knock on the door made me snap my head towards it. "Come in," I answered, and soon the person behind the door entered. I narrowed my eyes at him. "How is the plan for getting the princess working out?" I asked firmly. "Good, but I have something better," he replied. I looked at him in confusion. "What could possibly be better than an elemental werewolf, Drake?" I asked with raised eyebrow. Drake smirked and replied with a smug tone. "A fire-breathing Gumiho, Your Highness." I was currently getting ready for the surprise date that Logan was taking me to. I wasn't able to crack him and know exactly where we're going, so I decided to just trust his choices and stop bothering him about it. I made sure I scrubbed every inch of my body and washed my hair clean. It took me about 30 minutes in the shower until I wrapped a towel around my body and left. Finally, someone groaned when I entered the bedroom, making me jump in fright. "Chloe?" I scolded as I placed my hand on my fast-beating heart. "What are you doing here? You scared me." "Oh, get over yourself, Eva. I'm here to get you ready," she replied with a wave of her hand. "I can pretty much get ready on my own. Thank you very much," I replied with narrowed eyes. "Sure you can, but I'll be able to perfect your look in a way that no one else would," she said smugly as she stood up from her place on the bed. "How did you come in anyways?" I asked in confusion. I was sure that I've locked the front door properly when I entered, and the only other person with a key to the house is Logan. "Jumped through the window when you didn't answer the door," she answered with a shrug, making me facepalm. "Now, enough with the questions and place that butt of yours on the chair." I did as I was told and sat on the chair placed in front of my vanity. Chloe started working on my hair and makeup, not allowing me to look in the mirror. It took her about 1 hour before she yelled that she was finished, and looking at the time, I saw that I was late. "Now, put this on," she said, handing me a pink-colored fabric. Using both my hands to fully see the dress, I gasped in awe. It was a one-strap dress that reached mid-thigh. Its bottom was a bit flowy and had a triangular opening on the side showing skin. The dress was very beautiful, to say the least, but I was sure that Logan wasn't going to like me wearing it in public. Either ways, I pulled the dress over my head. The dress fit me perfectly, and thank God the side opening wasn't too big. Chloe handed me matching pink heels, and when she made sure that I was completely ready, she allowed me to look at myself in the mirror. I gasped at how I looked. My jet black hair was perfectly straightened with slight curves at the end. There was a pink flowery clip attached to one side of my hair. I had light pink eyeshadow above my eyelids and nude lipstick on my lips while my cheeks were tinted in rose. I grinned widely at myself, then turned to look at Chloe. I love you. I squealed as I opened my arms and attacked her with a hug, making her chuckle as she hugged me back. I'm glad you like it, Eva, she said. Like it? I love it, I replied as I pulled back. Come on, Logan must be waiting, she said as we started making our way outside. Once we stepped outside the house's threshold, we saw Logan running towards us in full speed. Sunny one can't wait. Chloe nudged me and winked, making me blush. However, as Logan came closer, we saw the panicked look on his face, which got us confused. He came towards me and grabbed my hand. Chloe, run to the pack house and hide with the rest in the underground room. I'll bring Eva, he ordered with ragged breaths. To the underground room? Are we under attack? Chloe asked as fear and worry started filling her eyes. Yes, now go, Logan replied, and the next thing I know, Chloe was running towards the pack house. Logan turned to me and looked me in the eye. I need you to run, baby. Run as fast as you can, he said, and I nodded. In an instant, Logan and I were running through the woods, dodging Tress and Bracious. We reached the pack house in record time. There was chaos everywhere, and everyone was running in different directions. Shouting and crying could be heard, and I felt lost between it all. I held on to Logan's hand tighter and brought my body closer to his. He pressed my hand assuringly as he led me between the crowds. There, in the middle of the living room, under where the carpet was supposed to be, was an opening in the ground. Stairs started from the very top and lead to an underground room. I need you stay down here and not leave until I come get you myself. Don't even leave with my mother if she asked you to. Trust no one, Eva, okay? Logan said, his voice filled with worry. I nodded my head. His hand left mine as he turned around, but I caught it once more, making him look at me. Will you be all right? I asked as I looked up at him. Logan came closer and kissed my forehead gently. I'll be fine, I promise, he replied, but his words still didn't ease my worry. By the way, baby girl, he whispered in my ear. You look very beautiful, Bob, but we'll see about that dress of yours later. I blushed furiously. Logan made sure that I descended the stairs to the underground room before he left. Women, children, and elderly were seated downstairs. Eva, I heard someone call my name from the crowd. Turning around, I saw Claire waving at me to come over. She was sitting with Chloe and Alexis. Alexis had a baby in her arms, rocking it back and forth. I looked at the baby in confusion. Her mother is mixing her formula in a bottle to feed her, Alexis explained, and I replied with a small "oh." I sat next to Claire as more people filled the room. The door squeaked as it closed, trapping us all in the dark room underground. Won't they be able to hear us and know where we are? I asked Claire. No, this room is soundproof, Claire replied. Minutes passed by as I watched the women around me worry about their loved ones. The thought of losing someone's mate was very hard, and I hated sitting there doing nothing. I hated the feeling of being useless. I watched as mothers worried and prayed for their sons and husbands, girls worrying about their mates, and even Claire as she worried about her family. I felt angry at myself. I was supposed to be this pack's Luna. I'm supposed to help protect them and make sure that no one loses a part of their family. They've started depending on me ever since I officially took over the Luna position, and I wasn't going to let them down. I'm going to go talk to some of the women and girls, cheer them up a bit. I lied to Claire. She was too busy thinking about Sam and Logan, so she nodded without a second thought. I slipped through the masses of people until I reached the stairs. With a deep breath, I climbed it to the door. I took a deep breath to make sure that there was no one in the living room before opening the door, ignoring my name being called. I quickly got out and locked the door once more. The carpet was back on top of the door, hiding it, so I had to push it away to be able to get out. I placed it back on top of the door before anyone could see. Looking around, I decided to increase security by moving the couch to sit on top of the carpet and door. I grabbed one arm of the couch and started pulling it. My ears and nose picked up someone entering the living room. His smell was unfamiliar, and I knew immediately that he was from the enemy pack. I decided to ignore it and continue pulling the couch as an idea started forming in my head on how to kill him. The rogue whistled from behind me, notifying me that he was in his human form. Well, look who do we have here? He taunted, stepping closer. What is a sexy lady like you doing here all alone? I turned around to look at him, giving him an innocent, fearless look. Oh, finally, I said in an exaggerated tone. The rogue seemed taken aback by what I said, but soon composed himself. Can you please help me move this couch over here? It's too heavy for me, I asked in a pleading tone. The rogue raised his eyebrows at me, giving me an amused look. Come on, I don't like the arrangements, and whenever I ask my husband for help, he just brushed me off. I complained in a whiny tone. Isn't the Luna supposed to be the only one to have the authority to change the arrangement as she wishes? The rogue asked. Well, you see, I am the Luna. Now come on, help me, I replied. A smirk was instantly plastered on his face at the mention that I was the Luna. Well, Luna, how about we forget that husband of yours and get things a little heated up between us? He asked in a taunting voice as he started making his way towards me. My eyes lit up at his suggestion, and a wide smile spread across my face, which made him grin in return as he stepped even closer. You want us to heat things up? I asked suggestively with a sly smirk. The rogue nodded, and when he was only a couple of inches away, I started the fire in my heart and felt it surge through my whole body. My lower back tingled as my 8 tails protruded, fire framing each one of them, the same way it was framing my body. I felt my eyes change color as I looked down at a horrified-looking rogue. He took a step back as he looked wide-eyed at my burning form. How about this amount of heat? Enough? What the hell were you thinking? I flinched slightly from Logan's loud voice, which he was directing towards me. Didn't you know how dangerous what you did was? He yelled. I'm strong enough to fight too. Am I not the Luna of this pack, or was that just for show? I snapped back angrily. I really don't see what the problem was. I fought several rogues without a single scratch on my body. It was all going well until I was suddenly picked up and thrown over the shoulder of a very angry Logan. They threw me in our old room and locked me inside, not even sparing me a glance. Yes, you might be the Luna, but fighting like that will get you hurt. You're not trained enough, and wearing that dress nonetheless, he replied. I scoffed, offended. I'm trained enough in my own way. I've got my Gumiho powers to help me, I answered as I crossed my arms over my chest. You can't only rely on them. Alexis said that you might lose control, and in the process lose your soul. Why are you so careless? He snapped back at me. I am not careless. Why are you even so mad about this? It's over, I'm okay. Because that was Drake's pack, and they came here to get you, Logan yelled angrily. His words shocked me head to toe. What? I stuttered as I looked at him dumbfounded. Just forget it. Logan sighed and left the room. What did he mean, that it was Alpha Drake's pack? They came to get me? No way. No way I'm going back. Now it all made sense. Why Logan was so mad at me for leaving that safe room and showing my powers. God, and here I was arguing with him over it like some insensitive idiot. I'm definitely going to rot in hell. I ran out the room and down the stairs. The pack house was filled with people. The injured getting treated, the families rejoining. My eyes scanned the packed living room in search for Logan, but I couldn't find him anywhere. Eva, I heard someone call me. I turned around to come face to face with the twins. You were so awesome, Eva. So cool. Black gushed out. My attention, however, wasn't on them. I was too busy searching for Logan. Yeah, total badass with all your fire tricks, Blaine continued with a grin. Yeah, sure. I'll go inform them, I mumbled as I walked past them. I wasn't even sure what they said, and I wasn't sure if my answer was the ideal thing to say. I couldn't care less, though, right now. There's a certain alpha I should find. Chloe, have you seen Logan? I asked her. She was sitting next to an injured Jake, attending to his wounds. No, sorry, Eva, she replied apologetically. I gave her a small nod and left. He went out. I turned to find Alexis pointing to the front door. I nodded her way with a small smile, then sprinted out the pack house. Maybe he went to our house. With that thought, I stared, running to the direction of the house. The lights were all turned off, except for the small bulb lighting the entrance. He might be sitting in the dark to try and calm himself down. I opened the door slowly and peeked inside. Logan. I called, but there was no answer. Logan. I called again in a sing-song, trying to come off as innocent as ever as I entered the house and started making my way up the stairs. I opened our bedroom door to find him lying on his back, and one of his hands turned on its back and placed above his eyes. "Logan?" I called in a whisper, but again, he didn't answer. Looks like he really is mad at me. I tiptoed towards him until I was standing beside his side of the bed. I poked his side. "Logan, did you fall asleep?" I asked, even though I know the answer. His breath wasn't even, and his heart wasn't calm. The thought of him ignoring me broke my heart. "Are you really not going to answer me?" I asked as I went to the other side of the bed and climbed next to him. "I am really sorry, Logan. I didn't know that it was Alpha Drake's pack coming to get me. I just felt obliged to help and protect my pack members." I told him truthfully, trying to make him forgive me. Again, he didn't answer. I sighed deeply. "You really are going to ignore me like that, right?" I stated more than asked as I sighed deeply. "Well, it's my fault anyways." I mumbled to myself as I dove under the blankets. I turned to the other side so my back was to Logan. I felt guilt overflow inside of me, but most importantly, I was afraid. I didn't want Logan to hate me and find me bothersome. He's the most important thing in my life, the first one to love and care about me in a way that I never experienced before, not even from my parents. I can't lose him. I think a tear or two fell from my eyes, but I refused to acknowledge them. I felt the bed move behind me, and then a pair of perfectly toned arms snaked themselves around my waist. Logan brought our bodies closer and buried his face in the crook of my neck. Logan," I called. "Just go to sleep. We'll talk later," he said and kissed my neck gently. I did as he said, as just closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep. Eva. I turned around quickly to look at a sleepy-looking Logan standing at the kitchen's entrance. I was already showered, dressed up, and currently preparing breakfast. "Ah, you're up," I replied. "Quickly go wash up and come down to have breakfast," I said before he could open his mouth to speak. "Eva, what?" "Ah, I didn't know what you preferred, so I prepared a variety of things. I made pancakes, eggs, French toast, and I even made a fruit salad." "Eva," Logan started again. "Hurry up and go shower so we could eat. Hurry up," I said as I pushed him out of the kitchen. He just sighed and went upstairs. I let out a breath in relief. I wasn't ready to see him mad at right now. We should at least have breakfast first. I finished setting everything on the table and say on one if the stool waiting for Logan to come down. I heard his footsteps descending the stairs, and I took in a deep breath to calm myself. "Just act normal, Eva. I'll just explain my point of view and try to come up with some excuse for the dress. It'll be fine. It's not like I'm going to kill you, you know." Logan's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. I turned my head to look at him. His hair was damp from the shower he just took, though he changed into a pair of dark denim jeans and a black V-neck. "Are you hungry?" I asked as I turned around to grab 2 glasses for the juice. Logan came from behind me and held my hands. I let go of the glasses and waited, my body as stiff as a log. "Let's talk," he commanded. There was no getting out of this, so I just nodded and followed him into the living room. He sat on the couch and motioned for me to sit next to him. He opened his mouth to speak, but I beat him to it. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for what happened yesterday. I didn't mean to worry you, and I wasn't really in my right mind when I yelled and argued with you. I just didn't like the feeling of being useless and weak. I was always weak before you found me, and I want to change that." I told him truthfully as I lowered my head. I could feel Logan's gaze on me as he just sat there silently. The silence was killing me and causing unwanted thoughts to run through my head. "What will you do to make it for me?" Logan said after a while, and I could feel the teasing tone in his voice. I looked up at him in confusion. "What? You said you were sorry. Prove it," Logan replied with a shrug. How do I do that?" I mumbled. Logan shrugged again as he stood up from his place. "I don't know." "What the? So what? I'm still not forgiven? Shall I go on my knees and beg?" "Wait," I called after him as I grabbed his arm, stopping him midway. He turned around and looked at me with a raised eyebrow. "Yes? So did you forgive me?" I asked warily, afraid of the answer. "Please don't hate like my parents. Please don't hate me." I prayed in my head as I closed my eyes tightly. I know I might be a bit overreacting, but think that if I made any mistake or if I angered him, he'd regret taking me as his mate and just throw me like how my parents did. I felt Logan come closer, then place his lips on my forehead in a gently kiss. I looked up at him as he pulled back. "I'd never hate you, Eva," he said as a small smile grazed his lips. He didn't wait for me to say anything and started making his way back to the kitchen. Does that mean that we're okay? Did he forgive me or not? I'll be looking forward to how you're going to make up for yesterday. I heard Logan yell from the kitchen. So I'm not forgiven? I groaned inwardly. God, that boy is confusing. What are you and Logan doing tomorrow? Chloe asked as me and her were preparing dinner in the Packhouse's kitchen. I looked up at her in confusion. What do you mean? I asked. She raised her eyebrows at me. 14th of February? Valentine's Day? She said in a duh tone. Doesn't ring a bell? I thought about it for a moment. I've never really got the chance to celebrate Valentine's Day. I've seen my former pack members enjoy it, though, with all the chocolates, gifts, and romantic fancy dinners. What do I do? I asked hesitantly. Chloe looked at me like I've grown two heads. Are you serious, Eva? Have you not celebrate? She stopped mid-sentence as realization crossed her features. Never mind, she mumbled. Suddenly her face lit up like a child on Christmas. How about this? We go later tonight or maybe tomorrow and shop for chocolates and new dresses, she suggested with excitement. Shop for chocolates? Why don't we make them ourselves? Won't it be more special this way? I asked hopefully. She thought about it for a couple of seconds before her face lit up again and her mouth broke into a wide grin. That would be awesome. We can even get Claire, Alexis, and anyone else who want to join. I nodded happily. That would be my chance to fully make it up to Logan. He'll love it. Hopefully. No, don't put too much. I yelled as Chloe put too much salt instead of only a pinch. I'm sorry, I didn't know how much you needed, she said as she stepped back. The recipe said that for our chocolate cupcakes to taste good, we should add a pinch of salt. Chloe, however, added about 2 tablespoons or something. I tasted the batter and grimaced at its taste. This won't do. We'll have to throw it out. I sighed. Yoi should have told me before, Chloe said, trying to defend her actions. I narrowed my eyes at her. It's not my fault that you can't read, I retorted sarcastically. She, in return, narrowed her eyes actions me and scowled. Let's just do some more, Claire said as she continued stirring the chocolate on the stove. We decided to make small Valentine cupcakes along with the chocolate since us shifters like to eat a lot. Plus, they'd be a nice plus. Several other women and girls from the pack came to do their own chocolates too, so the kitchen now was a bit crowded. I didn't mind though. We're all having a good time baking together and playing with the food every now and then. We agreed to not tell our mates exactly what we are doing since all of us wanted it to be a surprise tomorrow. From the smell, they already know that we are baking something, but they don't know the details of it. We decorated our cupcakes with sugar flowers and wrote cute little notes on both the chocolates and the cupcakes. A soft knock came from the door, snapping our heads towards it. We all sniffed the air to know who was it that was knocking, so the right person would go and answer the kitchen's closed door. As soon as his scent hit my nose, I rushed towards the door and opened it slightly, preventing Logan from seeing what was inside. Yes? I asked. He raised an eyebrow at me. Are you still not going to tell me what you're doing since early in the morning? He asked. I shook my head. Nope, I answered, popping the pea. I can smell chocolate, he stated. So? I asked with a shrug from my shoulders. Can't I at least taste it? He asked with a smirk. No way, it's still not the time, I replied with a scowl and pulled my body back into the kitchen. I was about to close the door, but Logan grabbed my arm and pulled me to him. He leaned closer so our faces were only inches apart. He tilted his head slightly to the side, then I felt him lick the side on my mouth. He then pulled back a bit and smirked. Tastes good, he stated, and I felt my face and neck heat up. Are you still not going to tell me? He asked again, making me scowl at him once more. No, I snapped and quickly got back into the kitchen and slammed the door shut. I let out a sigh in relief. That was close, I mumbled to myself. If he continued this way, I'd be telling him everything before tomorrow comes. Eva, I'll be going into town to run some errands. You better be done when I come back, Logan said through our mind link. What errands? I asked with a frown. My father wanted Jake and I to go to the back since there were some problems with our accounts recently, he informed. Okay, be careful. I told him as an uneasy feeling filled my body, and for some reason I didn't want him to go. I didn't tell him that, though. Logan is a strong alpha, and he can take care of himself. He even has Jake with him, and what I'm feeling is probably nothing. I won't be long, he assured me. Okay. I went back to the chocolates I was making. After baking a total of 100 cupcakes and over 200 chocolates, we were all exhausted and wanted nothing but to go to bed. I looked at the clock hanging on the kitchen wall to see that it was already 7 in the evening. Those chocolates sure did consume our day. I finished washing my hands and went outside the kitchen to search for Logan. He should probably be back already ready since it was 3 in the afternoon when he last spoke to me, telling me that he was leaving to the bank. I went out to our house only to find that it's empty. I went back to the pack house and searched everywhere, but there were no signs of Logan. Entering the living room, I found Jake sitting with Chloe in his arms as they watched some movie together. I furrowed my eyebrows in confusion. Wasn't he supposed to be with Logan? Jake? I called questionably, making his and Chloe's heads to snap towards me. Yes, he answered as he fixed his position. Where is Logan? I asked. He scrunched up his face at me. What do you mean? Isn't he at home? He asked in confusion. I shook my head. No, I went to find him, but he wasn't there. Weren't you guys together earlier? Something about going to the bank, I guess. Yeah, we were, but I left him at your house, Jake answered. The house is empty. I told them again as the uneasiness came back to me. I'll go search for him, Jake said as he got up from his seat. I'll call him, I said as I reached for the phone that Logan got me. The phone ringed, but there was no answer. Did you try to mind link him? Chloe asked. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that, I answered as I quickly opened my mind link. Logan. I called out, but there was no answer. Now I was more confused and worried. The mind link always works unless that person blocked his thoughts or if he was very far away. I didn't feel Logan's mind block up, though, so the only explanation is that he went somewhere very far. I tried calling his phone again, but once again, he didn't answer. This went on for about an hour. We were all now gathered together trying to search for him. We even sent out a party to go search for him in town. I was worried out of my mind and my body was shaking, endless. We were gathered in the living room of the pack house with the girls around me trying to calm me down and ease my worries. Their attempts weren't working, though. All of a sudden, my phone started ringing, and looking at the caller ID, I saw that it was Logan. Instantly, a part of me became peaceful, and I didn't waste time to pick up. Logan, where are you? Are you okay? I asked in worry. I heard chuckling from the other line, but it didn't sound familiar. You are one worried Luna, the person on the other line said, and I could imagine him smirk. Who are you? I asked as a growl threatened to escape my lips. Feisty, I like it, the person answered. His voice made my body shiver in disgust. It was gruff and was nowhere near pleasant. Who are you? I asked again in an anger, stressing out every word. I'm someone who you'll be running to soon enough, he replied. Where's Logan? What did you do to him? I asked. Now, I was surrounded by everyone as they listened onto the conversation. Oh, he's fine, don't worry, the man answered. Then where is he? I growled. Sam ushered for me to hand him the phone, but I refused. You want to hear his voice? The man asked, and I could imagine the raised eyebrow. I felt my anger deflate. Yes, please, I pleaded. I heard shuffling on the phone before Logan's voice echoed. Hey. His voice sounded weak, and I could feel that he was in pain. I couldn't help as my heart broke and my tears slid down my cheeks unwillingly. Logan, I breathed out in a whisper. Hey, baby girl, did you finish whatever you were doing in the kitchen? He asked, his voice weak. I whimpered internally. Yeah, I said with a sniff and a small, tearful chuckle. I can't wait, he told me, and I could see his breathtaking smile. Did you know that it's Valentine's Day tomorrow? I asked, my fear turning into determination and anger. Yeah. And aren't you going to tell me where you're taking me? I asked, hoping that Logan would understand the hidden meaning. He was silent for a couple of seconds before answering me. I won't tell you, of course, Logan said sternly. He obviously understood my question, but refused to answer me. Please, Loga. That's enough. The man boomed as he removed the phone. I didn't call you to be all lovey-dovey with your mate. You have something that I want, so be ready for my next call. The man didn't wait for my reply and just shut the phone. I tried calling again, but it seems like Logan's phone has been turned off. A frustrated growl escaped my lips. What do you think he wants from you, Eva? I heard Alexis ask. I don't know, but I'm waiting until it's too late to find out. I growled dangerously at the man in front of me as he finished talking with Eva. I knew exactly who he was, but what I didn't know was why his sudden change in interest. I didn't care, though. I wouldn't let him hurt Eva no matter what. Don't you even think about touching or even seeing her? I growled out angrily. King Maxwell scoffed. Oh yeah, and what are you going to do about it? He said, referring to my current position. I was tied to a chair with silver chains that were burning at my skin. It didn't help that I was drugged, making my wolf, Rex, and I lose contact. He just vanished. Now, what shall I do to lure in that precious mate of yours? He taunted with a smirk as he took a couple of steps closer. I growled lowly as I saw the silver knife in his hand glisten under the dim light. Eva's POV. What's wrong, Crystal? Why the urgent call? My grandfather asked as he rushed in towards the pack house and to the living room where we were gathered. I want to listen to this and tell me if the voice is familiar. I replied as I reached for my phone that I've tossed on the couch earlier. During the phone call, I've had some doubts about Logan's abductor. I wasn't sure, though, and that's why I've called on to him. I opened the voice records to play the call I just received. You recorded the call? I heard Chloe ask in astonishment. I nodded my head before pressing play. As soon as the man's voice was heard, my grandfather sighed deeply. Yeah, that's him. That's Maxwell, he said. The anger in his tone didn't go unnoticed. What the hell does he want from you and Logan? He asked in exasperation. Her pearl, of course, Alexis replied with a shrug. A Gumiho's pearl can bring about extreme power to that who possess it. King Maxwell is a power freak, so I don't think he'll just sleep it over, knowing that some great power and strength is out there, she explained. So he using Logan as bait to blackmail me into giving him my pearl? I asked, already knowing the answer. Alexis nodded with a sigh. Then I'll just give it to him, I yelled in anger. I won't let Logan get hurt because of something so stupid. No, Alexis screamed, fear crossing her features. Without your pearl, you'll die within a month. I looked at her wide-eyed. Looks like it's not so stupid after all. But if that was the only way to save Logan, then I'm not changing my mind. What do you expect me to do then? Logan is there with them, God knows in which state. I can't just sit here and act like nothing happened. I yelled back, angry at myself, angry at that pathetic wolf named Maxwell, and most of all, angry at my true form. Why can't I just be a normal wolf? Just calm down, Eva. We'll think of something. Sam said in an attempt to soothe my worries. I was about to reply when I felt a jolt of burning pain in my shoulder. I screamed in pain as I clutched my shoulder. My heartbeats were increasing above normal, and my breathing was coming out as short pants. Not a couple of seconds later, another wave of excruciating pain sparked in my side. I doubled over as I screamed in agony. I knew that the pain wasn't mine. I was coming from deep within me. The thought of Logan going through double this pain made me want nothing but Maxwell's blood. I felt noises around me and hands touching me, but I couldn't concentrate from the ringing in my ears and the sound of my ragged breaths. I waited for the pain to subside. However, every time it soothes a little, another part of my body screams in agony. I took a deep, shaggy breath as I tried to overcome the pain and stand back on my feet. I realized now how weak I actually am, and that won't help me if I want to have Logan back by my side. We'll find him, Eva, I promise, and I'll kill Maxwell with my own hands. I heard my grandfather growl lowly as he placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Okay, Eva, I need you to take a deep breath and imagine yourself in your Gumiho form. You have to have full control and not lose yourself to your inner beast. Try to control your body and emotions. Alexis guided. We were currently standing in the woods, with Alexis teaching me how to control and use my powers. Everyone was against me, fighting alongside them, but I didn't give them the chance to suppress me. I was fighting Maxwell, no doubt, and no one will stop me. I closed my eyes upon Alexis's orders and felt the fire start in my heart and spread through my whole body, enveloping me in frame of its flames. I felt my lower back tingle as my 8 tails protruded, and I felt them sway behind me. I then opened my eyes slowly, feeling them change color. I felt myself start to lose control, but I tried as much as I could to fight it. Okay, Eva, I need you to try and make your fire ignite even more around you. Increase the width of your fire shield, Alexis ordered. I imagined my fire doubling in size, but as it grew, I started to feel myself fall into unconsciousness. It took all the power in me to fight against it and stay in control. It was only a couple of seconds before I couldn't handle it, and before I lost total control, I returned back to normal. My flames sizzled away until they were no longer burning the space around me. I let out the breath I was holding as I kneeled on the ground, trying to regain some of my lost energy. Eva, are you okay? Alexis asked as she rushed to my side and helped me stand up. I nodded. Yeah, let's try again. We kept on training for about 3 hours, and each time I get close to dully controlling my strength, my inner beast overcomes me and I have to retreat quickly. Ease yourself from any emotion. Clear your mind and soul, Eva. Get rid of any anger or sadness you're feeling, Alexis instructed. I could hear the tiredness in her voice, and I felt really bad for doing this to her. It's not her fault that I'm so weak. I closed my eyes once again and did as Alexis told me, imaging all my emotions as waves flowing away from my body. Anger, sadness, hurt, worry, I imagined them all leaving my body. I focused fully on my soul and powers. Once again, I felt the fire swell up from my heart and course through my whole body. The tingling sensation in my back returned as my tails made an appearance. I opened my eyes slowly as they changed color. Concentrating the energy surging in me, I imagined my flames grow bigger. It didn't feel as hard as before, and I slowly felt my flames grow bigger and bigger. Oh my God, Eva! You did it! You did it! Alexis yelled in excitement, and I grinned down at her. I seized the flames back to my body and looked happily at Alexis. I did it! I whispered with a smile. I did it! I repeated, this time with an enthusiastic yell. Now we train your camouflaging ability, Alexis said, making me groan. I dried my hair with the towel, then set it on the bed as I laid down beside it. I was currently back in Logan and I's house after finishing my training with Alexis. I still needed more work on my combat skills, and I'm more determined now than ever to become stronger. It was already 8 p.m. and we were very tired, so we decided to stop for today. I didn't have that plan in mind, though. I was going to complete training on my own after my shower. I turned over and buried my face in Logan's pillow. It still had its scent on it, and I felt my chest constrict in pain. It's only been 2 days, and I already missed him so much. I wanted him to hold me and let me feel his body against mine. I missed his sweet kisses and warm hugs. I longed for him to be here with me and tell me that it'll be all right, that everything will be okay. I want to feel safe once more with his presence and show him just how much I live him and how much he means to me. A knock on my front door snapped me out of my thoughts. I reluctantly got up and made my way downstairs. I opened the front door to reveal a flustered-looking Taylor in front of me. He had disappeared a while ago, but I didn't look much into it. He's the third, and with Logan gone, he and Jake must be very busy. What is it, Taylor? Is everything all right? I asked. I am sorry to disturb you like that, Luna, but the guys and I found something that might lead us to Alpha Logan's place, he said in a calm tone. My eyes widened at the news, and I quickly stepped out of my house's threshold, shutting the door behind me. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. I ushered him as I made my way through the woods, with him walking behind me. We kept on walking deer into the woods for God knows how long, and I was starting to get more and more agitated by the second. Where did you say that thing you found was, Taylor? I asked as I dodged a tree branch. Right here, Taylor said in a voice I've never heard before. It was gruff and sent chills down my spine. I was about to turn around and ask him about it when I felt something hard hit the back of my head. I wasn't able to hold myself for long before black spots blurred my vision. The woods around me stared spinning around in a blur of colors, and the next thing I know, I was falling down, my body crashing with the cold ground. I groaned as I started to gain back consciousness. The back of my head throbbed in pain, and an annoying buzzing sound played itself over and over in my ears. Eva! Eva! I heard a familiar voice call. I opened my eyes slowly, but all I was able to see was darkness. I focused my vision and gasped from what I saw. Just across from me was Logan, caged in the middle of what seemed to be iron bars extending from the ceiling to the floor. My senses came back to me, and I forced my throbbing body to stand up and run towards him, only to be pulled back to the wall, my wrists aching painfully. I looked at my hands to find them clasped to silver chains that were sticking out from the wall, each hand held by a chain of its own. I tried to tug at the chains with all my might, but they wouldn't budge. The silver burned at my skin, but I didn't give it any attention, and the buzzing in my head and ears was long forgotten. Eva, baby, please calm down. You're going to hurt yourself, Logan pleaded as he held onto the bars in front of him, but hissed back when the silver burned his skin. I calmed down and hissed in pain too when the burning in my wrists caught up to me. Eva? Logan called, his voice weak and sad. I'm okay. Are you okay, Logan? I asked as I felt a stray tear fall down my cheeks. I missed you so much, I whispered, my voice breaking. I missed you too, baby girl, so much, Logan replied back in a whisper as well. How did you end up here, Eva? I thought my message reached you that I didn't want you to do anything reckless, Logan said after a while. I didn't. I was at home and... I gasped as soon as I remembered what happened. Taylor? I chalked out. What? What about Taylor? Logan asked with furrowed eyebrows. He was the one that lured me into the woods. He was the one that hit me on the head, I said with wide eyes, not believing my own words. Logan growled lowly, and I could feel the anger and betrayal leave his body in waves. So that bastard is working with them. Logan sneered as he tried to break the bars surrounding him. However, all his attempts were to no avail. Calm down, Logan. We have to think of something to get us out of. My sentence was cut short with someone opening the door. Light from outside entered as well, illuminating one side of the room. Logan and I were still kept in the dark. A silhouette of a man entered, but I couldn't make out his face properly. He flicked on the lights, and I squinted my eyes a little. When they were fully adjusted to the now brightly lit room, I looked up at the man smirking at the doorway. There were other two men standing behind me now, both with bulky bodies and faces that were contorted into sneers. What a happy reunion, right? The man asked, his voice raspy like he's been smoking ever since he was born. His voice sounded familiar, and I knew that he was the one who spoke to me over the phone. He was well built, standing about 6 foot long. His hair was black with several gray streaks running in between, and if you looked closely, you could see the aging lines on his forehead and next to his eyes. Logan growled loudly at him. Oh, calm down, Alpha. You should thank me for bringing your mate here with you, the man said with a small smile as he emphasized the word Alpha. What do you want from us? Let us go, I demanded as I once again pulled at the chains holding me. Maxwell skied as he taunted his way towards me with a smirk. He bent down to my level and held my face in his hands. Don't touch her, Logan growled and tried to break the bars once again. Maxwell didn't give Logan a speck thought and kept his gaze on my face. They didn't lie when they said that your eyes are beautiful, Maxwell said, his compliment making me feel sick. Now, he said as he stood to his feet and addressed both Logan and me. You two want me to let you go, right? Well, the answer is simple. He looked my way. Give me your pearl and I'll leave you alone. Over my dead body. Logan sneered angrily, his canines replacing his human teeth. And why exactly would I do that? I asked with a raised eyebrow. You don't deserve the powers of my pearl. The end of my sentence was met with a hand coming in contact with my cheek, sending my face to the side. Logan growled like I've never heard anyone growl before. It was so loud I felt the earth shaking underneath me. I will take your pearl and become the strongest werewolf alive, and neither you nor that mate of yours will stop me. The man sneered dangerously as he brought his face close to my ear. I turned around to his direction and spat in his face, earning me another slap that made my cheek burn. That is for disrespecting me. The man spat as he stood up. He ushered with his head to his men, and they walked towards him and handed him a black bag. He took the bag and moved towards Logan, who growled at him as he tried to break the bars but fail for the nth time. Now, I'll repeat again. You give me the pearl, or I roughen your mate up a little. The man asked as he got out what seemed to be a whip. However, it glistened under the light, and I knew that it's covered in silver. It even had silver spikes protruding from it. I felt my heart rate quicken, and my body shake at the thought of Logan getting hurt. "Eva, don't!" Logan yelled. Maxwell raised the whip, and I could hear its sound as it sliced through the air and made contact with Logan's body. It all happened so fast, and in a matter of seconds, blood was seeping out of Logan's back. I saw him bite his lip in an attempt to hide his pain, but I could clearly see it through his eyes. My tears were now falling from my eyes like a waterfall. "Please don't," I whimpered as Maxwell stroked once again. "What's that? What did you say?" he asked as he cupped his ears as in to help him hear me. "Please stop," I said louder. "Oh, so you're going to give me the pearl?" Maxwell asked with raised eyebrows. "Don't you even think about it, Eva. We'll get out of this, I promise. Don't agree." Logan pleaded between ragged breaths. "Shut up!" Maxwell yelled as he hit Logan once again to silence him, making me whimper again as I saw Logan fall on the ground, blood seeping from his body to the ground. His eyes were sucked in, and his face was pale and sweaty. His body was cut and bleeding from different places, and he was having a hard time to maintain his ragged breaths. "What do you say?" Maxwell asked with a raised voice, obviously angry and fed up with all this. I looked at Logan, who pleaded me with his eyes to not agree. But how could I, when he was suffering like that? How could I just sit there and do nothing while he gets hurt because of me? "You're still not going to answer," Maxwell stated rather than asked. "Fine, your choice," he said as he let go of the whip and reached his hand inside the bag. I sucked in a breath when he got out a big knife from the bag. Without a second thought, he turned towards Logan and in one swift movement swayed the knife towards him. "I'll do it," I yelled before the knife could come in contact with Logan's body. "I'll do it. I'll give you the pearl." "Eva, no," Logan yelled. "Good choice," Maxwell said as he dropped the knife and strode towards me. "Eva, please, baby, please don't. Don't give it to him. I'm fine, I swear, I'm not hurt. Please, Eva." Logan pleaded as Maxwell bent down again and faced me. "I'm sorry, Logan," I whispered. Maxwell brought his lips to mine, and I could feel the heat in my heart make its way from my heart, up my throat, into my mouth, then into Maxwell's. I suddenly felt my body weaken and my vision getting blurry. "Eva?" I heard Logan yell as someone hit him on the head, making him fall into unconsciousness. And I soon followed. "Where are you going, Crystal?" My mother asked from behind me. "I'm going to play with Drake, Mommy." My 10-year-old self answered as I ran towards the woods. I passed trees and bushes as I made my way towards the place where Drake and I would meet and play. Even though he was 6 years older than me, he never failed to keep me company. He would always play with me when no one else would. I was born into a werewolf family, but I was born without a wolf, which made everyone look down on me. Us werewolves come to life with our wolves with us, but we don't shift until we are 16 years of age. And me not having a wolf made me the pack's disgrace. Even my parents weren't that fond of me. Drake only, however, was the one that stayed by my side and became my friend. I was still running between the trees when something caught my eyes. I hid behind a large tree trunk and watched as two bulky men dragged a small boy to what seemed like an underground cell. The boy appeared to be my age, give or take a year or two, and from his limp body, it was obvious that he's been drugged. For some reason, I felt angry bubble within me, and something inside me made me want to save this boy no matter what. Being the stupid, naive little girl I was, I ran directly towards the men just as they merged back from underground. I charged forward, and using the strongest thing I had, I let my head collide with the stomach of one of them. He was taken off guard, which made him fall to the ground. I, of course, bounced backwards and fell on my butt. "You brat!" The man sneered and reached to grab me. I squealed in fright and tried to run, but he was took quick and caught my ankle, making me fall face flat on the ground, then dragged me towards him. I screamed and tried to wiggle my way out of the man's hold, but Hugh was much stronger and I didn't stand a chance. "What do we do with her?" the other man asked grumpily. "Kill her," came the reply, making my face turn pale. The man holding me threw me to the other as he dusted himself off. The other man caught me easily and started heading towards the lake. I screamed as loud as I could in hopes that someone would hear me and come help me. It's about to turn bad, so if you can't handle child abuse and murder, I suggest you skip this part, and I'll inform you guys when you can start reading. Withered and screamed again, only to have my head snap to the right as the man's hand collided with my face. "Shut up," he yelled in my face. Tears were flowing freely out of my eyes and down my cheeks, slightly calming my flaming cheek down. Fear was eating away at my heart as we neared the lake, and in one swift motion, I was thrown harshly into the water. I flailed my arms and legs in attempt to reach the surface, and when I finally did, a force pushed me by my head back down inside the water. I clawed at the hand holding my head down, but it seemed that all my scratching didn't faze him. I kicked and writhed, but the man wasn't moving. I was losing my breath, and soon I was feeling a dull achieve in my chest. My lungs struggled for air, and I could feel my body grow weaker as oxygen became scarce in my body. My once opened eyes started closing on their own, and then I was sucked into darkness. You can start reading again from here. I was laying in some dark place, cold and scared. The coldness was then suddenly replaced with warmth. Warmth I've never felt before. I was enjoying the warm feeling when the next thing I know, I was pulled back into the light. The outlines of the woods were starting to appear in front of me as I felt my body emerge from the water. It didn't seem that I was in control of my body. It was like I was looking at myself from someone else's point of view. I wasn't afraid, though. On the contrary, actually, I welcomed it. I left the water as if I was being lifted up in the air, and as soon as my whole body broke out of the water's surface, I indeed was flying in the air. I watched as my eyes narrowed angrily that drowned me and was No on his butt on the ground looking at me in fear. I watched my lips part and angry words come out of my mouth. "You've done enough evil in this world. You don't deserve to live." The voice sounded powerful and nowhere near my real one at all. The man's face paled and cowered back more before he started sprinting down to where his other partner was. My body, still in the air, flew behind me like a ghost following its prey until we reached the other man. "What the?" The man, whom I'll call A, said as his partner, B ran and hid behind a tree. A turned to where B was looking, only to come face to face with me. He stumbled on his feet from the surprise. My body didn't dwell much on it as one of my hands rose and threw flame after flame at the men. They didn't have time to run or escape as my body attacked with full force. It didn't take the men much time until they were crisped. My body slowly descended until my feet reached the ground, and in that instant, I felt myself being sucked back into my body and back in control. I looked at the dead men, absolutely terrified of what just happened. But then I remembered the boy. I quickly ran down the stairs that led to the underground cell. There was a small entrance, then a single door on one of the sides. I rushed towards it and opened it to see the boy tied down to a chair. He was fully conscious now, and as soon as we made eye contact, he didn't attempt to remove his gaze. "Are you okay?" I asked shyly from the door. That seemed to have snapped him out of his daze and nod. I offered him a small smile as I marched up to him. I tried to untie him, but it was so hard, considering I was weak. I tugged at the ropes several times until I was finally able to free the boy. "How did you get down here?" the boy asked in confusion as he got up from his place on the chair. I didn't want to tell him, afraid that he might not believe me or might think that I'm a freak. "I'll tell you later," came my reply. The boy nodded and took my hand in his before he started running out the room, up the stairs and to the woods once again, dragging me behind him. He looked on both sides, checking if there was anyone around before he dashed towards the trees, with his hand still holding mine. We kept on running for what seemed like hours before we stopped by a large oak tree to catch out breaths. The boy sat down next to the tree trunk, and I soon followed. "My name is Logan. What's yours?" the boy asked once we were able to breathe properly once again. I opened my mouth to reply, but was cut short when I heard someone call me. Logan and I turned around to find Drake coming towards us with what I assumed to be a worried look on his face. I stood up and ran towards him and hugged him. I was so scared today, and I needed comfort. A growl was heard from behind me, making me turn around to look at Logan. He had an angry expression on his face as he glared daggers at Drake. "Is that your friend?" Drake asked, and I just nodded. "Okay, go tell him goodbye. We have to go now," Drake ordered. I left Drake's side and went to Logan, whose eyes softened once they landed on me. "I have to go now," I told him, offered me a small smile and nodded. "Promise you'll meet me again tomorrow in this exact same place," Logan said with pleading eyes. I smiled at him in return and smiled before I turned around and walked up to Drake. I was feeling extremely tired as we have walked back to the house. Drake must have noticed that because he carried me bridal style. I snuggled closer to his chest as I allowed my eyes to shut down slowly. The last thing I heard before allowing sleep to completely take over were a couple of words Drake said that I couldn't understand anything from. "I've always knew you were a Gumiho." "Hey, mister, are you okay?" I heard a faint voice call and someone shaking my body. I fought to open my eyes, and when I did, the bright sunlight made me shut them back quickly. I winced as a killer headache made itself visible. "Mister, are you okay?" The voice called again. I opened my eyes, now semi-adjusted to the light, and saw what appeared to be a man in his 40s hovering over me. Memories of what happened came back to me, and in an instant, I was up. "Eva!" I called in fear. I looked around to find myself lying on the roadside. I found some people crouched on the ground around something, and I heard them call for a miss. I quickly ran to them and saw that they were in fact gathered around an unconscious Eva. "Eva!" I called again as I pushed my way through to her. I held her in my arms and removed the hair that was sticking to her face away. "Eva, baby, please answer me," I begged, but there was no response. Her body felt so cold, making me fear the worst. "Eva." I tried again, but this time softer as I buried my face in the crook of her neck. I heard the people murmur from around me, but they soon left. I picked up Eva's body and carried her as I started making my way back home. All the way, I thanked God over and over that even though she's weak and dying, she was still with me and not with the bastard. I've noticed that we were thrown on the highway, which was far away from any woods, so I couldn't shift. It took us very long until I was able to see some green. The way through the woods didn't take long, however, and soon I was able to see the pack borders. I started hearing faint growls and other noises, like there was some fight, and when I reached the pack borders, it all came clear to me. The pack was under attack. I quickly turned on my heels and ran the other way. I ran to the waterfall that was only a couple of feet away from the pack. Gently, I laid Eva inside the cave that was hidden behind the rushing water. "I'll be back soon," I whispered as I kissed her forehead softly, then sprinted back to the pack grounds. I shifted into my black wolf as soon as I crossed the borders and lunged at the first rogue wolf I saw. I butt into his shoulder, drawing blood before throwing him at a tree. He recovered fast and growled as he lunged at me. I dodged his attack, but he was able to bite my hind leg, then throw me across the clearing. The growled angrily. He wasn't an alpha, and his wolf was way smaller than mine, yet I was still not able to kill him. He was still on his feet. This reminded me of how weak I actually am. I howled in anger and lunged at him, and in an instant his throat was ripped out. I turned to another rogue who was fighting with one of my warriors, and it didn't take me time to kill him. I then moved to another and another. My anger was sending me on a killing spree. I was weak and pathetic. I wasn't able to protect Eva, and she ended up losing her pearl because of my weakness. I was able to do nothing, and now she's dying, all because of me. I was killing mercilessly, and soon my anger turned to fear. Yes, fear. Fear of losing Eva. I've been searching for her for so long, and I'm not ready to lose her. We didn't even spend full 2 months together. I felt someone bump into me from the side, making me fall to the ground. I quickly got up and growled at the wolf that pushed me. "Logan, calm down." Jake's voice echoed in my head. His voice got me back to my senses. "It's over, Logan? You killed them all," he stated. I looked around and saw nothing but dead bodies lying all around with blood pooling around them like a lake. "What happened to you, Logan? You were going to kill one of your pack members." I heard my father say in my head. I looked at him in confusion, then at the man lying on the ground. I was shocked to see that it was indeed Henry, one of my pack warriors. His eyes were screaming with fear, and there was a huge gash on his leg. I shifted back into my human form and looked at him apologetically. "I'm sorry," I said before turning on my heel and running towards the waterfall, ignoring the calls from my father and Jake. I slipped on a pair of basketball shorts that was hidden in one of the trees as I sprinted back to Eva. Thankfully, she was still where I left her. I gently lifted her up and started making my way back to the pack house. "What happened, Logan?" my father demanded as soon as I entered the pack house's threshold. "Not now, father. I need the pack doctor and Alexis right now," I said as I sat on the couch in the living room with Eva still in my arms. "We're here," Alexis said. She gasped as soon as she saw Eva. "What happened to her?" she asked and attempted to touch her, but my growl made her withdraw her hand back. "I'll just check up on her," she stated, then once again reached to touch her. This time, however, I let her. Alexis touched Eva's forehead, then gasped loudly. She lost her pearl?" Alexis asked in surprise. A series of gasps erupted in the room, and I heard my mother whimper. I didn't answer, though. I didn't want to believe it. "Love you? What happened?" Chloe asked with glazed-over eyes. "I happened," I yelled, angry at myself. I wasn't able to protect her. I continued with a lower tone, almost over a whisper by a notch. "Is it with Maxwell?" King Luther asked as he crouched down to Eva's level. I nodded my head. "And what are you going to do about it?" he asked with a suggestive look. "I'll find him and kill him," I replied. "We're coming too," the twins said in unison. I could sense the anger in their voices. "We only have a month, Logan," Alexis stated, and I nodded. "Why isn't she waking up?" my mother asked. "She's probably weak," I replied, my voice cracking in pain as I looked down at her. I gently ran my hand over her hair. "No, I don't think that's why," Alexis said and shook her head. I looked up at her in confusion. "Dr. Mitchell, can you please take a sample of Eva's blood?" Alexis asked. Dr. Mitchell looked at me for permission, and I nodded. He took out a syringe from his bag and then held Eva's arm out. He wiped the inside of her elbow with an alcohol pad before inserting the needle and drawing some of her out. "I'll go run some tests," he stated as he collected his stuff and went. I looked back down at Eva, then leaned in to peck her lips. They were cold and chapped, making my heart break even more. "I promise you, Eva, I'll find Maxwell and bring you your pearl back. I won't let you die, Eva, never," I promised as I continued running my hand overhead repeatedly. A knock on my bedroom door made me snap my attention from staring at Eva to whoever was on the other side. We were currently in our old room in the pack house since it was safer and better to be nearer to everyone, especially Alexis and Dr. Mitchell. "Yes," I answered, so I went back to playing with Eva's hair. "Alpha, it's me, Dr. Mitchell. I have to blood test results," Dr. Mitchell replied. I quickly hopped off the bed and went to open the door. Alexis was standing with him, and they both had worried looks on their faces. "What are the results? Is Eva okay?" I asked as soon as our eyes met. Dr. Mitchell sighed. "She was drugged. It weakened her and dulled her powers and senses." I growled angrily. It then hit me. Was that why she couldn't use her Gumiho powers when we were held captive? But that's not the problem. Dr. Mitchell continued. I looked at him in confusion. "There are only faint traces of the drug in her system. She was supposed to be up hours ago," he stated. I felt pain reside in my heart. I had hoped that she was like that because of something they gave her, but since this wasn't the case, the worst-case scenarios started playing in my head. "Did you try to wake her up, Logan?" Alexis asked. I nodded. "I tried, but she wouldn't respond," I said, my voice cracking at the end. "I have a theory, but I don't know if it's right or not," she stated hesitantly. I ushered with my head for her to continue. "I believe her soul is searching for the pearl," she said. I furrowed my eyebrows at her, my confusing increasing by the second. "How?" I asked as I gave her my full attention. Gumihos are really powerful. They have the ability to detach their souls from their bodies. I think that Eva sent her soul to search for her pearl, and she'll be back when she wants to, Alexis explained. Does this impose any threat on her? I asked, afraid of the answer. No, but if she went too far, her soul might get lost and not come back. I sucked in a breath and ran my fingers through my hair. God, please, lead her soul back. Eva's POV. I woke up with a jolt, my heart beating loudly in my chest, and my breaths ragged. It felt as if I was holding my breath underwater for hours. I felt something heavy on my hand, and as I looked to the side, I smiled at Logan's sleeping face. His eyebrows were furrowed, and he didn't seem comfortable in his half-sitting position. I reached over and kissed between his eyebrows to cease the 101 that was formed. He stirred slightly but didn't wake up. Logan? I called and shook him. He stirred again and held my hand tighter, but his eyes remained closed. Logan, I called again in a singy-song voice. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he looked around like he was searching for something. His eyes caught mine, and all he did was stay still and stare. He rubbed his eyes, then opened them again like he didn't believe that I was actually looking back at him. Eva? Eva! He yelled, and in a matter of seconds, I was squished between his arms. I giggled as he kissed my face all over. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere? He asked all in one breath. Logan, calm down. I'm fine, I assured him with a wide smile. He sighed deeply, then pulled me back into his chest. Thank God, I was so worried. You've been out for 3 days. I thought I lost you. His voice broke at the end, making my heart break with it. I pulled back slightly and cupped his face. I'm sorry. I'm here now, and I'm okay, I promise. He nodded silently. Logan, I called. He hummed and opened his eyes. I remember, I stated. He gave me a confused look. Is remember when we met 10 years ago? I explained. His eyes widened and a smile broke onto his lips. You do? He asked. I nodded in confirmation. So you believe me when I tell you that I owe you my life? He stated more than asked with a wide grin on his face. I grinned back at him and opened my mouth to reply when a knock on the door snapped our attention to it. Alpha, Jake called from behind the door. Logan pecked my lips softly. I'll be right back. He said then, got up from his place and went to open the door. We have some intel about Maxwell's whereabouts. They're not very legit, but it's worth searching, I heard Jake say. I gasped lowly. They're searching for Maxwell? I didn't hear what Logan told him, and soon he was closing the door and heading towards me. Logan, why are you searching for Maxwell? It's dangerous, I told him as I felt my eyes glaze over. Just remembering what happened when we were captured stroked fear into my heart. Not only that, but the fact that I wasn't able to do anything made me feel even more weak and powerless. And to top it all, I lost my pearl. That was certainly the cherry on top. Don't worry, baby. It'll be okay. We'll be prepared this time, Logan said as he cupped my face. I shook my head as the tears started flowing. No, you'll get hurt. You don't have to do this. Yes, I do. He has your pearl, Eva, and without it, you'll die, Logan yelled. He sighed, then placed his forehead on mine. I can't lose you, Eva. Not after I have finally found you. I can't, he whispered, his voice filled with hurt and pain. We have leads on his whereabouts. I'll take a lot of men with me and we'll get you your pearl back, he said as he pulled away slightly and gave me a reassuring smile. He was so set on finding Maxwell, and no matter what I do or say, he won't back off. I nodded begrudgingly, even though every fiber in me was screaming for me to hold him and never let him go on his suicide mission. I gasped in a deep breath as my head submerged from the water. I was a bit lost and confused at first, but by time and a couple of answered questions by Alexis, I understood everything. It's been 2 weeks now since I started roaming as a soul. Every time I would go to sleep, then the next thing I know, I'm in the lake where I was reborn as a Gumiho 10 years ago. Alexis explained to me that since my body can't survive without the pearl, my soul has detached itself from it and is now on the search. I saw this as a great opportunity to get my pearl back without Logan having to endanger himself. Hopefully, I'll be able to find it before it's too late, since I only have about a week or so left. I feel weak, very weak to tell you the truth, and the energy consumed to detach my soul from my body isn't helping. The time I'm able to spend as a soul decreases by time, and I knew that in the end I won't be able to even blink. But I have to hold tight. I have to save myself and save Logan. Only God knows what wild'd happen if I died, and he wanted to go avenge my death. He might get himself killed. Plus, I don't want to die. I felt myself float from the water and move gracefully between the tress. I could feel the warmth of the pearl call onto me, and that's how I find the way to it. However, I lose my energy and go back to my body every time I come close. I closed my eyes and focused. The warm waves came from my right, and I turned towards it. I started feeling the heat from my pearl increase as I floated past trees in my white flowy dress. I scrunched up my face in confusion. I don't remember the pearl being this close before. I felt my energy draining, and I knew I had to move faster and locate my pearl. Different thoughts were running through my mind, and they weren't at all pleasant. During all the times that I've been searching for my pearl, I never felt it this close to our territory. Something is definitely up. I urged myself to move faster as I felt more of my energy drain. No, please, just a minute. I pleaded in my head. I started hearing different voices speaking, and just as I was about to pass the row of trees, everything around me turned black and the feeling of falling from a high place hit me and made my heart race uncontrollably. I gasped as I woke up with a start. Immediately, I was engulfed between someone's arms. The sparks and warmth gave the person away. I leaned closer to Logan's chest as he rubbed circles on my back. "Are you okay, baby? What happened?" he asked, his voice sounding very concerned. I was out again. I choked out, my voice raspy and dry. Logan reached for the glass of water on the nightstand and brought it closer to my lips. I took a sip and felt the cold water trickle down my dry throat. "I told you not to that anymore, Eva. You're hurting yourself," Logan said as he pulled me closer. "You're already weak as it is." His voice cracked in the end. "I'm sorry, but I can't help it. I don't want to go." My voice broke too as I snuggled closer. I felt my eyes glaze over and lump forming in my throat. "You won't, Eva. I'll do anything in my power to get your pearl back. I'll search day and night until I find it, I promise," Logan said as he pulled away slightly to look into my eyes. His eyes too held tears, and it broke my heart. "I love you, Logan," I whispered as I cupped his cheeks. Logan leaned in and pecked my lips softly. "I love you too, Eva, more than anything in this world." We kept on looking into each other's eyes, enjoying the feeling of being in your love's arms. A thought snapped in my head, making me sit up properly. Logan gave me a confused look. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Can you gather your father and everyone else? I have to tell you something important," I stated. Logan seemed confused but didn't ask much. His eyes clouded, meaning that he was mind-linking them. "They'll be here in a bit," he stated after a while. We didn't stay long before a soft knock on the door made us turn our attention to it. "Come in," Logan said, and the door opened, revealing Logan's parents, their beta and third, Jake, Alexis, and my grandfather. He's been staying with us since Logan and I came back, and only leaves to the castle every now and then. My aunt is staying with us too. Claire run to me once our eyes met. "Eva, how are you doing, sweetie? I've been so worried. Are you feeling okay?" She gushed with worried eyes as she pulled away from the hug she was giving me, but still keeping her hands on my shoulders. I nodded weakly and gave her a small smile. "I'm fine." "So, son, what's the important thing you wanted to tell us about?" Sam asked. Logan looked at me and ushered for me to start. I took a deep breath. "First of all, what happened with Taylor?" I asked. Logan and I have already told them about what Taylor, and we were informed that he's disappeared since the recent rogue attack. "We still can't trace him," Sam's beta replied. "I think he's helping Maxwell attack our pack. I felt my pearl's warmth really close to the territory." I informed them. A low growl escaped Logan's lips as he clenched his fist. I held his hand between mine and rubbed soothing circles of the back of his hand. He instantly relaxed and leaned closer, taking a deep breath of my scent. "Why would he do that? He already has your pearl," Alexis asked. "I don't think that he only wants the pearl, and that's it. He wants to rule. It has always been his goal, to become the king and the most powerful werewolf." My grandfather gritted out. "Do you think he's waiting until Eva?" Claire trailed out but was stopped by Logan's deep growl. "Maybe. Logan will be in his weakest state and won't be able to fight properly. Sam's third agreed. Logan growled again. Stop saying that. Eva won't be going anywhere, and she most definitely won't be leaving. If Maxwell is close, then we find him and bring Eva her pearl back. He snapped angrily as he pulled me closer to his chest. Sam sighed. We'll find him, Logan, I promise. Logan said nothing and just kept his head buried in the crook of my neck. I raised my hands to his hair and ran my fingers through it soothingly. I saw the rest quietly leave the room. We stayed like that for 4. I don't know how long, but I was starting to grow more and more tired. My hand was running down Logan's hair slower, and I couldn't keep my head up for long, along with my eyes that were closing on their own. I felt myself being pushed gently onto the pillow. Logan kissed my forehead. Rest for a bit, baby. I'll wake you up when the food is ready. He whispered and placed a soft, lingering kiss on my cheek. I nodded weakly. I felt him pull the duvet over our bodies, then started playing with my hair, his gently touch lulling me to sleep, and soon I was pulled into oblivion. I want a perimeter check all around the territory, and I want the best trackers dispersing into the woods. Don't stop or rest until that bastard is found, I ordered firmly. Jake and the warriors that were standing with him nodded and were quickly out of the office. I sighed deeply and ran a hand through my hair. You should go rest for some time, Logan, my father said. I can't, Dad. I can't waste any more time. I replied and went back to look at the pictures that I asked to be taken of the woods. I was searching for something, anything that would help me find Maxwell. I know, Logan, and that's why I'm telling you to go to your mate. Spend more time with her. You never know. I cut him short with an angry growl of mine. I felt my eyes turn black and my body shake as I glared at my father. Don't even think about it. Eva is going to nowhere. I'll find that bastard and get her the pearl back, I growled. My father just kept on looking at me in the eye for quite some time before sighing. We won't let anything happen to her, Logan. I'll put our best men out there. Just go to Eva. Don't leave her alone for a long time. You two need each other now more than ever. He was right, but I didn't want to believe or even think of the possibility of losing Eva. Not after I finally found her, and not after she'd opened up to me and started loving me back. But I missed her terribly. I sighed deeply. I'll go check up on her, I said, and started making my way out the office and towards the bedroom. I opened the door to our bedroom slightly to find Eva sitting weakly on the bed. Her body was very pale, her cheeks sunken in and her eyes were red. Her skin had that sickly pale blue color and her lips were chapped and white. My Eva, my beautiful Eva. My heart reached out for her, and I felt a faint smile grace my lips when she giggled. Alexis, Chloe, Eva's aunt, and the twins were sitting in front of her on the bed. They were placing a flower tiara on her head that Eva seemed to like very much. She looked so beautiful when she smiled like that. It all dawned on me right then and there, and my heart ached painfully as I felt my tears start to make themselves known in my eyes. I'm going to miss her. I'm going to miss her so much. I turned around and left, not able to take it anymore. I ran into the woods, and the next thing I know, I was in wolf form, running past trees, dodging rocks and branches. I don't know for how long I kept on running, but I was already close to the borders, which is saying something because our territory was huge. I stopped and took in a much-needed breath, and when I was sure that my breathing was back to normal, I howled lowly into the night sky. I howled in agony, pain, fear, and most of all, love. I opened the door to my bedroom fully and smiled widely when Eva turned to look at me, a smile adorning her face. I went up to her and kissed her temple gently. She was so fragile, and I was scared she would break any second. Hey, beautiful, I murmured into her ear. A tint of pink spread through her pale face as she murmured, Hey, we'll leave you guys now, I heard Chloe say and heard them all leave the room. I cupped Eva's cheeks gently and turned her head slightly so I would be gazing directly into her beautiful blue eyes. Would you like to go on a date with me? I asked as I absent-mindedly stroked her cheeks with my thumbs. Her eyes widened. A date? She asked in shock, but I could see the ghost of a smile on her lips. I pecked them, then nodded when I pulled back. Yes, a date. I've realized that we've only been on one, and I want to take you out again. Eva grinned widely at me, then wrapped her frail arms around my neck and pulled me into a hug. I, in return, snaked my arms around her waist and pulled her to me. "I'd love that," she whispered. I pulled back from the hug, only far enough to look into her eyes again. Not wasting another second, I crashed my lips to hers. The kiss wasn't passionate or demanding. It was sweet and warm. I tried to tell her through it just how much she means to me, just how much I love her, and just how much I can't live without her. "Are you ready, Eva?" I asked as I stood behind our bedroom door. "Just a minute." I heard Chloe yell from inside. The girls and my mom were ecstatic when they heard about our date and demanded that they help Eva get ready. Eva didn't want them to, though, but with her weak body, she needed all the help she could get. After a couple of minutes of waiting, the door opened to reveal the most mesmerizing sight my eyes ever looked at. Eva was standing in the doorway, leaning slightly against my mother, who held her arm to support her. She was wearing a full-sleeved maroon dress that reached her mid-thigh. The top was covered with lace above the cotton, and it fit her perfectly until her waist, where the dress flared at the bottom. There was a big black belt around her waist that accented both the dress and her body. She had on some black tights and flat black knee-high boots. Her hair was let to fall down her back, and she had almost no makeup on, except for a thin layer of lip gloss and eyeliner. I noticed there was tint on blush on her cheeks too, but you wouldn't notice it if you didn't concentrate. I stepped towards her and wrapped my arms around her body. "You look gorgeous, baby," I whispered as our foreheads touched. She blushed deeply. "Thank you. Let's go," I said as I picked her bridal style. She gasped in surprise from my action. "I can walk, you know," she said in a low voice as she wrapped her arms around me neck. "I know, but I want to hold you," I replied back with a grin. It's true, I wanted to hold her, but I also didn't want her to use up any energy she has left. She's already weak as it is, and I don't want her to tire herself out, even if it was only walking. "Aren't we taking the car?" she asked as I walked past it and continued walking into the woods. I shook my head. "No, we don't need it," I replied with a small smile. "Where are we going then?" she asked curiously. "You'll see when we get there," was my only reply as I kissed her cheek. She didn't ask about it again. Soon, we reached where our date would take place. Since I couldn't risk taking Eva out the territory, my only option was a small picnic in the woods. I've laid a big enough blanket on the grass, lit candles to light the place up, and brought a basket filled with Eva's favorite food. I scattered rose petals all around us, and I was sure Eva was going to like it. Of course, I had about 20 wolves guarding the area around us. They weren't very close so as to listen to us, but weren't very far either. A single call from me, and they would be here in a matter of seconds. Call it paranoia, but no way in hell am I taking any chances. I heard Eva gasp when she saw what laid on the ground. She turned to me with a smile on her face, and I could sense her happiness and giddiness roll off of her in waves. My wolf, Rex, and I puffed our chests in pride. I placed Eva gently on the blanket, then proceeded to sit next to her. I grabbed a duffel bag that I had standing next to a tree and brought out 2 pillows and a blanket. I placed the pillows against a tree trunk and let Eva rest against them, then got the blanket and covered her legs with it. "I'm fine, Logan," she giggled. I grinned up at her. "I know, I just want you to be comfortable." "So, what would you like to have first?" I asked as I started laying all the food I brought in front of her. She hummed as she tapped her chin. "I'll have the tuna sandwiches first," she said happily. "Tuna sandwich coming right up." I grabbed one of the wrapped sandwiches, unwrapped it, then gave it to her. "Anything else, Your Highness?" I asked playfully and bowed my head. Eva's soft giggles made me grin as I looked up at her. I reached into the basket and got out a juice box and handed it to her. "Drink this with it," I said as she took the juice from me. Eva kept her gaze on me as her hands held her food. I furrowed my eyes slightly and was about to ask if she was okay when she leaned forward and hugged me. I pulled her against me so she was sitting on my lap, her food long forgotten as it laid on the blanket. Thank you so much, Logan, for everything," she murmured into my neck. "You don't have to thank me, baby girl. You deserve everything in this world, and I'd be more than happy to give them to you." She pulled back and looked into my eyes. I reached up and wiped the tears that fell down her cheeks. I love you so much, Eva. You already captured my heart and marked it as your territory, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I said and meant every word. She was already the Luna of my heart. I love you too, Logan. I love you so much, she replied as tears continued running from her eyes. Want to see a magic trick? I asked with a small smile. Eva's face lit up and she nodded eagerly. I brought my hand in front of her. See my hand? It's empty, right? I asked, to which Eva nodded. I held her hand and raised it so it was leveled with our faces. Now see your hand? It's also empty, I stated, and Eva once again nodded. I curled her fingers so her hand would close and brought it to my lips. I kissed her fist gently, then brought it back between us and opened it. Eva gasped as she saw a necklace in her now opened palm. How did you do that? She asked in shock. A magician never reveals his secret, I replied with a wink at her. I took the necklace from her and unclasped it, then clasped back on around her neck. The necklace dangled beautifully from her neck. It was a silver heart-shaped necklace with an emerald stone in the middle. There were chains running around the heart and the stone, bounding them together. This is my heart, Eva, and now everyone will know that it belongs to you, I told her. Eva's gaze lifted from the necklace to me. This too much romance for me. I don't think my tiny heart can handle it, she said with a playful sigh and a shake of her head. I chuckled at her words and pulled her closer so she was resting her head in the crook of my neck. Well, get used to it, 'cause I'm a very cheesy person, I said with a smirk. This earned me a chuckle of her own. Okay, Mr. Romantic. I don't like them. I huffed and crossed my arms over my chest childishly. I was still sitting on Logan's lap. He wouldn't let me when I tried to go back to my place. Again, why? They never wronged you, Logan retorted. He was trying to convince me that cats are cute and that there's no way in hell a person actually dislikes them, that person, of course, being me. You might think it's weird, but really, I don't like them at all. They disgust me for some reason and aren't loyal. So, I just don't like them. Why do you like them so much? I replied back. Well, they're cute. You already said that 1,000 times. Because they are, Logan replied in a duh tone. I narrowed my eyes at him, and he narrowed them back. Choose, me or cats? I asked with a huff. What? Where did that come from? Logan asked as his eyes widened. I tried so hard to stop myself from laughing at his reaction. I wasn't serious about all this, of course, but his reactions are worth it. From my head, I fake snapped. Logan gave me a flat look. We held each other's gazes, but soon Logan looked away. Damned cats. He muttered under his breath, but I was able to successfully hear it. The next thing I know, my lips were devoured by Logan's. He pulled back almost too soon for my liking. You, of course, idiot, he murmured against my lips before kissing me back once again. It was getting pretty late, and I started feeling very dizzy and tired. Logan noticed my form and quickly started packing back everything as I closed my eyes and laid against the pillows. I opened my eyes to see him grabbing the basket. I started standing up from my place, leaning against the tree trunk as my head started spinning more. Logan was by my side in a second and held my arm and waist for support. He placed the basket back on the floor and muttered something like, I'll let someone get it. He was about to carry me when a sharp pain suddenly jolted in my heart. My legs went numb and couldn't carry my body weight. I waited for my body to hit the ground, but I was instead held between a pair of arms and flushed against a hard chest as we both fell to the ground. Eva, are you okay? Logan's panicked voice echoed around me. I opened my closed eyes weakly and gave him a small smile. It was time. I can feel it. I lifted my hand and cupped his cheek. He must have realized the same thing as me because his eyes started glazing over. No, he said and started shaking his head. You'll be okay, Logan. It'll be okay, I whispered. How, baby? How will it be okay? How will I be able to live without you? He said as his tears started flowing. My own tears were falling uncontrollably, but I wanted to leave with a smile on my face. I wanted Logan to remember me with a smile. Baby, I want you to do me a favor, I said, making him open his eyes to look at me. He stayed in my eyes, waiting for me to continue. I want you to burn my body when I die, I whispered with pleading eyes. Logan's eyes widened as more tears fell. No, please, Eva, I don't want to do this. Please. Logan pleaded as he looked more into my eyes, searching for an answer as to why I want my body burnt. Please, Logan, for me, I begged. He didn't answer me as he buried his face in my neck. Why? He murmured against my skin when my eyes gave away nothing. Just do it, please, I pleaded again. He didn't answer once again, but after a while I felt his hesitant nod. He pulled back and looked into my teary eyes with his own teary ones. I love you, Logan, and I'll always love you, even if I'm no longer there, I said and stroked his cheek with my thumb. My words made another sob escape his lips and more tears to roll down his face. I love you too, Eva, forever and always, he said and gently leaned in and captured my lips in a warm smile. Logan's POV. I love you too, Eva, forever and always. I confessed back and I meant every word. I leaned in to kiss her and winced internally when I felt how cold they were. The pain in my heart increased. Eva was stroking my cheek weakly, but suddenly stopped. I felt her hand slowly leave my cheek and fall beside her on the ground with a thud. I quickly pulled back from the kiss, and my eyes were met with a lifeless face. Eva? I called, but I was only met with silence. Eva, I called again, my voice breaking, but once more, there was no answer. I didn't want to believe it, but the intense pain that I felt in my heart and chest as our mate bond broke made the painful reality all the more clearer to me. No, Eva, please, I begged, a big part of me hoping she would open her eyes and answer me. Again, silence. I hugged her close to my body as my tears left my eyes uncontrollably. I don't know for how long I've stayed like that, not wanting to accept the reality, not wanting to let her go. The pain and agony were too much for my wolf, Rex and I. I raised my head into the night sky and howled to the moon. I howled for the loss of my mate, the love of my life. I howled with every emotion I have for her and for every fiber in me that longed for her. My long howl of despair was met with the howls of my pack members. They must have felt the loss of their Luna and their wolves were mourning. I'll always love you, Eva, forever and always. Why did you do this to me, Eva? What did I ever do to deserve this? How can you just leave me like that and go? Why did you have to die? Why? I was, to simply put it, devastated and was in denial. I couldn't accept the fact that she was gone. I wouldn't. However, my tears have already accepted the truth as they ran down my face to fall on Eva's hair. I still had her in my arms, holding her close to me. I don't want to let her go ever. Logan, I heard a familiar voice call. I looked up to look at my father, who was standing between the trees with a sad, pitiful look on his face. Yes, I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Is she really? He trailed off. Ah, yes, I said as a humorless chuckle escaped my lips. She fell asleep while we were talking. I'll go put her in bed right now. Silly girl. I held Eva tighter as I got up from my place on the ground and started making my way towards our house. Logan, my father called again as I passed by him, but I didn't look at him as I continued on my way. I'll put her to bed, Dad, then we can talk about whatever pack business you have, I replied, dismissing him. The next thing I know, he was standing in front of me, his hand coming in contact with my cheek. It stung for a moment, but my tears cooled it down. Snap out of it, Logan, he yelled. She's dead. Eva is dead. I snapped my eyes to glare at him as a low, dangerous growl escaped my lips. Eva is not dead. She's just sleeping for a bit and will open her eyes any time now. I sneered at him as I bared my teeth his way. His gaze softened to one of pity, worry, and sadness, so I just ignored him and left. As I reached the house, I noticed that my mom and the rest were standing at the door, and as soon as they saw me, they ran towards me with tearful faces. Oh, my baby. My mother sobbed as she looked at Eva and started caressing her hair. I could hear several other sobs all around me. Why are you crying, me? I asked, but she broke into more sobs, which got me angry. Why the fuck are you crying, Mom? Stop crying, I growled as I stepped away from her. Please, Logan, don't do this, I heard my father say from behind me as he placed a hand on my shoulder. I stepped out of his hold. Do what? Can't you see them? Can't you see what they're doing? Eva is not dead. More sobs echoed around us. My mother stepped closer and cupped my face. Logan, she's gone. Eva is gone, she told me as she looked me straight in the eye. It was as if a wall broke inside of me and the hard reality came crushing down on me. I fell to my knees with Eva's now semi-cold body still held against me. No, please no, I murmured in her hair as tears continued their way down my face. Please, I pleaded, but to no avail. Eva was dead. Are you okay, Logan? I heard Jack ask as he stepped into my room. I was at Eva and mine's house. I didn't reply and just kept looking out the windows. Was I okay? I really didn't know the answer. It's over, he stated in a soft whisper as he came to sit next to me. I closed my eyes and inhaled sharply when his words hit my ears. Another tear rolled down. He was talking about Eva's cremation. I refused to go and stayed in the house. I don't think I was going to be able to see her body burn right in front of me and not jump in the fire with her. And seeing her ashes fly with the wind would remove any last feeling in me that she was still here, and I didn't want that. Logan, please say something, he pleaded. We're worried. Again, I didn't answer. I didn't know what to say, and honestly, I didn't know if I had the energy to. I'll leave you now, Logan, but I'll be coming back to check on you again, he said with a sigh when I didn't reply. I heard his footsteps leave, then heard the front door close. My eyes snapped to my fist. I slowly opened my palm to reveal the crumbled paper I had that read, "Where she was first reborn, at dawn. M." I knew that the M stood for Maxwell, and for some reason he wanted to meet me. His message, if read by anyone, wouldn't be easily understood, but I did. I knew exactly what he meant, but what I didn't know for sure was what he wanted. I, however, knew what I wanted. I was going to kill him. No, I'll make him beg for it. I'll make him pay for everything he's done, and I'll make him pay for taking away my life. I opened my eyes groggily and saw nothing but darkness. Are my eyes still closed? I looked around me in confusion. Where the hell am I? My whole body ached as I struggled to get up on my feet. I wasn't able to see anything or feel anything but the hard surface below my feet. I then caught a glimpse of a gently blue light from behind. Getting back to my senses fully, I felt a tail moving from my back. Bringing it in front of me, it was indeed one of my tails. But why do I have only one? Where are the rest? Something inside me had me thinking that this was my 9th tail, the one that didn't grow when I was alive. Then where are the rest, and where am I? I started walking straight ahead, not knowing where I'm going. I took a couple of steps forward when suddenly my body started heating up like crazy. I felt like my body was on fire as it started itching and aching all over. I screamed in pain as the heat intensified. The pain became too much for me to handle, and I was soon falling to the ground in fetal position. A small smile tugged on my lips as it clicked in. Logan listened to me and had me cremated. Thank God I won't be staying in this darkness for long. My eyes slowly started closing as I slipped from darkness and into darkness. Logan's POV. Logan, where are you going? I stopped in my tracks as I heard one of the twins calling me. I turned around to look at them both. They had confused looks on their faces as they approached me. I'm going to run some errands, I replied in monotone. Their confusion increased. I noticed one's eyes glaze over, and I knew he was mind-linking someone, probably my dad. I didn't want to tell them where I was going. I was dealing with this myself, so before anyone else would come, I quickly turned on my heels and sprinted through the woods. Logan! I heard the twins yell as they followed. I was faster than them, and was able to lose the easily. However, my running was cut short as a body tackled me to the ground from behind. I noticed it was my father. He kept me pinned on the ground. What are you doing, Logan? What the hell is going through your mind? He asked, a hint of annoyance seeping through. I didn't answer him and only continued struggling to free myself from his hold. The old man sure was strong. I soon heard footsteps coming towards us along with a combination of all very known scents. Let us help Logan, please, my mother pleaded with glossy eyes. I stopped struggling when I realized that I can never excellent my dad when I'm in my weak state. Son, please. We're all sad about losing Eva, and we don't want to let you, my father pleaded from on top of me. I'm not going to hurt myself, I murmured. You're not eating anything. You didn't sleep for even a minute, and it's been 2 days since you last spoke a word. And now you're going to God knows where. If that didn't worry us, then what would? Jack snapped. His tone was that of worry more than was it of anger. I started struggling again under my father's hold, wanting to be set free, but he just held me tighter. I had to go kill Maxwell. Suddenly, we heard an uproar coming from the direction of the pack house, followed by angry growls and howls. In an instant, we were all running towards the pack house. My mother gasped as we reached the clearing in front of the pack house. "Claire, take all the females, kids and elders to the safe house. Quick," my father ordered. My mother didn't hesitate to do as said. I noticed Eva's grandfather, King Luther, and his daughter engaging in the fight against the rogues that were attacking our pack. Soon, my father, Jack, the twins, and I were fighting as well. "Who the hell are they?" I growled, asking no one in particular. "Those are Maxwell's men," answered King Luther in anger. I growled loudly at the mention of his name, and I was blinded with anger, and I tore into the disgusting wolves, killing them one by one. Maxwell's POV. Where the hell was that pathetic alpha? I was waiting for what seemed like hours in front of the lake where the Gumiho was born, but he wouldn't show up. I was starting to get impatient and angry. How dare he stand me up like that? Can't he see that I'm now stronger than ever and can wipe his pack away with just a flick of my finger? A smirk played on my lips at the thought of his pathetic pack. They must be fighting for their lives now. My eyes snapped to the lake in front of me when I heard what I think to be movement under the water. Suddenly, someone's head emerged from the water, and the girl gasped in heavily. I was freaked out for a bit, but then fear struck in my heart when I saw who the girl was. The Gumiho. But that's not possible. I have her pearl, and the month is already over. I saw them cremate her body. I kept my eyes on her as she started making her way to the edge of the lake, then out on the ground. She had one tail moving behind her, and it scared me even more. However, I refused to show my fear as I stood to my feet, my eyes still not leaving hers. "Woo? How are you still alive?" I asked, my voice sounding weaker than wanted. Her face confronted to that of confusion as she furrowed her eyebrows. "What do you mean?" she asked. Now I was confused. "Do you know me?" she asked in an innocent voice, making me even more confused. She's acting like we never met before. "You don't know who I am?" I asked. She shook her head. "Do you know who you are?" I asked again, and once more she shook her head. I raised my eyebrows at her. Did she lose her memory? Wait, how is she even still alive? That question was killing me. "Do you know me?" "I don't remember anything. Can you take me to my parents?" she asked, and I could hear the glimpse of fear in her tone. I relaxed when I was sure that she doesn't remember anything. This makes everything so much better. I smirked internally as a plan started forming in my head. "Of course I know you. How can I not know my mate?" I said. A gasp escaped her lips. "Mate?" "Of course, baby. We're mates. You were kidnapped by rogues, but here you are. I finally found you." I lied as I approached her. Her questioning gaze didn't leave mine as I pulled her into a hug. "Thank God I finally found you. I missed you so much," I murmured in her hair. I felt her body relax in my hold, making the smirk on my face grow wider. This makes everything all the more better. I spat the mixture of blood and spit that formed in my mouth as I dropped the wolf I just killed to the ground. My wolf, Rex, and I were blinded by anger, and Rex especially was going crazy without Eva. "Can you guys take care of the rest? I have somewhere to go." I told my pack members that were fighting with me through our mind link. We've killed a decent amount, and only a little were left to fight. "Where are you going, Logan?" My father's worried voice echoed through my head. "Not now, Dad," I replied as I ran towards the woods. When Maxwell's pack, along with what's left of Drake's pack, attacked us, I momentarily forgot about my so-called meeting with Maxwell. Hopefully, he'll still be there so that I could kill him. He must have ordered them to attack at the same time we were supposed to meet. The absence of the alpha during a fight affects the warriors badly, even if they were the strongest there is, and Maxwell was close to taking my pack down when I'm not there. The nerve of that asshole. I sprinted faster through the woods, forcing my legs to move as fast as possible to the lake where it all started. As soon as I reached there, I was hit in the face with a scent I thought I'd never get to smell again. It hit me in the face like a bomb, making me fall to my knees. Eva. I whispered mostly to myself, even though a part of me wished upon every star there is that Eva would somehow answer me. After a while, confusion started settling inside of me. How is her scent so strong like that? It's not possible that she was just here. Unless, with that small, tiny hope in mind, I started sprinting back to the pack house. I need to talk to Alexis. Fast. Eva's POV. I tiptoed in the dark as quietly as I could towards Maxwell's room. With a deep breath, I slowly opened his bedroom door and peeked inside. He was snoring in his king-sized bed, looking very weak and vulnerable. I quietly entered the room and started tiptoeing again towards him. He looked so peaceful sleeping there. I placed a hand on his chest and started leaning in closer, brining my lips inches away from his. Our lips were about to touch when he suddenly opened his eyes, surprising me and making me stumble to the back. He, however, caught me by my arm before I fall. "What are you doing, sweetheart?" he asked sleepily. "I had a bad dream and wanted to come sleep next to you," I answered. "Can I?" He smiled at me and nodded. "Of course you can," he said as he pulled me towards him, making me fall on the bed. He repositioned us so that I was sleeping on my side while he spooned me from the back. "Good night," he whispered against my neck, then placed a kiss there. "Good night," I whispered back. Soon, Maxwell's breathing evened as he went back to dreamland. I skied inwardly. My first attempt to take my pearl back failed. That asshole just had to wake up. I was overly surprised when I emerged from the water alive once more, but my surprise increased when I saw Maxwell sitting there. I knew I couldn't just ignore his presence and run to where Logan was. Plus, I needed my pearl, so I had to think of something fast. I acted like I don't remember who he was, and most importantly, forgot who I was. He acted the way I wanted him to, and took me back with him to where he and his men are currently staying. And to my utter surprise, it was in the underground warehouse where Logan was kidnapped as a kid. They expanded it and made it look like an underground house with several rooms, a small makeshift kitchen, and a bathroom with terrible plumbing. I was seriously rethinking my decision and wanted nothing than to sprint back to Logan. I missed him terribly, but every time I remember how close I am to getting my pearl, I take in a deep breath and shake whatever doubt I have in mind. I felt Maxwell stir behind me and loosened his grip on me. He fell to his back, freeing me from his hold. Maybe I should just tie him up to the bed. Wait, I should tie him up to the bed. With that thought in mind, I made my way out of the room and towards the kitchen where I remember seeing some rope. I grabbed it, then tiptoed back to Maxwell's room. I stopped dead in my tracks when I entered his room, only to find the bed empty. It didn't take me time to dwell on it before someone grabbed me tightly from the back. His grip was so tight, I felt like my bones were about to get crushed. His strong hold on me made the rope fall from my hands. "You take me for a fool?" Maxwell roared from behind me, making me whimper as I titled my head away from his face. I don't know what you mean," I stuttered. Maxwell let out a humorless chuckle as he turned me to face him. He held onto my arms tightly, locking me in place. I tried freeing myself, but that only made his grip tighter. "Listen, you brat, I'm no fool. I might have believed you in the beginning, but it take a liar to understand one." Maxwell sneered in my face as my attempts to escape continued. "Stop it and listen to me," Maxwell growled and pulled me to a halt. His angry eyes pierced into mine. Just the sight of him angered me. "Now, I don't know how you're alive right now, but all I know is that you'll be a great pawn to rule over. You might even have another pearl inside of you, and I'll be damned if I don't savor that opportunity. You do as I say exactly, or you and that little family of yours will die sooner than scheduled." If I was angry a while ago, then there's a blaze inside of me now. He thinks he can use me to hurt my family. I'd rather die before I help him. I did the only thing I could do and took the chance to knee him where the sun doesn't shine. Maxwell's grip on me loosened as he grunted in pain and fell to the ground. I couldn't run away now. He was weak, if only temporarily, and I can't just leave without my pearl. I kicked him once again in the face and tried my best to place as much in my kick as possible. My attempt didn't go in vain when I heard something crack and saw a lot of blood oozing out of his nose. "You bitch!" Maxwell growled, but I was quick to serve him another kick in the gut. He curled on the ground in pain, so I quickly grabbed the rope and started tying him. He started fighting against my hold, so I kicked him once again in between his legs. I didn't waste any time before I successfully tied his hands and legs. My tying wasn't that good, but it bought me enough time to lean in and retrieve my pearl. I placed a hand on his chest, closed my eyes, and concentrated on the warmth and power of the pearl. It left his body up his through, then out his mouth directly to mine. It descended down my through to finally stop at its rightful place in my heart. Almost instantly, warmth filled my body. I felt my last tail blaze behind me, and my eyes must have changed now. Maxwell growled loudly and ripped the rope apart. He was mad, no doubt. I was nailed in my place, unable to move for a second before I too was mad, and the fact that I have my pearl back made me believe that I can actually take him down. I heard running footsteps running towards us, letting me know that Maxwell's men awoke from the noise he made. "Damn," I muttered under my breath. Maxwell smirked as we stood face to face, making me narrow my eyes at him dangerously. All too soon, the door to Maxwell's room slammed open. I heard multiple sneers when they saw our position. I turned to look at them and an inhumane growl when I saw Taylor standing at the very front. "Leave. She's mine," Maxwell smirked. He launched at me, and upon reflex, I moved my hands in front of me. I felt heat leave my hands, then heard something smash against the wall with a grunt. I opened my closed eyes to see Maxwell hunched against the opposite wall, with smoke leaving his stomach. The men were taken aback by what just happened, but soon they snapped out of it. They turned their gazes from their alpha to me. Their faces contorted to that of anger before they ushered themselves to attack me. I let my fire spread through my body, and the all-familiar fire shield surrounded my body. My tail moved angrily as I blazed with fire, and I felt my eyes turn blue as they started glowing. "Assholes going down!" "Alexis!" I called loudly as I entered the pack house, slamming the door open. Almost instantly, I heard her footsteps before seeing Alexis run down the stairs towards me, along with my parents, the twins, Beta, Chloe, Eva's grandfather, and aunt, Sophie. They all had worried expressions on their faces, but right now, I really couldn't care less. "Tell me, Alexis, is there a possibility, even if only 1%, that Eva would live again?" I asked frantically. "What?" I heard my mother gasp, but I didn't bother. Alexis looked surprised and didn't utter a word, which agitated me. "Answer me," I roared impatiently. I'm not really sure," she stuttered. "Yes or no?" I asked. "Never have I heard of a Gumiho coming back to life before, but in Eva's case it's possible," she replied. "How so?" the twins asked in unison. "Eva only grew 8 tails from the 9, so it's possible that the 9th gave her enough power to preserve a part of her soul and then bring her back," Alexis explained. "But she was cremated," Jake stated, confusion evident in his voice, "and Eva gets her strength from fire." Chloe answered Jake's hidden question. "Why are you asking, son? What happened?" my father asked. "Her scent. When I went to where Maxwell wanted us to meet, I smelled her scent. It was so." I started explaining, but was cut short when my father yelled. "You what?" he roared. I didn't know what to tell him. I wasn't even aware of my tongue slip. "Why would you go meet Maxwell? Alone? Why didn't you tell us?" he asked, his tone showing anger. "What was I supposed to tell you? That I'm going out to avenge my mate's death and that you should come endanger your life along with me?" I all but snapped at him. "So you go to danger with your own legs?" He snapped back. "Didn't you see Dad? His pack attacked us. If we all went there to meet him, what were the rest going to do? Who was going to help protect the pack?" I reasoned out. That seemed to have shut him up for a second. "You still should have said something, Logan. You're the alpha now, and you have to be more responsible with your actions." He sighed. I sighed too. "I know, and I'm sorry, but I had nothing else to do." He sent me a note saying that we should meet where it all started. I don't know what he wanted, but I knew that it was going to be his last day on this earth. The attack halted my going, and when I was able to go, he wasn't there, and instead, Eva's scent was all over the place, like she was just there. "Do you think she?" Chloe dragged off. "I don't know." I replied with a deep sigh and shook my head. "Alpha." We all snapped our heads towards the door as Tom, one of our pack warriors, ran towards us. "Alpha, there was a sighting of a huge fire near our pack border," he announced frantically. "Fire?" the twins asked in confusion. I turned to my father only to see him share the same look as me. We didn't take long before we were sprinting out the pack house towards the fire. Please be Eva. Please, please be Eva. I prayed in my head as I shifted into my wolf along with my father. I noticed the rest were hot on our tails. What the? Jake trailed as we shifted back. We were all standing in front of the blazing fire that was emerging from the ground. I noticed it as the underground room that I was held in 10 years ago. We saw a man emerging from the fire and run away. He was screaming in pain and was clutching his burnt arm. Isn't that Maxwell's beta? I heard King Luther, Eva's grandfather, ask. Yeah, the twins answered in a whisper, their eyes never leaving the angry fire. Don't tell me they were hiding here the whole time? How come we missed them? Eva's aunt Sophie asked. Suddenly, we heard a loud girl's scream come from under us. I immediately identified the all-too-familiar voice as Eva's. Logan, go now, Alexis yelled. Wait, what do you mean go? He'll burn to death, my mother yelled back. He's her mate. He'll be fine, Alexis replied. Can't Sophie do something to take this fire out? My mother asked. I didn't wait for them to continue arguing and sprinted towards the fire. It was hot, no doubt, but surprisingly, it didn't burn me. Sophie's control of air would just increase the flame, so there was no point. I descended the makeshift stairs until I landed in what seemed to be an underground house. They must have changed it. The whole place was burning. The fire was eating all that was in its way, and I saw a couple of bodies lying on the floor. I didn't know if they were dead or not, and I really couldn't care less. Eva. I called loudly as I slammed open every door I come across. After the third door, I saw Eva standing in the middle of a room, her fire forming a shield around her body. I noticed Maxwell sprawled on the floor, his body tattered with burnt cuts. Damn, Eva, you've reached a whole different level of anger. Even though Maxwell seemed to be already dead, Eva wasn't calming down. I felt her. I knew she felt more afraid than angry. Eva. I called softly as I made my way to stand in front of her. I couldn't believe my eyes. She was here, right in front of me. I was scared to touch her, afraid that she might disappear. Her eyes were glowing blue, and I noticed a small crease between her eyebrows. I reached with my hand and placed it on her rather very hot cheek. It burned my hand, but my urge to touch and make sure that she really was here was bigger. Almost instantly, the fire around Eva, along with the rest of the flames, started to cool down. Her tail calmed down and wasn't moving like a mad ox anymore, while her eyes slowly returned back to their normal self. She stared into my eyes for what seemed like forever, and as I was about to open my mouth and say something, she hugged me. Her grip on me was tight, and I felt her shiver against my skin. I wrapped my arms around her, wanting to feel every inch of her. I wanted her as close to me as possible and never let her go. Logan, she croaked out as she held onto me tighter. I'm here, baby, I'm here. I murmured into her hair as I stroked it gently. Her grip loosened, and her body was falling limp to the ground. Since she was in my arms, I helped support her body and picked her up bridal style. I'm here now, baby girl. The first thing that I noticed was the annoying buzz sound in my ears. My head throbbed painfully, and I struggled to open my eyes. Should we wake her up? I heard someone whisper. It didn't take me long to know that it was Blake. Do you think she'd agree? Blaine asked in a whisper too. Let's just do it before she wakes up, he stated. I was utterly confused about what those two were up to, but was more confused about where exactly was I. The last thing I remember was me directing all my anger towards Maxwell. I felt someone come closer, and upon reflex, I grabbed that I felt was close to my face. A startled gasp was heard coming from Blaine. What are you doing, Blaine? I asked, my eyes still closed. What? You didn't even open your eyes. How did you know it was me and not Blake? He asked in surprise. I opened my eyes and slowly ushered myself to sit up straight. I have my ways. I shrugged. Where am I anyways? I asked as I rubbed my eyes. Pack house, they both replied, and I only answered with an O. And, where's? I started, but was cut off. Logan? Blake asked, finishing what I wanted to say. I nodded silently. Right here, a familiar voice said. I looked up to find Logan standing at the doorway, arms crossed and a wide grin playing on his face. We'll let you guys be, Blaine stated as he pulled his twin out the door. Logan waited for them to leave before closing the door and walking towards me, not breaking eye contact. How are you feeling? he asked softly as he picked me up from the sides and placed me on his lap. I'm fine. What about you? I asked as I placed my head on his chest, his soft heartbeats warming at my own heart. Logan's grip on me tightened as he pulled me closer and took a deep breath. God, I miss you so much, he murmured. I pulled back and cupped his cheeks. I'm sorry for everything. I apologized sincerely. You don't have to apologize for anything. I don't even know why you are apologizing, Logan replied. I was cut off by someone slamming our bedroom door open. Eva! Chloe yelled as she ran towards us. She pulled me from Logan's hold and into her tight hug. I missed you so much. I really thought I wouldn't see you again, she wailed loudly. I missed you too, Chloe, I told her with a chuckle. Don't you ever do this to us again. You can't just die out on us, she ordered as she wiped her tears away. It's good having you back, Eva, Jake said as he pulled Chloe back. Next came Claire. Her grip on me was even tighter than Chloe's, but her tears, however, were silent. We stayed in each other's arms as she sobbed into my hair. It's missed you so much, Eva, she whispered between sobs. It's missed you guys too, I replied as I stroked her hair reassuringly. Sam then came and pulled his wife away. Alexis too came along and hugged me tightly, then followed the twins, much to Logan's dismay, even though I just saw them earlier. Okay, you guys made sure that she was fine. You can all leave now, Logan grumbled as he shooed them out. Fine, fine. The twins waved off as they left along with the rest. A small giggle left me at Logan's childish ways. Oh right, I've been meaning to ask you, what happened to Maxwell and his pack? I asked as he sat next to me and pulled me close to him. They were roasted, Logan replied with a shrug. I raised my head to look at him when he sighed. Not all of them, though. His beta escaped but was seriously injured, and Drake escaped too, he continued. What? Fear struck into my heart at what he just said. Drake was still alive. Logan must have noticed my worried expression because he pulled me even closer to him and started stroking my hair gently. Don't worry, baby. I'm assigning my best men after them, he reassured me. But until then, you are not leaving my sight, he said as he leaned closer so I was on my back on the pillow with him hovering over me, a smirk tugging at his lips. I guess I'll have no other choice but to keep up with it until it's over, I said teasingly. Don't worry, you'll find that spending time with me is rather enjoyable, he replied as he leaned his face closer. Can I get a guarantee for that? You sure as hell will, he answered before crashing his soft lips to mine. I missed them so much. His touch, his warmth, his sheer presence. Our lips moved in familiar sync, and without hesitation, I let him lead on and take full control. He was the alpha, who was I to not obey? A couple of months ago, I was so close to losing all hopes in life. My days were unbearable, and I hated almost everyone and everything. But now I don't think that a single lifetime will be enough for me to live, right here, with the people I love, with Logan. I owe my life to them and would forever be grateful that they accepted me among them and loved me without expecting anything in return. I love you, my beautiful Gumiho. Logan murmured against my lips when we pulled out for air. I love you too, my alpha, I replied with a wide grin before crashing my lips once again with his. I couldn't be happier.